has done a little short, a little video where he's basically come out and said that there will be surprises tonight. Now, that's not going to be a surprise, the fact that there are surprises. We don't know what the surprises are. But he has come out and said there should be a few surprises tonight. That's got people excited, of course. People excited that we're going to be getting maybe the Wyatt Six. Maybe we're going to be getting CM Punk. Maybe AJ Lee. I know a lot of people are hoping that we get AJ Lee. Obviously don't know that we're going to get AJ Lee. I would say that's leaning more towards unlikely. But even so, definitely excited to see what it is that we do get tonight. And what we're guaranteed to get tonight is we are guaranteed to get 2 Money in the Bank winners. We're going to get a men's and a women's. Will they cash in tonight? Will we see a cash in tonight? The women's has never failed with their cash in. And, you know, could this be the first time they do? Whoever wins this. The men's, obviously, lots of very exciting options on the table. I think Jey Uso goes in as favourite for me. I do wonder if the Wyatt Six will take out Chad and then will someone replace? The other thing as well is that the Wyatt Six door, or the Wyatt door, that was shown obviously during SmackDown. The graphics for it, that sort of implies that it's going to be there. And so how is that going to feature? How is that going to feature? Because, like, are we going to be in the middle of a Money in the Bank match and then all of a sudden the door is just going to be set up in the entranceway? Like, I don't quite understand that. How that's going to feature. So and it can't feature if it's backstage, surely. If it's a backstage attack of Chad's, then I don't think that we need the door. So this says to me that they're gonna do something with the Wyatt Six in the arena. And that, of course, makes sense because obviously the live fans are going to want to see the group. So it makes sense that the live fans are going to be excited and are going to be involved. We know they're trying for that white out as well, where everyone's going to have white towels, white. I should have worn white, shouldn't I, really? I don't even know if I own white. I'm not there. It doesn't matter. Plus, I always like going against the grain. But, yeah, it is a white out tonight in the arena. So everyone's wearing white. But what do they need that for? Why are they going for a white out? Why are they trying for that? Is it because they've got something up their sleeve? Or do they just think it looks cool? Lots of questions, lots of thoughts, lots of things to ponder over as we work our way towards the show. Leapin' Lucha Larry said, I'm excited for Money in the Bank tonight. I think we will get something big from the Wyatt Six tonight, which will set up a debut match at SummerSlam. So you think that we get something big that's going to set up a debut match at SummerSlam? What do you... Oh, the debut match for the Wyatt Six. Got you. In my head then, I thought you meant like a brand new superstar because there are rumors about Hikuleo. So, like, I think that is something which is a potential. I mean, obviously we've got the Bloodline tonight and people have said, will we get Roman? Will we get Jimmy? Like, there's so many options on the table. There's so much stuff that could happen that, yeah, I'm excited to dig into your thoughts and see what you lot think. Nathan said, hello, Days. Hello, everyone. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Who was the mysterious hero during the kickoff show? I think it might be Alexa, remembering a mysterious person months ago. So if you saw our video, you will have seen that there was someone mysterious standing on the balcony. To be honest, I don't know who that is. If it was a fan, then they did an amazing job of creating a bit of buzz. If it was someone that WWE has planted, then it maybe does open up questions about Alexa. But I don't think she comes back until SummerSlam, personally. So I can't say that I'm expecting Alexa, but again, there is potential. I sort of feel like when Alexa comes in, surely she's getting teased. Surely we build towards things, you know. I could see, like, Uncle Howdy saying, in order to complete what we need to complete, we need the missing piece, you know? Or, like, I've heard she is returning or whatever, you know, those kind of comments. Well, surely we get something like that when Alexa's on her way. We don't just go, boom, here she is. So I'm struggling to believe that Alexa is going to be on this show. But yeah, I honestly, I don't know. I don't know if it was a fan. I don't know if they were planted. It is interesting. I do agree. It is interesting. We chucked it in the video last night. Will that play out somehow on this show? Do we need to keep our eyes peeled for some mystery figure now? Could it be that this mystery figure might even show itself backstage? And that we might actually just keep getting glimpses. And so this conversation of a mystery figure keeps building and building and building. I mean, we've been down these roads before. Do you remember that kind of like woman that was in the crowd and then it featured in the QR codes? Like that didn't really lead anywhere to my knowledge, and maybe this is another similar thing. So I've no doubt if there was a QR code, they would put that in it, because they did it last time where there was that mystery person in the crowd and they got included in the QR codes. So I do agree with you. Very interesting. I suppose I'm not really expecting anything monumental for the Wyatt Six tonight. I think that we will get them, and I think there's a chance that we get an attack, but surely if Alexa's coming in, we build towards an Alexa return, you know? Surely we build towards that. Mitchell said, I feel like this show is going to be filled with shenanigans. Corey said, why would anyone do that? Corey said, why would anyone do that? Corey also said, I didn't have a heart before the stream started. I saw that. I know you were lolling. You better be lolling. Simulation said, what would you say is the biggest butterfly effect in pro wrestling? Butterfly effect? What's that? That has like big repercussions. I don't know. A big butterfly effect. I mean... would something like Vince taking over count? I mean, Vince taking over obviously had massive repercussions for wrestling, with like how he took all that talent from all of the indie promotions, all the territories, and then started building up like WrestleMania, and then, you know, putting on shows going up against NWA. But I mean, it all starts with him taking over the company from his dad's, and then everything that followed, you know, was a result of that. So don't know if that would count. But Vince taking over and the impact that had in the kind of mid-80s, with him just pinching all the best talent from the territories. Famously, there was a plot to kill Vince. Jim Ross was actually because Jim Ross used to work in the territories, and he went to a meeting, and he was in the toilets, and like a load of people came in, and he heard conversations of people talking about how they were going to try and bump Vince off, how they could do it, how they could get rid of Vince, because he was causing so much trouble for the other wrestling promotions. It would be, how would you compare it? It'd be a bit like having Tony Khan and, I don't know, whoever was in charge of New Japan, and whoever was in charge of TNA, whoever was in charge of Beyond Wrestling, whoever was in charge of Ring of Honor, you know. It'd be a bit like all of them getting together, and then Michael Cole being in the toilets overhearing them talk about how they want to kill Vince, or how they want to kill Triple H now, or something, right? Like that's where wrestling was in the 1980s. Like, they felt very threatened by what WWE were doing, and rightfully so, because they all went out of business and WWE is still here, so they were right to feel threatened. So I think what came after Vince taking over the company, I don't know that there is a bigger example than that. But I don't know, butterfly effect, I don't know if that counts as a butterfly effect. I believe butterfly effects to be repercussions of an event. Well, if Vince taking over is the event, the repercussions were what we just spoke about, so I'd go with that. Richard said, the SummerSlam card, I think we will get. Do you agree? Cody Solo? Yes. Drew Punk? Yes. Howdy Gable? Not sure. Usos? Tongans? Maybe. That's not a bad shout, actually. That's not a bad shout. I think Howdy Chad, I'm just not sure about, because it's a good chance that we do get it. But the reason why I'm not sure about it is because I could see Howdy actually taking the step back. I think Uncle Howdy might want to actually showcase, because he's come back for a reason. He's come back for a purpose. That reason and that purpose is to help those that have been overlooked. It's to help those that have been pushed to the side. It's to help those that are undervalued. And so he's come back as a way of trying to help them. So for him to now be the guy that wrestles at SummerSlam, he's kind of saying to all of those people, you stand there, you watch me, I'm going to do this match. I feel like it would make more sense for us to do Rowan, Gacy, and Loomis and Nikki against Chad, the Creeds, and Ivy. Because that way, what that is that's Howdy going, here you go. Here's the spotlight that you was denied. Here's the platform that you always wanted to be on but could never get onto it. Here you go. And that makes more sense to me than it being a case of Howdy just going, I've got this, guys. You stand there, I've got this. So they absolutely could go that way. And I think Uncle Howdy wrestling is something that people do want to see, of course. But I wouldn't be surprised if... I really hope they keep in mind the story of why we're doing this and what's happening and why we're doing it. Because for me, it makes a lot more sense to push the group rather than push the individual. Certainly when we've been doing all this, do you think you're special? And you've got Bo saying, I am nobody. I am all of us. And I kind of feel like it's all to do with the group, and it's all to do with unity, and it's all to do with underprivilege, if you will, and unappreciated. So I would like to see the group. So that's the only reason why I go, not sure about Howdy Chads, but they could go that way. I mean, it could go that way. I do like Usos Tongans. Can we get Jimmy and Jay back together within the next 4 weeks? I mean, we could. There's not a problem there. We absolutely could. But I feel like Jay is winning the briefcase. I don't know if we're going to immediately then put him into that Bloodline story. I feel like Jay will be in by the time we get to Survivor Series, so we can do Bloodline versus Bloodline. And I'm sure he will be in before that as well. But is he going to be in for SummerSlam and then stay in all the way up to Survivor Series? Like, that's a long time. That's August through to November. That's all of August. I think it's at the end of November as well. So you'd count November, August, September, October. That's 4 months. 4 months that Jay would be in that feud. He could step away, I suppose, but that's the only reason I'm like, ooh, I wasn't expecting it to be that soon. But I do like that. I can see it happening. Usos get Tongans, that'd be a lot of fun. Jimmy returning for E60 on AJ Lee. Wyatt 6 will ruin Chad's chance, says Dallas Cowboys fan. But was it Lex Luger? He has a history of turning up at shopping. It was Lex Luger. That's right. This was a reverberation of the first WCW Nitro. My show Alt said, Days, how many returns do we think we get? How many returns do we think we get? I think we get... that's tricky. Because I do think we get Jimmy. I do think we get Punk. Wyatt's wouldn't count as a return. But I do expect them as well. I think that's what I'm looking for. I think that's what I'm expecting. Right now, I'm expecting them. I'm not expecting Roman. I'm not expecting Alexa. I'm not expecting Hikuleo, although we could get him, but I'm not expecting him. I think Jimmy might even the numbers, and then the Bloodline have to go and increase their numbers, the Bloodline 2.0, and I think they could end up doing that by getting Hikuleo. So I feel like Hikuleo coming in would probably be a step too soon. So I think Jimmy coming back to make it 4-on-4. I'm going to go with that. So Jimmy, CM Punk, or AJ Lee. If it's AJ Lee, that would be, a moment of the year. If that's AJ Lee, that is going to be absolutely incredible. But I'm thinking Punk's probably more likely. And Wyatt 6. Obviously, I think we're all expecting Wyatt 6. Wyatt 6. Right, so Sean Wells, shout out to you, my friends. Ron Winarski, shout out to you, sir. Alex Bloomfield, shout out to you. Daniel Jewell, appreciate it, my friend. Shout out to you. And Mark Firefly Forever, shout out to you as well. We are going to be doing, after this, an opinions video. So I did one. I recorded it. Actually, I missed part of the England game so that I could record the opinions video for SmackDown. I would totally understand if you never saw it. It went up on the second channel. I didn't even get a chance to do a thumbnail. So I literally just uploaded it and then ran back to the England game. So, but I did it, right? That's up. I do want to do opinion videos after Raw, and I'm really trying to get them after SmackDown. SmackDown's a little bit tricky because obviously some of these shows can start a little early. Like we've started pretty early, all things considered. If you think we normally start at like 11 and it's like 3 hours earlier today. So it's, you know, it does kind of interrupt with things a little bit. But either way, we did it. We got it up. It's on the channel. So I tried to do opinions after Raw. I tried to do opinions after SmackDown. We're definitely doing opinions after Money in the Bank. And I want your opinions, right? I will get your opinions and we will put them onto the second channel. And obviously tomorrow we've got NXT Heatwave. So we'll be doing a live stream for that on this channel. And then I'll be getting your opinions after that show as well, and then opinions after Raw, and on we go. So if you're not following that second channel, I would say, and you're someone that enjoys this channel, I would say give it a little look, because we do all the voting over there for the shows, and we do all the opinions over there. I should call it like Wrestling Days Opinions, shouldn't I, or something like that? Or I think Clips is just completely the wrong name. My original idea for that channel was to take clips from these live streams and just put them over there. That's why I called it that. But that's just not how we use it, so we'll change it. But yeah, we've got loads of stuff coming up on this channel. Obviously, we've got the Money in the Bank tonight. We've got NXT Heatwave tomorrow. We've got Raw on Monday. We've got NXT on Tuesday. We do NXT every Tuesday. So we've got all of that coming up on this channel, and of course Unscenes. On the other channel, we will have, of course, we will have opinions, like we just said. So loads of content coming up this weekend. The Beach Kevin, hello my friend, hope you're well. Said Days, when was the last time we had a title change on a Go Home show? Did we see history being made? That's a good question. I actually don't know. I feel like recently, since Triple H took over, we've been doing this more. Traditionally, you wouldn't get title changes on Go Home shows, because traditionally the Go Home, everything was put into the pay-per-views. You see, things really changed like 10 years ago when the network came along, because before that we were trying to sell pay-per-view. So you would build, I mean, the model was very easy. You would build up towards a big title match, and then you would put that title match onto the pay-per-view. Whereas 10 years ago, you know, it stopped being pay-per-view because the network was born, and the network arrived in 2014. So what happened then was, all of a sudden, it wasn't about so much build into a pay-per-view. It was about, can we get people subscribed? Can we get people subscribed? And so as long as people were subscribed to the network, job done, right? You didn't have to worry to have people subscribed so much. As long as they were already subscribed, you wasn't having to try and sell that £50 pay-per-view or that $50 pay-per-view. It was just $9.99 a month. So it sort of changed quite a bit. So you started to find a little bit more, you started to find, I don't think it's unfair that the pay-per-views, they weren't as epic. They weren't as big as they had been before, because before they had to put on a show that you would be willing to spend $50 on, whereas now it's only $9.99 a month. So you know, a lot of people were subscribed because they wanted the back catalog. They wanted, like, you know, to watch the pay-per-views, and they wanted to watch NXT. And there was a few reasons why they were subscribed. It wasn't that big, oh man, we've got to give them everything at the pay-per-view to get $50 out of them. So I would say that it really changed 10 years ago, and then it changed again. Because then, of course, we went to Peacock, and when we went to Peacock, we've already got the money. Imagine, I mean, it's so mental to think about, isn't it? That now you don't have to worry at all about selling a pay-per-view. Go back 10 years ago when every pay-per-view was like $50, right? And you really had to work hard to convince people to buy them. Now, we've been given all of that money up front. Peacock have paid $1 billion, $1 billion for 10 years. So 10 years worth of pay-per-views have already been bought. They're all bought. I mean, of course, WWE wants to do the best job that it can do because it wants as many people tuning in as possible, and it wants to be popular, and it wants to grow, and so it still wants people attention. But it doesn't matter now if the title match is on the pay-per-view or if it's on the go-home show. It doesn't matter. Whereas before it did, because we were trying to sell pay-per-views. So now what we're seeing, certainly under the Triple H regime, and certainly since Peacock came along, we're starting to see more title matches, Intercontinental, United States, tag team title matches. We're starting to see them happen a lot more on go-home shows. So what I would say is I can't think of an example off the top of my head. I doubt that was the first time that a title changed hands on a go-home show, because I feel like over the past 10 years in particular, a go-home show has very much changed from what a go-home show was before that. And I think you actually now do see quite a few examples of title matches being on go-home shows, and the reasons why we just spoke, that those are the reasons why. That's why you end up getting like that change. That's why you get matches happening now on go-home shows. So yeah, good question. But I would imagine that we have seen a title change before, and those would be the reasons why. So for Beach Kevin, shout out to you. Richard said, who have we got as Money in the Bank winners tonight? Well, personally, I've got Tiffany and I've got Jay or Sami Zayn. Jay is my pick for people that are in the match. Sami is my pick for someone that's not in the match. And that might sound pretty crazy. Why have you chose someone that's not in the match? But I do think there's a chance. I don't know how big of a chance, but I do think there's a chance that we could find a way of getting him in the match. And the reason why I say that is because if he loses to Bron and is cheated in some way, maybe his shoulder was up and he goes to complain, you know, perhaps he had his foot on the rope and the referee didn't see. Perhaps his shoulder was up and the referee didn't see. You know, he could complain about the fact that, you know, I never lost that title, I've been robbed. And Adam Pearce can be like, well, hang on, I think I've got a solution here. I can do something for you. If Chad's already been attacked and there's a vacancy, and Adam Pearce has got to figure out who do I put in this match now, and you've got Sami saying that he was screwed in the Intercontinental title match. We're in Canada, right? We're in Canada. It doesn't take a genius to go, oh yeah, well, we could put that person in that match, couldn't we? So I do think there's a way that we can do that if we want to do that. If Triple H wants to go down that road and he wants to put Sami in and he wants to have Sami win that Money in the Bank, there is a way of doing it, even though he's not in the match. So I've gone with Jay as the winner. If the match just goes with the people that are in it, if Sami gets inserted, he becomes my new favorite. So I've kind of gone with two there, but I've gone Tiffany on the other one. I feel good that Tiffany could emerge victorious. Richard K said the SummerSlam card I think we get, and do you agree? Cody Solo for the belt, Drew Punk, Howdy Gable, Usos, Tongans. So we touched on that. I'm there or thereabouts, but I thought it did result in a pretty fun conversation about Howdy and the group dynamic. So that was a good question. Carlin 1985 Gareth, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. So supportive. Carlin 1985 Gareth. I mean, honestly, when it comes to these big shows, just always showing love to the channel, and it is so appreciated. The support is so appreciated, dudes. Says, have a great stream tonight, Days. Come on, England. Oh, mate, I'm a flipping mess. I mean, honestly, to be honest with you, I was a mess after it had happened. I was actually fine during it. I always think if a football match goes to penalties, you've already lost. That's how I look at it. You had 120 minutes to win that game. You had 2 hours of actual football to beat your opponent, and you couldn't do it in 2 hours. Well, you have to draw a line at some point. You have to go, okay, we could be playing all night here, and you're not going to flip and win, are you? So the way that football sorts it is we go to a penalty shootout. And I just think if you've gone that far and you've not been able to beat your opponent, if you go out, you deserve to go out. I think I feel a lot better thinking about penalties that way. Before, I used to think penalties were really harsh and they were really unfair. And I was like, oh, it's such a cruel way to go out. But I just sort of changed the way that I thought about penalties. And I was like, actually, no. You've had 2 hours to beat your opponent and you ain't done it. 2 hours to beat your opponent and you've not found a way. And if you're England, who went in as one of the favourites for the tournament, you know, you should be able to get past a Switzerland, really. You should be able to beat a Switzerland. It's no disrespect to them, but the FIFA World Rankings would say that England are supposedly the better team, right? The bookmakers would say that England are supposedly the better team. So if you can't beat Switzerland after 2 hours, then, and if you go out on penalties, it ain't unfortunate. It ain't cruel. It's deserved. So I feel a lot better looking at penalties that way. That's made me feel better, actually. So I wasn't that nervous. I really was watching them going, well, if we go out, we deserve to go out. That's how I was with watching them. But it's funny, since we've now gone through, now I think all the nerves have come in and like everything's hit me more now. And I'm like, oh my God, that was close. Oh my God, I can't believe we're... So we get to play again on Wednesday in the semi-final. So if we win that, we're into the final. England have only ever been in 2 finals in their history. That was 1966 at the World Cup and 2021 at the Euros, the last Euros. Those are the only 2 finals England have ever reached, and they've only ever won 1 tournament. And that was back in 1966. Never in my life have I ever seen England win a major trophy. A lot of people in this country have never seen England win a major trophy. It would be, I mean, it would go off. It would go off. It would go off. It would be, this island would flipping literally bounce if England was to win this flipping tournament. So, yeah, to say that the excitement is ramping up over here is, I would say, an understatement. All the pubs are packed out. There's people flipping dancing in the streets. Like, and it's only going to keep getting louder as we get towards Wednesday. So, yeah, Carlin 1985 Gareth, I hope you enjoyed it, my friends. I mean, I don't know if enjoyed is the right words. It seemed tense. I had to step away to record that SmackDown Opinions video, and I honestly didn't mind stepping away because it was tense. It was nervy. England did enough to get through. I don't think that they robbed it, but oh my God, please find a way of getting through easier. Please let that be the only penalty shootout we have to suffer this time. Do you know what I mean? Come on. So yeah, really appreciate the support, dudes. Ryan said, Days, I think we should have the Wyatt 6 attack chat tonight, and then we should have another attack on Randy, then do a promo on Raw to explain why. The only downside with that, Bird, for me would be, I feel like the Wyatt 6 are, I think I get the group, I get what they're about. As I said earlier, they're about that line. I mean, I cannot forget it. If there was one thing in the Nightbird QR code campaign that I think everyone should really have paid attention to, it's not the fun pictures, it's not the fun words puzzles, it's not the video clips, it's not the therapy sessions. It was the article that went up on WWE.com about that flipping currency. He said, if you've got a piece of currency, if you've got a $5 bill and you screw it up and chuck it to the side, does it lose its value? Of course it doesn't. And that's exactly what this group is about. These are a load of people that are valuable, but were underutilized, underappreciated, discarded, chucked to the side. That to me is just the perfect way of explaining what this group is all about. So them going after Randy doesn't make much sense, because who is Randy holding down? Who is Randy holding back? I understand the fact of the history with Bray, but this is not a group that seems to be about revenge. This isn't a group that's righting the wrongs of Bray. This isn't a group that's looking for those fights. This is a group that's got a different purpose, and that purpose is to, like, you know, pick up those that are being left behind, those people that are sat in catering that are not getting an opportunity. This group is here for them. And I think that this is kind of why this is why they've gone after Chad, because look how he's been treating Otis, look how he's been treating Maxine, look how he's been treating Akira Tozawa. That's why they've gone after Chad. So it's people that are doing that is going to be the target. So I would just question why we had now changed our mission, and now why we had gone after someone like Randy. That would be a question. The other question I would have is, how does it make sense when Randy is a face at the moment? Randy is someone that's a face and that the fans love. So the Wyatt Six going after Randy means that a load of fans now are going to be forced to choose. Are you going to cheer Randy, and are you going to stick with Randy, or are you going to support the Wyatt Six? And I don't think that's a choice that we should make people make. Why do we want people to have to choose between supporting Randy or supporting the Wyatt Six? Now, if you turn Randy heel, all of that goes away, doesn't it? Because if you turn Randy heel and he's laying into the crowds, calling them like fickle or whatever, right? Saying that their local sports team's trash, blah, 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 blah. And the fans are booing him. Well, then there's not a choice to be made, is there? You don't need to make a choice, because it's quite obvious you support the Wyatt Six. You go with the Wyatt Six. So there'd be a couple of big questions I would have if they did go after Randy Orton. I would definitely have them go after Chad's. I don't mind them going after someone like the Judgment Day. I wouldn't hate on that. But Chad definitely feels like the direction, doesn't it? So until Randy turns heel, I'm not sure that I would have them go that way personally. But who knows? You might be able to make a very good argument as to why Randy would make sense right now. I mean, he makes sense long term. I can totally understand if he turns heel, and what with the history he had with Bray, him being a target would totally make sense. But I just don't, it doesn't feel like it's the right time. And as we said, their MO, their mission objective, it's not revenge for Bray. That's not showing itself anywhere in the QR codes, or it doesn't seem to be a motivator. So at the moment, it's about picking up those that have been left behind. No man left behind. So I'd have some questions about that, but I agree with you on Chad, and I agree with you that they should go after Randy when the time is right. I don't know when the time will be right, but I mean, I think that Randy and Cody is an excellent feud. So I think Randy should turn heel. I think he should turn heel. I think we should do Randy Cody, and I think when he is heel, we can then go down the road of doing him and the Wyatt Six. Planet Dan ASMR said, breaking news, WWE presents Bad Blood is set for October 5th, 2024 in Atlanta, Georgia. Oh, really? Have they made an announcement, have they? Bad Bloods. There we go. We're going to have Taylor Swift singing the song. Has that actually been announced today, is it? Just having to scroll down 5 hours ago. Maybe it's been announced, but they've not put it on their socials, because there's nothing on their X account about it. It's just Triple H arriving. And we've got Chelsea Green. What's going on here with Chelsea?
Here's a little sneak peek of my gear. Is it giving the Queen of Canada, Trish Stratus?
Oh, that's interesting. Let me see if I can show it. She's giving a sneak peek of her gear. Here we go, look.
Here's a little sneak peek of my gear. Is it giving the Queen of Canada, Trish Stratus? Here's a little sneak peek of my gear.
Thank you.
Is it giving the Queen of Canada, Trish Stratus?
No. This was Triple H as well, by the way.
Exciting night. Money in the Bank is a great PLA for WWE, I think, because it changes the trajectory of a lot of things.
That's true.
So as you're getting ready to head into SummerSlam, but you know, once somebody has that Money in the Bank briefcase, it sort of changes the dynamic, because the chase begins, and you always have to, if you're a champion, you always have to be looking over your shoulder.
Here we go.
So it'll be a big night. We got a lot of great talent in there. I think very difficult to call. I think all the matches tonight will deliver, and then some. We got a few surprises in the tank, so it's going to be a fun night.
We got a few surprises in the tank. There we go. So there's gonna be a tank. So there we go. Triple H arriving. It's a bit of an effort to listen to him talk, isn't it? It's like, and he seems tired, to be honest. He should have a nap. He needs to have a little nap, doesn't he? So that he could, I mean, that's pretty much like how I do my videos, in all fairness. I feel like that 50 seconds could have been about 30. And to be honest, a lot of my hour-long streams probably could be done in 10 minutes. So I do sympathize with him, but he does seem a little tired. E. Wilkie said, check Triple H's Twitter. Oh my God. Has he tweeted anything else? This October, prepare to witness a classic. Okay, so this is the Bad Blood thing. Is this the trailer? I don't want to.
Just gonna sit here in this broke down car.
Okay. Oh, that's pretty fun. I don't know who Metro Boomin is, but Metro Boomin's in a car with Cody. October 5th. Who the hell's Metro Boomin? I do like them, though. I do like boomers. So, we've got Bad Bloods, Saturday, October 5th. There we go. And it's going to be in Atlanta, Georgia. So, if you're in Atlanta, Georgia, get excited, because it's time for Bad Blood. And we're going to have Metro Boomers. Metro Boomers are going to be there. Let's go. Metro Boomers is a producer and rapper, says Danny. Thank you, Danny. But it's my favorite. I've been a massive fan of Retro Boomers. I love Retro Boomers. My favorite. Wrestle with Andy said, Days, when do we think we get a cash-in if Jay wins? Will it be involved in the Bloodline story? Many solo Cody. Well, I don't think he would do that to Cody. I mean, that would be a bad move, wouldn't it, for Jay? Jay's got this amazing crowd support, and imagine he just throws it all away by cashing in on Cody, who the people love. I mean, I know the people are maybe not going doolally about Cody at the moment, but they still love him. In their hearts, you know, they still don't want to see him getting screwed. All those kids that dressed up as him are still on board. So that would be a bad move to cash in during Cody, or cash in on Cody. Surely he cashes in on the belt Damien's got. I mean, if Damien loses it, he's probably losing it to Gunther. And I think it would be a great way of getting that belt off Gunther. Because Gunther is someone that I think could have that belt, carry that belt with prestige, and, you know, just like we saw with the Intercontinental, who's going to get that belt off Gunther? Who's going to manage to beat Gunther for that title? I mean, if Gunther's got it, hopefully Sammy will get a shot, but I think Sammy would lose. because I think they've already got the backstory of Sammy beating Gunther at WrestleMania. So obviously Sammy would go in with a real chance, but I think he would lose. I think Sammy would lose this time with the world title on the line. So if Jay's got the briefcase, Jay just cashes him. And that's how you get the belt off Gunther. You have Jay, who I believe has lost to Gunther twice now, get the title off. That then means you can do Jay Gunther rematch. Maybe you do that at WrestleMania. Jay versus Gunther at WrestleMania. And Jay going in as champion. Gunther trying to get the title back that he never really should have lost. And I think Jay would be successful this time. Jay would beat Gunther. And so that's that done then. So I've got it all planned out, guys. That's it. It's done. That's how it's going down. I'm sorry. I've spoiled the next 6 months, 7 months, 8 months of WWE. But yeah, I mean, look, that's a direction it could go. It might not go that way, but that's a direction that it could go. But I wouldn't expect him to cash in on Cody. That would not be a good move, in my opinion. I would not advise him for that. Ryan said, if both men's and women's Money in the Banks are heel, then do we think the Wyatt Six should interfere with both the cash-ins? If Drew wins and Chelsea wins, do we think that would be a good thing, says Ryan. Okay, let's explore this. So if Chelsea wins, why... No, I don't think it's just about going after heels for the sake of it. It's about how they get the briefcases. So I don't think the Wyatt Six are just going after heels. They've got to be holding others back. They've got to be holding others down. They've got to be in some way preventing others from getting opportunity and, you know, stopping others like what Chad's doing. So if Chelsea wins, how would she have done that? Maybe if she goes around mistreating people, maybe if she goes around being her Chelsea Green self, you know, being disrespectful, being a diva, she may get paid a visit by Nikki Cross if she does keep doing that. I do agree with that. Anything that belittles others, anything that kind of puts others down, then yeah, we could definitely see Nikki's presence. Drew, I mean, I don't know that Drew's a real interesting one, because Drew, I don't know that he's holding other people down. He's just looking at this from a very bitter perspective, isn't he? I mean, it's a very interesting story they're telling with Drew. He gloated in CM Punk's face and it cost him. So then that made him more angry. And then, of course, he ended up going into a match to try and win an opportunity to get into a title match. And he lost that because of CM Punk. So he does genuinely have a CM Punk problem. Then he got into Clash at the Castle, into the main event in Scotland, and ended up getting screwed again by CM Punk. Now, I know what Punk's saying is like, all the social media stuff that Drew's been doing, all the shots and all the verbal shots, you know, Drew has been taking those shots. But you can sort of understand why. You can understand why Drew does that. This is a very personal thing between Drew and CM Punk, and they just keep firing each other up and going to another level, another level, another level. They're just irritating each other so that things are getting more and more out of control. So it's not that Drew is necessarily belittling other people. He's got a CM Punk problem, to be honest. So I don't know quite how you fit the Wyatt Six into Drew. And that, I mean, you can easily do it, because as soon as Drew starts belittling people and holding others down, and maybe having a match where he beats them and he beats them up afterwards, but that's not really what Drew's been doing, to be honest. Drew and CM Punk just hate each other, and that has just fueled that feud. So I would say I struggle to see the Wyatt Six getting involved with Drew at the moment, because that him and CM Punk just feels like they're in their own flipping worlds. They just hate each other so much that they just can't get out of each other's way. and they're just giving each other all this attention. So Wyatt Six just don't seem to fit into that, or even need to get involved in that. Chelsea, she's not really involved with anyone, certainly not in a Drew CM Punk way. And she is someone that's very, do you know what I mean? I'm the best. You do this for me. You refer to me as this, blah, 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 right? So I think Chelsea is someone that you could easily have belittle others if she's got the briefcase. You know, she is that sort of Karen that's very entitled. And I think that could end up with her getting onto Nikki Cross's radar. But I don't know. I mean, it's a direction you could go. Would you want to go in that direction, though? I don't know. I feel like with the Wyatt Six, there's, you know, you can pretty much have them go after anyone, but you've got to give them the right reason to go after that person. So if you want them to go after the Money in the Bank holders, you can do it. I would say if you want them to go after them, though, you've got to make it so that they are belittling, they are devaluing, they are, do you know what I mean, really pushing other people around, pushing them to the side, holding them down. That to me is what the Wyatt Six, that's who they stand up for. They're kind of anti-bullies, aren't they, really? Anti-bullies. If you're going around bullying people, they're going to stand up for the bullied. So that's how I've read the group anyway. That's kind of where I am with them. So anyone, any heel can kind of fit into that, but you've got to set the table, haven't you? You've got to put them in that position. So I don't know necessarily we have them go after heels that have got Money in the Bank just for the sake of it. We've got to give reasons as to why we would go that way. So I say it feels like Chad first. I think you can then do something with Judgment Day. I don't know that the reasons are quite there with Judgment Day at the moment, but you can, again, find reasons. I do think they need to go after a faction. I do think they need to stay focused and stay together in these early stages. I think eventually they'll branch off and go after their own targets, but I feel like whilst we're still learning about the group, it probably makes sense to keep them together. So going after Chad and Creeds and Ivy Nile, that could be the first feud. Then I think we need another faction to kind of keep the group together, and at the moment on Raw, Judgment Day would feel the most likely. So, you know, maybe go that way. It could be Final Testament. Could be Final Testament, but we just haven't really seen much out of Final Testament. So, you know, Final Testament or Judgment Day, whatever. Eventually they break off and they'll go in their own directions as we know more about the group. And maybe then we start seeing Nikki go after Chelsea Green. I mean, we just don't know how long these people are going to carry Money in the Bank for, do we? It depends how long they have it for. But Ryan, shout out to you, my friend. Some good thoughts there. Some good thoughts. I think we've got some really good comments coming in where we're really kind of digging into some stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I think one of the most exciting things about Money in the Bank is the fact that this, what Triple H just said there, this really does change the landscape. This is not a show, a B show where, you know, whatever. You know, this is a show where it is going to have long-term repercussions. Like, two people are going to get Money in the Bank. And, okay, they both may fail, but they both may succeed. Success is more likely than failure when it comes to cashing in. So, you know, whoever wins this, we could be looking at new future world champions. And it could be someone like LA Knight. It could be someone like Andrade. It could be someone like Lyra Valkyria. It could be Chelsea Green. Like, it could be, I love it because it takes people from the mid card and really elevates them, right? I love Money in the Bank for that. I think that it does a better job than the Rumble, actually. I don't know why, but if you look at the Royal Rumble, it's not often that mid-carders win the Royal Rumble. Normally, if you win the Royal Rumble, the prize is so big. You know, the prize is not only do you get a title match, but you get it at WrestleMania. Like, if you're WWE, you can't really afford to put a mid-carder in the main event of WrestleMania if you don't really, really believe in them. But the difference with Money in the Bank is you get the title match, but it's any time. It's not WrestleMania. It can be, but it's at any point they choose. So it means that you can take more of a chance on a mid-carder. Because in all fairness, they could cash in and lose. Right? And you haven't got to promote them for WrestleMania. So I prefer Money in the Bank, actually, for that. I mean, the Rumbles are a better watch. But I think the end result of a Rumble is you're normally going to end up with a big name winning for that reason. But with Money in the Bank, I don't think it's as good as the Rumble. But I do think it helps elevate mid-card talent a lot better. Because with a Rumble, as we said, the prize is too big. It's too big. You not only get a title match, but you get it at WrestleMania. That means the company has to promote you in the build to WrestleMania. That's a big investment if they're not sure about you. I feel with Money in the Bank, you can take more chances. You could take a chance on someone. If you think, I think Chelsea's got something, you know. Should we give her Money in the Bank and see how the crowd reacts? That way you can put it on her and, you know, if it's working, brilliant. If it's not, she can fail the cash in. No harm done. You haven't got a promoter for WrestleMania. So I think tonight is going to be a big night, hopefully, for elevating some mid-carders. Some people that really do not get opportunities at the world titles. This is why I so don't want it to be Drew. I just think Drew gets so many opportunities at a world title. You know, he had one at WrestleMania. He had one at Clash at the Castle. He's sure to be facing CM Punk at SummerSlam in a high-profile match. A match which, quite honestly, could headline SummerSlam. I mean, you could close Drew and Punk with the build that it's had. Could headline SummerSlam. I don't think it will. I think they'll go with Cody, but it could. CM Punk's first singles match back since what, 2014? 10 years, over 10 years. CM Punk, one of the biggest stars, one of the biggest names, his first singles match back, and it's against Drew, and we've built this feud for like 8 months. I mean, Drew doesn't need Money in the Bank. He's a high-profile main event talent as it is. I'd much prefer it go on to someone that's going to get elevated, you know? MJF promo tonight. Can't wait for a devil speech. MJF promo. Oh, Collision. More like 20. Money in the Bank will start at midnight in the UK, says Cal. Cal, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Red said, I've got a question. Why did they decide before Money in the Bank to have a new tag team? What, new tag team champs? Do you mean new tag team champs? We were talking about this earlier. Like, everything changed really with Peacock and the network. Now, not everything has to go onto the show. It's because we've got all the money. We've got the money from Peacock, so we don't need the pay-per-views to be this big, massive focus like they used to be. We still need to sell tickets. So, of course, we still need a big show, and we still want people to tune in. It's not like we just don't care about them at all. So, but it's not like every title match has to go onto them anymore. It's not like it's not like everything goes on there. You know, we don't do the Andre Battle Royal on it anymore. That's on the Go Home show. We've done like Intercontinental, United States, Tag Team Championship matches all on Go Home shows. So they've, you know, this is a match that would have took place if there was no Peacock or no network and we were trying to sell Money in the Bank. They would have put the tag team match on Money in the Bank. I've no doubt about that. But because of all the things that we've said, they don't need to. So actually what you can do is chuck some onto SmackDown. See it more now as Money in the Bank weekend. Look at it that way. Start looking at it as a weekend, because in all fairness, the same building that we used last night for SmackDown, that's the same building that we're using tonight for Money in the Bank. And we're using, I believe, that same building tomorrow, are we, for NXT Heatwave? So we are there for 3 nights, and it's probably wise to look at it as a weekend rather than just a show now. Certainly, if you think about the fact that WrestleMania has gone to 2 days, SummerSlam is going to go to 2 days. I don't think any of us would be shocked if Royal Rumble ends up going to 2 days, right? They are treating it as Saturday, Sunday. the go home, the fallout. It's a weekend, right? So now, like, if you look at it that way, it doesn't seem as strange that they put a title match on the Friday night, because it gives them the spotlight and it gives them like a whole night of people talking about them. You know, if they'd have won those titles tonight, where in the news would they have gone? They wouldn't be at the top. They wouldn't be the top story. They wouldn't be the most spoke about thing, because whoever wins Money in the Bank will be spoke about more. If CM Punk attacks Drew, that'll be spoke about more. If the Wyatt Six attack Chad, that'll be spoke about more. So all of a sudden, you know, DIY start falling further down the conversation. Whereas now, this way, you put a big moment onto SmackDown, which helps SmackDown. You have them really spoken about higher up the list. I mean, since SmackDown, I would say they've been the conversation, or at least part of it. Solo's promo has been part of this conversation as well. But, you know, they're right up there, aren't they, in the conversation? They're not kind of hidden in the list of what people are talking about. So it makes sense to me as to why you would do that. Why you would put a championship match on a go-home show and have them be a big focus. It helps them. It helps their star power. It helps them trend. They're a big part of the conversation. And then we can move on now to whatever's going to go down tonight. Make SmackDown a bigger show. Makes it a big weekend. Lovely. Tick, 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 tick. So, and why did they change over? I think DIY are always a team that people have looked at as being champions. You're talking about, if you're going to do a Mount Rushmore for NXT, I think that you are putting Johnny and Tommaso on the Mount Rushmore. I would put both of them onto Mount Rushmore of NXT. I think NXT has had some amazing talent go through those doors, but one of the biggest feuds we ever got was Johnny against Tommaso. One of the best tag teams we ever got was DIY. Some of the biggest moments we ever had featured Johnny and featured Tommaso in their own rights. And to be honest with you, I think some of the highest rated matches that NXT has ever had have featured Johnny Gargano. You know, he was someone that was getting 5 stars from Meltzer, and I know no one cares, but Meltzer is just a guide as to how people feel, right? So if he's giving it 5 stars, I mean, that's a better way of looking at it. If Dave Meltzer, who doesn't really appreciate the WWE style of wrestling, is going to give someone in WWE 5 stars, it's a pretty good chance that people that do like WWE are probably also freaking out about these matches, right? So that's probably the better way of looking at it. But he gave Johnny, like, I think it was like 3 or 4 5-star matches down in NXT. Like his matches with Adam Cole, his matches with Andrade, his matches with Tommaso Ciampa. Like he was picking up these great 5-star scores. So for me, Johnny has sort of ticked every box, and the longevity that they were there as well. They weren't there 6 months or a year. They were there years and years and years. You know, they were mainstays. They really were. So for me, I really do look at these two as being about as big as it gets when it comes to talent that has come out of NXT. Just because we haven't really got going with them on the main roster or found a way of getting going doesn't mean that they're going to bomb, they're going to fail. This is why I think last night was a big moment for them. I think DIY are here to make a splash now. I think that was a great match. It got a great score. People seem to really enjoy it. So tick, we're off to the races with Johnny and Tommaso. And we know there's a story with Austin Theory and Grayson Waller splitting. Like, it's quite clear that they're going to be going in different directions soon. So maybe even a match, maybe even at SummerSlam. So lots of reasons as to why we got that championship match. Lots of reasons why it went the way that it went. AKF said Bad Blood has been confirmed to return to the PLE schedule on October 5th in Georgia. AKF, shout out to you. Jericho liked a transphobic post on Instagram. Mystical Wolf, shout out to you. Connor, hello, said, did you see the Wyatt Six showing up in Bloodline versus Cody Orton Owens match? They could start attacking Bloodline, Orton, Owens, Rhodes. I don't see that, no. I don't see that, because I don't see why they would want to go after Cody. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know why they'd go after Kevin Owens. Orton, I understand the history, but we just touched on that. I don't think that's what this group's about. If you followed the QR codes, there was nothing in there about revenge. There was nothing in there about righting wrongs of the past or none of that. The purpose is very clear. It's about, you know, helping those that are being left behind, that are being forgotten, that are being downtrodden. This is why the group is made up of the people that it's made up of. So for me, I can't see any reason right now as to why we would go after the faces. Bloodline, I mean, yeah, they're heels. They've definitely throughout their time held people down, held people back, cheated and all that stuff. But this feels like a very different bloodline. This isn't really the bloodline that did all of that. The bloodline that did all of that was like Jimmy and Roman and Solo. So you could go after Solo, but for me, it feels like Solo and Cody are heading towards a match at SummerSlam. So I feel like we're getting that. I feel like Roman's going to be coming back soon. I feel like the Wyatt Six just don't fit into that picture. I think the Wyatt Six will face off with Solo's bloodline at some point. I just can't see it being this side of SummerSlam because I think it's going to be Cody Solo in that main event. I mean, I think Solo has laid it out for you last night. A lot of people said that promo was boring. I didn't think it was because it was short. And I thought that what he said, I felt revealed where we were going. He said, I'm coming for that title. So he's made it very clear he's coming for Cody's belt. Well, he can't do that tonight because he's not in a title match. So that means we must be getting a title match. Solo has said, I want that belt. I'm the new tribal chief. So that must mean that he's going after Cody. And that must mean SummerSlam, right? He also said, if Roman wants this, when he comes back, he's going to have to get it from me. Right? Shots fired, right? Roman Reigns was not man enough. He has already set the table as to putting Roman on the opposite side to himself. He is not towing the line anymore. He's not coming out with anything cryptic anymore. Now he's being very clear about where the land lies, about what the situation is. He wants that belt from Cody, and if Roman wants it, he's going to have to get it from him. So I think that means that we get Solo against Cody at SummerSlam. I think Roman returns at SummerSlam, and I think we end up then with a whole bloodline story. I don't see where the Wyatt Six fit into it at the moment, so I don't think that's the direction we're going in at the moment, but I do think Wyatt Six bloodline sure to cross paths at some point. Metal Mama said, imagine Shotzi riding in on a tank with AJ Lee and Larry on the back. AJ Lee, Shotzi, Larry. Metal Mama is very excited about all of that thought. So there we go. And maybe Lana and Rusev can be making love inside, just like they did before WrestleMania 31, even though they're not together. But it would be a really great way of making up. Ryan said, if we could book the Wyatt Six, who would we team up with the men at Survivor Series? Who would we book to face them with only today's superstars? What would, with the Six and Y? If we could book the Wyatt Six, who would team up with the men at Survivor Series? Who would we book to face them? Okay, hang on. So are we saying if we're doing a Survivor Series match with the guys of the Wyatt Six, who would we do? Well, you've got Howdy, you got 4. I mean, to be honest, when I was growing up, Survivor Series was 4. So I don't know that I would really look to add anyone because you've got Gacy, Rowan, Dexter, and Uncle Howdy. So you've already got 4. If you really want 5, you could get Braun Strowman. If you really want 5. So I would go and get Braun if we had to get to 5. But I would just keep it 4, to be honest. And then I'm thinking if we're doing Bloodline, I'm having to look to see who are they feuding with at that point. I mean, at this point, we're talking November. So I would have to think that the whole Chad thing will be done by that point. So who are they feuding with? I don't know. I mean, I would think that Judgment Day could be a target. Final Testament could be a target. I've said I would keep them going after factions at this early stage. I think we need to keep this group together so that we can present the group at the same time. So I wouldn't have them going off in different directions. Plus also, I think that helps, doesn't it, when it comes to Survivor Series? Because you don't really want like a hodgepodge of opponents. It makes sense if it's Wyatt 6 versus Judgment Day, Wyatt 6 versus Final Testament, you know, Wyatt 6 versus Legado del Fantasma, right? I think it should be Wyatt 6 against another faction. So with that thinking, I mean, if I say Judgment Day, I feel like that's going to write itself, isn't it? I mean, you'd be, what, Finn, Dom, JD, McDonough, Carly. It's a bit dull, isn't it, really? But it's, you know, I think, unfortunately, it's not about sometimes coming up with dream matches. It's about logically going where you need to go. And I think where we need to go is we do need to face factions. We do need to keep this group together. We do need to find out more about them, but we do need to get going with the in-ring. We do need... I mean, I think Wyatt 6 against Judgment Day could be a lot of fun. You know, Dominic absolutely bricking it. Liv, I would guess that Liv would be with them at that point. You know, I'd imagine that Damian Priest would be gone. I would imagine Rhea would be gone. And I'd imagine the female at that point will be Liv. So that means that Liv is going to have run-ins with Nikki. So Liv and Nikki could be fun. Dominic and JD being scared out of their wits could be fun. Carlito, I really don't know how he's going to react. Finn, I mean, could Finn be tempted to bring out the demon? Could we end up getting like Uncle Howdy against the demon? Could we go down those roads? Like, just because it might not sound like the most exciting thing doesn't mean that it can't be really fun still. It's just how you book it. So that, to me, I think you could get a lot of good stuff out of that. And, you know, again, if Finn is going to... we've done a lot of work to kind of get people to forget about the demon, unfortunately. I don't really know why we did that, because I thought the demon was brilliant. But if we could bring the demon out, bring out Finn's darkness, imagine the stories that we could create with that, you know? Uncle Howdy trying to get Finn's darkness out, wanting to see Finn's darkness. You know, he revels in it, apparently, when he sees it in Bo, right? And he was trying to get Bray to bring out his darkness, like, and revel in who he really was. So imagine him trying to goad Finn Balor into bringing out his darkness, of course, being the demon. I feel like that would be a story people would be quite engaged with, and there's a lot of meat on that bone. How does the demon interact with the Wyatts? How do all these darknesses interact with each other? And then, of course, you've just got Dominic and JD just absolutely shizzing themselves, right? And you've got... I don't know how Carlito would act. I feel like if I think I'd have Carlito just be a bit, like, nervous and just sort of, like, eat the apple. I don't know how to present... I wouldn't have him running away scared. I'd just have him sort of nervously, like... Them two can be freaking out. JD and Dom can be freaking out. But I think I'd have Carlito just sort of, like, eating the apple, slowly chewing and just staring as these two are like holding on to each other, just proper freaking out. Like maybe they're in a room and they can't get out and they're like clawing at the walls, and in the center you've just got Carlito just slowly eating this apple. I don't know why that's in my head, but that's what I'm picturing. And then, of course, you know, Finn Balor would be, I'm guessing, the default leader with Damian Priest removed. So yeah, I would go down something like that road, to be honest, and I'd have plenty of... That would probably be my blow-off to that match, unless we did, like, the Demon match after. I wouldn't have the Demon in the... It would look a bit strange, the Demon waiting to tag in. I think the Demon standing on the outside of the ring would be a strange visual, so I wouldn't have the Demon in that Survivor Series match, but I would maybe do a Demon match at some point. But I think do the Chad feud first... Maybe a little program with Final Testament. Maybe they have a few targets. I don't know when they would start the Judgment Day one, but, you know, if Survivor Series is more towards the end of that feud, you could have a good few months with that. No problem. So, yeah, something along those lines. It's not my dream match. I mean, I don't know what my dream match would be. It would probably have to involve Randy Orton because of the history, but just, I keep saying now, doesn't feel like the right time. So Randy would probably be the dream match, but you would want to build up Randy and have some people with Randy that have wronged Bray, because I think that would be like quite satisfying, to have like all these people that wronged Bray and have the Wyatt Six like go after them. Maybe the Wyatt Six could go after people that have wronged Bray in the past. Once they've, you know, gone through a few of these first feuds, maybe they can move on to going after, but they would have to be heels, right? I wouldn't have them go after him if they were faces, but if they wronged Bray in the past, I would have them go after like these heels that have wronged Bray, like Randy Orton, if he's a heel. And then maybe this group of targets get together, and then maybe we do Wyatt Six against, you know, these people that wronged Bray, and we can take it from there. So yeah, lots to kind of get our teeth into. It's a shame there's no big group really that I can think of that we would need to target. I think it's just a lot of individuals. Do you know, funnily enough, I did a video a while ago of, I need to revisit it, but I think it was like 5 targets that like a new group should go after. And obviously Randy was in that list. But you know, one of the other names that was in that list, Chad Gable. Chad Gable was in that video. And the reason why I put Chad Gable in the video was, and this was ages ago, but the reason why I included him is not because of what we're doing now. Did you know that Chad Gable was responsible for winning the tag titles away from the Wyatt family? It was actually American Alpha that beat, I can't remember if it was Harper and Randy, or if it was Bray and Matt Hardy. I can't remember which combination it was in that Bray world. It might have been Luke Harper and Randy Orton, when Randy was in the Wyatts for a little bit. But they won the tag belts, I think it was. And as a result of that, everything fell apart. So you could kind of pin back to Chad's, be a lovely little swerve to go back to Chad and go, it was that moment that ruined everything. It was that loss that changed everything for Bray. And Jason Jordan, Chad Gable, American Alpha, they're responsible for the downfall of that group, and for us going down the roads we ended up going down. So that's why Chad was someone that was in that video. Nothing to do with what he's doing now. I don't know that they'll reference that, and I don't know that that's part of the story that they want to tell, but just an interesting little side note, something they could lean on if they so wanted. So Ryan, shout out to you, my friends. 14-year Twitch said, should we be factoring in Brock Lesnar into the WWE Heavyweight Championship in the near future? Brackets Gunther. I don't think so. My thoughts on this are quite simple. WWE do not want bad press. They don't want bad PR. They let go Mandy Rose because she was starting to do more and more explicit pictures. And apparently they let go Mandy Rose because it's like, you either do that or you don't, and you stay with us. And she chose to do that, right? So thank you, goodbye, right? Mandy Rose was done. People got upset about it, but I agreed with WWE. I think WWE, as people, you know, don't want to believe, but they are a PG product. They're a PG product because, well, you've only got to see, haven't you? Every time they swear, the flipping screen goes to black on Fox. They can't get away with bad language, right? You can't be TV 14 or whatever and swearing your head off. But yet they keep censoring them, right? It's quite clear that the network currently does not want the bad language, right? So as a result, like they have to be a PG. They are operating within the confines of being a PG product. As well as that, even when they go to Netflix and they can do anything, I still don't expect it to massively change, because I think they want to reach as many sponsors as possible. You know, breakfast cereals, for example, stuff like that. They don't want to be associated with blood and bad language and all this kind of stuff, you know, sex and violence and all that kind of, that's not really the kind of wholesome vibe that they want to be associated with. So the more you lean into like, you know, going down that road of like bikinis and going down the road of like scantily clad women and swearing and violence and blood, the less and less sponsors you're going to be able to attract. You're going to be working from a much smaller pool of sponsors and advertisers. And to be honest, parents won't allow kids to watch it as well. You know, there will be parents out there going, no, you can't watch that. And it'll probably air later. And, you know, what does that mean for the relationship with Mattel? Because we know that Mattel sell a lot of figures to kids. Well, if kids are now going to be alienated from WWE because it's now TV 14 and parents out there don't want them to watch it, that's likely going to mean less sales on figures. That likely then means that WWE aren't going to get as much money from Mattel because Mattel aren't making as much. So for me, I just don't see how this changes. I don't see how they move away from PG, because I think that you'll see bad language increase a bit. But I don't know, is that all people are looking for? Are you just looking for the odd swear words? I mean, to me, it makes no difference whatsoever. I think there's moments where, like, you know, I mean, I think about The Rock in the rain whipping Cody and like swearing his head off. Like, to me, that was amazing. And that's one of the best moments of the year. But I don't want to keep doing that, because to me that was special. It was incredible, and I get why people would want more of it. But if you was to get that every week, it would soon become the new normal. Like, you would stop being shocked by it. It would carry less impact. It wouldn't have the same impact. Like, it's better to do those things once in a while. I completely agree with something Triple H said. Triple H said, I would rather watch a movie where there's one gunshot at the very end and it means everything, than watch a movie full of gunshots and it just doesn't mean anything. People just firing guns for the sake of it, and I just don't care. I'd rather watch a movie where it builds up to this one gunshot meaning everything. And that's Triple H's mentality, and I completely agree with him. I agree. It might not be the exciting answer, but it is the satisfying answer. It's what I think will result in better quality. So I agree with Triple H on that. In regards to like going PG or moving away from PG, I think you'll see glimpses of it when we go to Netflix. When the crowd are swearing, right? Holy shiz, right? They won't censor it. Right, but I mean, again, that doesn't mean that we're moving away from PG, in my opinion. It just means that, you know, things are becoming a little bit softer, right? We're not being as strict, we're not being as rigid, but still, I think what you'll find is that the main product is largely going to be unchanged. So for me, I think that I'm very excited about the future. I'm very excited for going to Netflix. I don't mind it being less rigid. I mean, I don't really mind anything. I mean, nothing's going to massively offend me, but I don't really want to lose the kids, because I got into wrestling when I was a kid. It's funny how during the 70s and the 80s and even the early 90s, mid-90s, WWE was very PG. Go back, watch all the early WrestleManias, look at the Ultimate Warrior. Look at Undertaker when he first arrived, and watch the product. I mean, it is PG. There's a period in the Attitude Era where we got more extreme and we got attitude injected. And of course, that lingered during Ruthless Aggression. And then eventually, we went back to doing PG stuff again. It's really funny how a lot of people got into wrestling during the Attitude Era, and now they're kind of surprised that we don't do more of that, when actually it was the Attitude Era that was the exception. The Attitude Era is the thing we look at as being, oh, that was different, right? Whereas a lot of people look at the Attitude Era being what wrestling always was, and that's just not true. That's not true. Go back to Hulkamania, go back to Hacksaw Jim Duggan, go back to the 80s and watch the product. It's a PG product. It's a PG product. You're not going to find people swearing their heads off. You're not going to find much blood. You're not going to find that stuff. It was about larger than life characters, wasn't it? Macho Man and Andre the Giant and Hulk Hogan and Ultimate Warrior and The Undertaker and Bret the Hitman Hart giving his glasses to kids in the crowds. The Attitude Era was the exception. Now, the reason why we're saying all of this is because WWE are a PG product and they are a company that worry and care about their reputation and their PR. And so whilst this case is going on with Brock Lesnar, how can they afford to bring him back? He is caught up in some pretty serious allegations, right? He's involved in this Vince McMahon lawsuit. I mean, don't forget the Vince McMahon stuff that resulted in sponsors pulling out. Sponsors were pulling out. I can't remember what sponsor it was, but there was a big sponsor that pulled out, wasn't there, from Royal Rumble, I think it was. And basically they had to make sure everyone knew Vince was gone, because we were losing sponsors and it was a big problem. And so that was it. You know, Vince was done. He was gone. And they've made it very clear he doesn't come into the office anymore. He's never around the headquarters. We don't ever speak to it. I mean, they couldn't have done more to have made it clear Vince is not involved. All of that gets brought back up again if Brock Lesnar comes back, because Brock is connected with the lawsuits. Now, some people can look at it and go, well, yeah, but this. I understand what you're going to say. You're going to say that he wasn't that involved and it was, you know, there's no evidence that he was guilty of anything and he's an innocent man and innocent till proven guilty. And I do understand all of that. I really do. No one has waved that flag harder than me. When everyone was going in on Vince, I was saying, oh, well, I'm just sort of staying out of it because for me, I want to see how it plays out. You know, to me, until a court of law says this guy is guilty, I'm just sort of going to observe. That was my take on it, right? I'm just going to observe. We'll talk about it, but we're going to just observe, right? Because I'm in no position, sat here in England, millions of miles away, right? I'm in no position to judge if someone's guilty of something or not. So, yeah, it doesn't look good. Of course it doesn't look good. But unfortunately, in the business world, you have to be aware of how your image is. Your image is so important, right? Your brand, your image, like your reputation, all of that has got real value. And all of that can be damaged by everything we've seen with Vince and Brock and all of that kind of stuff. So it's a really interesting conversation because I have seen people saying, are we going to get Brock back? What if Heyman goes and gets Brock? I think I look at it a slightly different way from people. I look at it from the business perspective. And the business perspective would be, you could bring Brock back, but are you digging up all of those conversations? Are you bringing back up all of that bad PR? Are you kicking up a load of dust that just doesn't need to be kicked up? We're not struggling for superstars. You know, we've made a clean break from Vince. The product is red hot. Yes, it would be nice to have Brock Lesnar back, but do we need him back to the point where we need to do all of that? Do we need him back to the point where we need to have those conversations again and put the spotlight back on the Vince stuff and bring bad PR back again? You know, we don't even know how the crowd will react. If Brock Lesnar comes back, how will the fans react? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I think it would be split because I think there's an awkwardness. I think there's a uncomfortableness that lingers now because that whole thing is uncomfortable. You know, it's like if Brock comes back, people will be like, oh my God, I think they'll be surprised. I think there's people that are like, I don't care, I just love Brock Lesnar, that would be on boards. but I think there would be a lot of uncertainty. I think there'd be a lot of uncertainty. I think there'd be a lot of people uncomfortable. I think there'd be a lot of people unsure. I would be unsure. I don't know. I don't know how I'm meant to feel about Brock Lesnar because I don't know if he's guilty of what he's been accused of. So how can I know how to feel when I don't know what the situation is? And why would you want to bring all that up? Why would you want to bring all that up? So for me, I just don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think they would want to go down those roads. I don't think they need to go down those roads. And for the sake of what? A cool match between Brock and Gunther. There are more important things in the world than cool matches. Like, it would be a dream match. I know it's Gunther's dream match. I know it's a match that we all wanted to see, but I don't know, man. There's some stuff in the world that's more important than that, in my opinion. And, like, trying to establish what the hell's been going on behind closed doors at WWE headquarters, I would say that's probably more important. So if I was working at WWE, I would be like, no, that doesn't feel like the right direction. We've worked so hard to get this momentum going. Do we really want to run the risk of bringing Brock back? Does the benefits outweigh the potential negatives? I don't think they do. I don't think they do. I'm certainly not giving up on Brock because I don't know if he's guilty of what he's been accused of. I don't know. So I've not given up on Brock. I hope this situation resolves itself quickly, and I hope we can find a way of finding a good way forward for everyone involved. But listen, if he's got involved in some stuff that he shouldn't have been getting involved in, that's on him, isn't it? It ain't my fault. That's on him if he's been getting involved in some stuff that he shouldn't have been getting involved in. So I'm sympathetic at the moment in the sense of I don't know if he's guilty or not. I don't know what the situation was there with Vince and all of that stuff. I don't even know when we find out. But because that seems to be a real cloud that hangs over this company that we've done a good job, I think, of distancing ourselves from, I don't know now why we'd want to invite it back again. So pretty big, meaty conversation there, but one that is definitely worth having because it is one that's been brought up quite a few times, actually. And it's just a real frustrating. I should imagine it's frustrating for Brock because this Janelle Grant lawsuit's been put on hold. So we're not making any progress with it because the feds are now involved. If you want to know how serious this is, the feds, the US government has now gone, oh, hang on. I think we need to have a look at this, actually. So now the feds are involved in the Vince situation. Like, the Janelle Grant is on hold whilst the US government look into it. Like, it's just flipping horrific. It's horrific. You don't need me to tell you it's horrific. It's horrific. The stuff that's that they're looking into and all the stuff that was reported, I would not be going back to that. George Marshall, shout out to you, says, I do love the channel and Money in the Bank should be great. This isn't related to wrestling. Okay. What bands do you like? You do look like a music guy. The wife and I have got bets that you listen to George and Sarah in Niagara Falls. George, shout out to you, my friend. Oh, my wife and I have got bets on what you listen to, George and Sarah in Niagara Falls. Shout out to you, my friends. I am a music guy. I come from far away and I can play. What can you play? I play the banjo. Boom, boom, boom. I don't. But yeah, no, I used to work in an entertainment store. So when I've said this as well, a bit of education for you kids out there, right? If you're at school right now, if you're watching this and it's a Saturday, right, and you're very excited about Money in the Bank, God bless you, you're in the right place. But please make sure you know what you want to do when you leave school, right? That's the biggest advice I could ever give anybody. It's the biggest advice. Please think about what you want to do when you leave school. Have some sort of idea. I had no idea, right? No idea. And I ended up going to university, hated it, lasted all of like a month or so, ended up leaving and then going and getting a Christmas job in a shop. That's what I did, right? It was an entertainment store. So they sold DVDs, they sold CDs, Blu-rays, T-shirts, you know, that kind of stuff. Your FYE kind of a shop, yeah? So I went there, loved it. Oh my God, I flipping loved it. I mean, I love music, I love films. They sold wrestling DVDs, obviously video games. Like, I loved it. So I ended up spending the next 15 years. It was funny because when I joined, it was only a Christmas job, and I joined in like November. So there was people that had been there for months already. But man, I worked so hard. I really did. I don't mind blowing my own trumpet on that. I really don't, because I really worked hard. I mean, I was doing like 12-hour days every day, working through my lunch, staying after my shift. My shift was like 8 hours. I was staying another 4 hours after it because I knew that I had no other option. There was nothing else for me to do. I had nowhere else to go. I had to get that job. So I knew they were keeping a few people on after Christmas. So I worked really hard and I stayed on. They kept me on. And then I stayed with the company for 15 years and traveled around the country, working in different shops. And I must have worked in like 30 different shops throughout my time, and ended up going to like Southampton and Milton Keynes and Ipswich and Birmingham. And I was all over the shop. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. So as a result, it's a music shop. You hear all the new releases, you listen to loads of bands, so on, so on, so on. But unfortunately, the answer I'm going to give you is a really disappointing one. When you work in a place like that, you get exposed to all different kinds of music. And genuinely, I do enjoy lots of different kinds of music. I mean, I would say I really like Britpop, and I really like indie music. Like one of my favorite bands was the Yeah Yeah Yeahs, because they had such energy and female fronted, right? Karen O, love her. Love the Yeah Yeah Yeahs. Went to see them loads of times live. But, before that, when I was growing up, I was into Britpop, so like Oasis, Blur, Ocean Colour Scene, like the British stuff, Cast, all those kind of guys. But I mean, I love some American bands as well. Nirvana, amazing. Absolutely loved Nirvana. Foo Fighters, obviously, afterwards. So a lot of guitar-based stuff. Not so much hip-hop, to be honest, but I do like hip-hop. Like, there's plenty of stuff from Jay-Z, Kanye West as he was coming through, obviously, as I was working in the store, and Drake as Drake was coming through. There's lots of just this bit. I mean, like, I think it's quite hard to pigeonhole me. I would say those areas. I would say not metal so much. But like the classics, Beatles, Creedence Clearwater Revival, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd. I mean, I think Dark Side of the Moon's one of the best albums ever made. But then I love Beatles and I love Led Zeppelin. I love the Stones. One of my favourite artists is Bob Dylan. I've seen Bob Dylan a few times. So, I mean, you're going more into folk then. But, I mean, if you've never heard Bob Dylan, you can just get so lost in his music. But then, bands like Fleet Foxes, incredible. I went to see them live, blew me away. But right now I'm loving Naya Archives, who does a lot of jungle music. So I love bits of dance. I mean, who doesn't love Daft Punk? Who doesn't love Disclosure? And then, classic dance as well from the 90s. It's just loads. Even world music like William Onyeabor. Love William Onyeabor. Femi Kuti. Love. Bit of jazz. Don't mind. I don't love jazz, but I don't mind a bit of jazz. I've got Miles Davis, Kind of Blue. John Coltrane, Love Supreme. A few bits in jazz. But yeah, no, just loads. I mean, there's loads of great music out there. But even pop stuff. I mean, honestly, as I was growing up on TV, you'd listen to like, the stuff that's in the charts. And so I would say nothing. I don't want to say nothing specific. I'd say if I really had to pin it down, I'd say like good party indie stuff, Block Party, Yeah Yeah Yeahs, Oasis, like those would be probably at the forefront. But I wouldn't want to just get pigeonholed, because I'll quite happily listen to Bring Me the Horizon. In fact, if you go back to my very first video, I'm wearing a beanie that said "That's the Spirit." And that's because it was a free beanie you got from a Bring Me the Horizon album. So my very first beanie that I wore in my very first video is actually music related. It said "That's the Spirit," and it's from the band Bring Me the Horizon, because I just bought their album. I would show you over here. I don't want to turn the camera, but I mean, I will take a picture and show you what is just next to me right now. We will get back to wrestling, but let me take a picture of that. That's what's next to me right now. That is what is to the right of me as we speak. How many 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 cupboards full of CDs and DVDs. That's what 15 years of music and working in an entertainment store looks like. Just roll down there right now. I've got these 10 big cupboards full of CDs and DVDs. So, yeah, shout out to you. Shout out to George and Sarah in Niagara Falls. Chappie says, Days, chat, hope everyone is well. Can't wait for Money in the Bank tonight. It's going to be fun, mates. And actually, I don't think we're that far away from the start of the flipping kickoff show, are we not? I need to start actually setting a few bits up here. Richard said, I hope so, but do we think that this time next year, Uncle Howdy will be a heavyweight champ or a universal champ? I think that this time next year, will he be a universal champ or a heavyweight champ this time next year? Oh, that's hard. I'm going to say no. Because I feel like he probably is going to have to go for it at WrestleMania. And I don't know that's going to be the plan for WrestleMania. I mean, I don't feel like the plan is him going after a title, to be honest, at the moment. I feel like it's about introducing the group, helping those that need help, picking up those people that have been downtrodden. So for me, I don't feel like him going after a world title is a focus. It's not like he's made that a target. If he'd identified that as something he wanted to achieve, then I think we'd be working towards it at WrestleMania. But it's not. He's not really identified it as a target. He could identify it as a target further down the road, but I'm thinking he won't be in one of the title matches. And if he's not in the title match at WrestleMania, will he find his way to being a champion by this time next July? That would mean him having to win it at a B show. He'd have to win it at like Clash at the Castle, or he'd have to win it at Backlash, and that seems unlikely. If he's gonna win it, Uncle Howdy, in like this big dramatic emotional moment, because Bo's never been a world champ. He's been NXT champ, but he's never been a world champ. So would you do that on a B show? I feel like you'd do it on an A show. So I'm gonna lean to no. But I don't think that's the focus. I don't think that's his target. If he wanted that, then I think he could get it. But I don't think it's what he's looking for. He's trying to help those that are being downtrodden, that are being ignored, that are being abused, that are being neglected. That's his target, you know? That's what he's trying to do. The way I would look at it is, imagine someone's got a dog and the dog's amazing, could win Crufts, right? Could win the Worcester Dog Show, right? But they're not focused on entering that dog. Instead, they're looking around, seeing all these other dogs that are being neglected. So their focus is helping those dogs. It's not about entering the dog they've got. It's about helping the dogs that have been neglected. So they could enter their dog and potentially go on to win an award, but they're much rather focus their attention on helping those that are being neglected and helping those that need help. There are people that need help. And so that's the best way I can word it, really. He could go on to win a prize for himself, but I feel like he's choosing to do something else instead. And I feel like that's what the QR code was sort of telling us. That was what the campaign was. That was his purpose. Again, go to wwe.com/archive_recovered. You'll see the journal. And if you click on purpose, that tells you why this group got brought together. But also, there was an article on WWE.com, which was like a written article, which I thought was excellent at explaining why this group came together. So it's a difficult one, because I would say, like, I get why you want it, but I would try to think of the group a different way, because I don't think it's what he's looking for. I think he'll get there eventually, you know. I think that, you know, you'll get him to a title at some point, but not in this first phase. And I don't know how long this first phase is going to last, but not in this first phase. This first phase, I feel like, is what has been laid out. Richard said Paul is not only linked with Roman, so what if Paul comes back for revenge on Solo with Brock and not Roman? That would be awesome and unexpected. I feel like we answered why I don't think we're going to go that way. I mean, I don't think we're going that way. I don't expect to go that way for the reasons that we quite outlined, quite detailed. I think that there's quite a few people that are linked with Paul. The other thing I would say, though, is that Paul has shown the ability to take people and to elevate them. You know, he makes Paul Heyman guys. You know, people have been Paul Heyman guys. It's not only Brock. It's not only Roman. It's plenty of guys that have been Paul Heyman guys. So could it be that he actually returns with someone new? Could it be that he doesn't return with Brock? He doesn't return with Roman, although I do expect Roman. But he aligns himself with someone new. I don't know. I don't know who that would be. Bron Breakker would seem like an obvious choice, to be honest, but he's a heel at the moment, and I think Paul's just built up a lot of sympathy for himself. But, you know, if Paul was to go and get Bron Breakker and Bron Breakker was to turn face, you know, a face Bron Breakker against a heel Solo Sikoa, I mean, we really are going down new roads, you know? That we really have moved forward then. If that's going to be a main match, like, we're going to go Bron Breakker. I mean, we were watching these guys in NXT a couple of years ago. I mean, not even that long ago, but, well, it was probably for Solo. I think Solo came up, what was it, 2022 at Clash at the Castle? But we were watching him in NXT. So, during, like, the pandemic and everything. So, to see Bron Breakker and Solo in a match going at it on the main roster, I mean, that would be a new world, wouldn't it? I really think this is a company that's looking forwards. I really think this is a company that's trying to create new stars. I think that Brock is someone that's caught up in some stuff which needs resolving, and I hope it gets resolved. And yeah, look, there's a chance he could come back. The company might think, do you know what, the benefits of bringing Brock back, who is known around the world, outweigh the negatives of the bit of bad PR that we're going to get, right? Or the digging up of all of that. We can weather that, right? They might think to themselves that the positives outweigh the negatives, and they might go that way. But I don't think they will. I don't think they will. I think that there's so many options available to them. I wouldn't be shocked. I think I mostly expect it to be Roman that Heyman gets. And if it's not Roman, I would then wonder about them lining him up with someone new as we look towards the future. Odyssey Jones. What if he goes and gets flipping Odyssey Jones, who's just been sat twiddling his thumbs, right? Odyssey Jones is big. Odyssey Jones is someone that when you see him for the first time, you go, oh, okay, big boy, big boy. You know, do you go and get Odyssey Jones and put Odyssey Jones with Paul Heyman? I don't know. And if it's not going to be anyone like that, then maybe it's Brock. But I really would put him towards the bottom of the list, because I do think there would be some uneasiness around Brock coming back. E. Wilkie said it's been reported that John Cena and Brock Lesnar are in Toronto. Brock is about to beat Solo's ass, says E. Wilkie. Okay. I don't think so. I'm firmly going on record with I am not expecting that. But if people are saying it's being reported, then it's something we'll keep an eye out for, of course. If it does happen, I'll be very interested to see the reaction. Very interested. And I am certainly not expecting it. So it will be one hell of a shock. One hell of a shock. Metal Mama said, I thought you liked me at least, says Metal Mama. No, you're wrong. I can't stand you, actually. 14-year Twitch said, let's say that Roman stays submissive to Solo. Oh, okay. And The Rock comes back with Paul Heyman. Oh. Then you've got The Rock against the Bloodline with his own Blood Oath brothers. So, what, we bring The Rock back as a face. So Heyman goes off and gets The Rock, and we end up getting Rock against the rest of... Ooh. Don't know. I mean, maybe, but I mean, that's a lot of twisting and turning, isn't it? Because I feel like The Rock has now established himself as being this final boss heel. So for him to now return as a face would be a big shift. I mean, it's a big shift to do it for Roman, but the fans are behind Roman. We want Roman. So I don't know. That would be a shock. That would be a shock. I wouldn't be expecting that. I feel like, as I said, for me, I think Paul goes and gets Roman. That's what I'm expecting. I think Roman's coming back. I don't think we see Paul on this show. I think we're building towards Solo against Cody at SummerSlam. I'm not expecting Brock on this show. I'm not expecting Heyman on this show. As I said, I think we're building towards Solo against Cody at SummerSlam. If someone's coming back, I think it's going to be at SummerSlam. So I am looking towards SummerSlam as to where this return happens. And then, of course, it's, well, who does he bring? You know, I could see Heyman coming walking out in the entranceway and like maybe just turn around and point in the direct, and then we'll be like, who is it? Who is it? Because we know Heyman's not going to come back on his own. But Heyman could turn and just gesture, and then we'll all be looking to see who's about to walk out. And people will be like, is it Roman? Is it Brock? Is it Punk? Is it someone new? In that moment, I'll be thinking and expecting Roman. In that moment, I will be expecting the Roman. And the pop, you know, you've heard the people, we want Roman, we want Roman. Like, the crowd are very clear as to who they want. They want Roman. So I think they get Roman. And I think it'll be SummerSlam, and I think that Heyman brings him back. But again, look, listen. What we do here is we take thoughts and theories, we chuck them around, we chew over them, we have disagreements, but all we're trying to do is find the most likely way forwards. And that to me seems like the most likely way forwards. But it doesn't mean it's correct, right? I am not a booker. I do not work for WWE. I never have. I never will. And it's a case of seeing what they are cooking and what direction they want to go in. WWE has gone in directions different to what I would go in many, many times in the past. And I'm sure many, many times in the future as well. So we'll have to wait and see. But one thing I do know is that we are 8 minutes away from the start of this countdown show. It's a 2-hour countdown show. I don't think it's going to be the most exciting countdown show in the world. Countdown shows really just bring casual fans up to speed, show video packages, maybe the odd interview. That's it, really. But then once we're done with that countdown show, then we're into Money in the Bank. And that's where things will obviously get tasty. Surprises that we're expecting tonight. I'm expecting Wyatt 6. I'm expecting CM Punk or AJ Lee, but more CM Punk. I can't say I'm really expecting AJ Lee, but I am expecting Drew to be attacked, right, during the match. And I think it'll be Punk, but it could be AJ Lee. So I'm expecting that. And I am expecting Jimmy Uso. I think those are the 3 surprises. And then on top of that, you're going to have 2 Money in the Bank winners. You're going to have, I think, Bloodline beating the Faces, which will set us up for SummerSlam. And then I think you're going to be getting, I think Braun goes over Sammy, but I'm not 100% on that. But they're really building up Braun Breaker. So I think you're going to get a new Intercontinental Champion tonight. And then, of course, all the drama with Damian and Seth. And we haven't even got our teeth into Damian and Seth yet. So we don't quite know what's going to be happening there. I'm leaning Damian. And the reason why I'm leaning Damian is because I think that if you put the belt on Seth, I feel that he's going to lose at SummerSlam. And I don't know if it's worth putting a belt on Seth for a month. I don't know if it's worth doing it. Right? You might make the argument that it will result in Seth Gunther, which will be a banger, and it's worth doing it just for that. I can go with that. Okay, I don't have an argument for that. I agree. That would be a banger, and I'd be totally down for seeing Seth versus Gunther. And so it would be worth doing for that. But it's not the usual Triple H thing, is it? To put a belt on someone for just a month. That's not a normal Triple H move. It might make more sense to just keep going with Damian, do Damian versus Gunther, and then have Damian lose to Gunther, and then at least Damian will have had from WrestleMania to SummerSlam as a title reign. And I don't know what we do with Seth. We can easily find an opponent for Seth. We were talking about this yesterday. I think, you know, you could find someone stepping up, challenging Seth. You know, you could have Bronson Reed challenge him. You could have Ilya Dragunov challenge him. I mean, you could still do a banging match if Ilya wants to test himself against someone and he says, it would be an honor to face you at SummerSlam. I want to show the world that I belong. And then you do Seth versus Ilya, which would just absolutely bang. I mean, that could steal the show. Seth against Ilya Dragunov. You don't really need much of a backstory for that if you just do it, and you do it because Ilya wants to prove himself. Get Seth on the card, gets Ilya on the card, gives you a banging match. You keep going with Damian. Maybe during the match, Finn costs Damian the title. Gunther wins. Then, of course, you move on to your Finn-Damian feud after SummerSlam. And maybe Rhea comes back as all this carnage is falling apart, or this whole thing is just, you know, Judgment Day's in complete turmoil. Maybe they run with that for a bit, and then Wyatt Six can pick the bones. And so, you know, I'm kind of thinking that we're setting up to something around that. I've not heard any rumors though, but that's kind of roughly where my head's at. But let's get through some more of these comments. I want to jump back into the chat, see where your heads are at. So Robert Van Peltz, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support, Robert. Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying the show. And as we said, we're only 3 minutes away now from getting into this countdown show. Then we've got 2 hours of pretty much just talking. But it doesn't matter. We're very good at that. I think we did a 6.5 hour stream yesterday during SmackDown where we went through the kickoff show. Then we did 2 hours. Then we did the SmackDown show. And at no point did we run out of words or conversation because it's wrestling and we never will. So, yeah, sit back, relax. I hope everyone's excited. Whatever we're about to get tonight. I mean, look. Whatever we're about to get, we just want it to be good, don't we? We just want it to be fun. We want to have a good time. And, I in Triple H, in Papa H, we trust. I think whatever it is we get, we're going to get something that we're going to remember. We're going to get some talking points. We're going to get a show that we're buzzing about. We're going to get exciting moments. There's going to be some controversy. He's already said there's going to be some surprises. So there's plenty for us to get excited about. It really is one of the bigger shows, actually. I love Money in the Bank. A lot of people have got it as like their third favorite show. There's people out there that go WrestleMania, Rumble, Money in the Bank, SummerSlam underneath. I personally would put SummerSlam above Money in the Bank, but Money in the Bank might be fourth. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Money in the Bank. Richard K, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Give me 1 second. I've just got to queue this up because we have got the kickoff show, I think, is not far away from starting. Is that not working? All screen mini player. We've got a little bit of drama. Ah, there we go. There she is. Yeah, it wasn't working for a second there, my YouTube, but I've got it up and working. Okay, I might have to put the headphones on because it's on YouTube, by the way. So we've just got like some trailer playing at the moment, but it should go over to the countdown show very, very soon. Get ready Right, Richard said, I don't think Solo is Tribal Chief. I think it's just a ruse. I think that The Rock is actually Tribal Chief, and he's asked Solo to build him a bloodline. I can agree with that. I don't know if it's a ruse. I think that maybe he is Tribal Chief whilst Rock's not here. But I think as soon as Rock returns, I wouldn't be surprised for Solo to hand it over. I think he is Tribal Chief right now because Rock's not around. But as soon as Rock comes back, I think he takes that position. So I don't disagree with you. I feel like we are building towards... I think they're building up Solo. That's where we are right now. They're building up Solo. They're going all in on Solo. And I think we're working our way towards Solo against Cody Rhodes. So, you know, he's Tribal Chief and we're building him up. But I think you're right. As soon as The Rock comes in, I think he takes over. Undercovered Cubed. Is that what it is? It's CU. I do remember you, of course. I think it's Undercover Cubed. I can't remember if it's Undercover Cube, Undercovered Cube, or Undercover Cubed. Either. Both work. Days, thank you for all that you do. Undercovered Cubed. Thank you, my friends. Yeah, no, shout out to you, but... Right, we've got, we're seeing those towels. Don't forget, we got the, I hope you're all wearing your white t-shirts. WWE asked you to. So, we've seen people with their white towels outside. They were swinging them around. Here's Andrade. We're in my favorite basketball team's arena. Yeah, I'm a big Toronto Raptors stan. That's a true story. I've been to Toronto twice. Love it. Went when I was really young. Didn't know nothing about basketball. And I loved the Raptors. Like, they totally got me. I mean, around that point, it was kind of Jurassic Park and dinosaurs were really in. The world kind of goes through phases. I feel like we just went through a zombie phase. But in the 90s, because of Jurassic Park, the world went through a dinosaur phase. And, yeah, the Raptors with their raptor on the front, I thought they looked so cool. And I was in Toronto. I was like, yeah, man, I really liked it. So I've always followed them since. To be honest, I only really follow them if they get into the playoffs, like that bit. But forget it. But yeah, I do like them actually. I will. I watched them when they won the championship a few years back. So I'm the biggest fan there is. I'm a bigger Toronto Raptors fan than Drake. So it's very exciting for me that we're in this arena. Thomas, hello. Shout out to you. Said, if you don't have a short title run, sooner or later, things will become easy to predict and dry, says Thomas. So Thomas thinks it's worth doing just so that things don't become as predictable, which I think is a very fair comment. I think that's very fair. I think what I would say is that it's unusual for Triple H to go in that direction. I feel that I think it's possible. I think Seth winning is possible. He's a very credible opponent. I think it's going to be a very difficult match for Damian. And I think that there is very good chance there'll be outside interference. I could see Finn helping Damian and Damian being flipping livid. Because Damian keeps saying that he does not want help in retaining this title. He does not want help. So if Finn comes to try and help, he's trying to do a nice thing. He's trying to help Damian. But I could see Damian being really off with it. So I feel like that's a direction that we could go. I also think that Damian against Gunther has been the match I've had in mind really for a long time. That's, you know, I was saying Damian Gunther before Clash at the Castle when people were thinking that Drew was going to win. Surely Drew wins in Scotland. And we were like, no, I don't think he does. I think CM Punk's going to screw him. So I've kind of been with Damian Gunther for a long time. So to change now, and also because of it being a short title reign, that doesn't feel right. And because I think there's a chance that Finn gets involved when Damian doesn't want him to, I'm still going to stick with Damian. But I do agree with you that I think Seth is a very viable option. I do think that Seth could leave. I do love this dance. I do agree with you that Seth could leave as the winner here. I think that that is... do you know, let's do a poll. We haven't done a poll tonight, have we? Let's do a poll. We'll see what the people are thinking. Who leaves as champion? Who do you think leaves as champ? Do you think it's going to be Seth, or do you think it's going to be Damian Priest? Who leaves as champion? Right, we are at the kickoff panel. We got Michael Cole, Big E, and we have got Wade Barrett. So there we go. And I feel like we might be in a similar position as to where I think exactly the same, where that stage was yesterday. Great to see Big E. Big E said tonight is magic. Many surprises in store tonight, says Michael Cole. That's what Triple H has said. Many surprises. Robert Van Pelt, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support, buds. Really do. And it's great that so many people are joining us tonight as we just start our real coverage, if you will, of Money in the Bank, the countdown show. I keep calling it the kickoff. It used to be. They've moved that to yesterday now. But this is the countdown show. I don't think there's any matches on this. So, unfortunately, the next couple of hours, we haven't really got anything to get our teeth into. There might be the odds interview or something though, but yeah, great to see so many people joining us, like Sean Davis as well said, what a time for this to happen. Well, now feels like the right time for this to happen. Let's go. A really good lineup as well. They're just showing the women's lineup. I love the people involved in that. Naomi, Tiffany, Io. I mean, she can do some stuff. Lyra, I'm a big fan of Lyra. Chelsea Green, so over in Canada. And a lot of them feel like women that don't get loads of opportunity. There's Seth Rollins. And, hello, he's got a yo-yo. Look at him, he's walking the dog and everything. Whoa, with his yo-yo, he's been doing tricks. Look at that. It's like him and Bailey are having a trick off. Have you seen her with her juggling? She did juggling the other day with a Stone Cold beer on her head, and she was like... Those are beanbags, by the way. She wasn't like doing her boobs or anything. The Mank0161 said, what time does this start in the UK? It starts in 1 hour, 53 minutes. Starts at midnight in the UK, 7 Eastern time. So, you know, we're just over an hour and 50 minutes away from Money in the Bank. Enrique said Chelsea Green's going to win. What a fluke. Worse than Honky Tonk Man winning the Intercontinental. What, you think Chelsea will win by fluke? Do you know, she did say yesterday during the kickoff show, she doesn't need to climb the ladder to win. She's like, I've got smarts. So I don't know what her plan is, but I don't know. I was wondering, could Piper lower the briefcase for her? Could she be in the ring as the briefcase is like coming down because like Piper's Piper's working the crank or something? I thought it's kind of interesting that she said, I don't need to climb the ladder to win the briefcase, unless she's going to send Piper up there. Ellis Dub said, isn't it a whiteout tonight? Yes, that could look fantastic if it comes through. It is a whiteout tonight. Do you want Tiffany Stratton to win, said Josh. I don't mind Tiffany winning. I get quite excited. I see Wendy chewing my nightmares side. I get quite excited about young talent that's ready. I don't want to see talent coming up that's not ready, but, you know, young talent that is really good at what they do. I get really excited about seeing them, and I love Lyra. I think Lyra does a brilliant job. I think she's a multiple-time future world women's champion. Tiffany, I mean, people have really took to Tiffany. Seem to really like Tiffany, so I get excited about seeing her. I'm excited to see Bron Breakker and what he can do. I'm excited to see Carmelo get his moment today. I think, I don't know, if you watch NXT on a weekly basis like we do, I think it's so exciting to have followed these people's journeys, you know? You kind of watch them when they're really green and they get better and they get better, and like, you know, you find it's weird. I think it's a little bit like you don't even kind of notice it so much. It's a bit like Thea Hale. I remember watching Thea Hale in NXT, and she was very limited. I mean, her matches were really short. There was not a great deal she can do. Her matches are much longer now. There's a lot more in her moveset. She's a lot more confident. She's doing a lot more different things. But it's one of those, you don't really notice it as the weeks go by. But it's like, if you compare this month to 5 months ago, then you can see the improvement that these people make. So you're kind of seeing that before your eyes. And then before you know it, they're on the main roster, and, you know, you've got thousands of people cheering for them. And I don't know, I think NXT is so special. I would have loved to have watched FCW back in the day. I would love to have watched FCW and to have seen a lot of the talent like Roman, like Rusev, like Dean Ambrose, like Seth Rollins. Some of them crossed over with early NXT, but the vast majority spent their time in just FCW. And I would love to have watched that back in the day and then seen them go to the main roster. But NXT gives you that insight. So, yeah, Tiffany winning, I'd have no problem with it. I really do like mid-carders. Mid-carders getting that opportunity. People that don't get many title opportunities getting a title opportunity. You could make the argument it might be a bit soon for Tiffany. You could make the argument it might be a bit soon for Lyra. You could make the argument it might be a bit soon for Carmelo. And that's fine. You know, there might be people out there going, I hear you, but I would rather it be Naomi. Or I hear you, but I'd much rather it be Chelsea. She's been on the main roster a bit longer. Or I hear you, but it's surely got to be LA Knight. And I do hear those people because I think they make some valid points as well. I think the lineups are brilliant. There really is not many people I'd be down on winning it. The one I really do not want is Drew. For the reason that I keep saying, he keeps getting title opportunities. He's going to have plenty of title opportunities. So Drew is someone I don't want to win it. Outside of that, I'm down for pretty much anyone. We've got this interview with Seth at the moment, and he was getting a little bit emotional there. Looking back at WrestleMania. So Seth says, you never know what's going to happen. Drew could have easily made a mistake, but that night he didn't until after he won the title. He said, I felt that we needed to move the industry forwards. It felt important to end Roman's title reign. And Seth says, I was right. Seth said, I knew if I could drag my way in there and bring that chair, I knew that Roman would make a mistake. So we're just seeing Cody. Seth pretty much confirming he doesn't have much time left, said Enlightenment Divide. I think he's really beat up, isn't he? I would like to see Melo, Andrade, or Chad win it, but I think the results are pretty unlikely. I think Jay gets it, said LS Dub. I mind Jay getting it, to be honest. Jay is a bit of a strange one because he's been around a long, long time, but he's not someone that gets lots of title opportunities. He's had some, but I don't mind him getting it. He's super, super over. And it's quite crowded around that title, so I don't mind us giving him that. Obviously, I want it to be Sammy. We the North, yeet. Bring the rings. Canadian Nightmare. Lots of signs in the crowd and a few white towels, but lots of black shirts. I mean, I think they were really hoping, weren't they, that fans would wear white when wrestling fans are notorious for wearing black. I mean, you know what I mean? A lot of shirts, a lot of wrestling shirts are printed in black. So it's a bit wild to go, guys, do you mind wearing white? How about you don't mention it just the night before? How about that? How about you maybe announced it during the shows and made a bit of a bigger deal about it? How about that? There's a dude in the background that's trying to get his hat on top of Big E, but I think he's struggling a bit with that. He's got his own microphone. Look, he's got a Raw is War microphone. He's brought his own microphone. Wilds. Jonah said, Days, the reported match order is going to be the men's, the IC, Priest Rollins, women's ladder match, 6-man tag, main events, and that was just confirmed, said Jonah. Jonah, shout out to you. I don't think we get a cash-in tonight. I really don't think we get a cash-in tonight because, well, I mean, if Damian and Seth, I suppose, because I'm not expecting anyone to cash in on Cody. There is no cash in that can happen on the women's. Does someone cash in during Damian Seth? That would be, if that match happens and no one has cashed in at the end of it, there's not going to be a cash in. I can't see anyone cashing in on Cody. And there is no women's match to cash in on. So could someone, you know, we're sitting here talking about, will Damian retain? Will Seth win the title? What if it is a Jey Uso that leaves as champ and then we end up getting Jey Uso versus Gunther? Blame Darius said, what's up, Days? I'm hoping Jimmy comes back and brings Zilla with him. Hashtag Days Con. Blame Darius, shout out to you, my friends. Clint said, Shorty G gets got by the Wyatts. Robert Van Pout said, do we believe they used the Wyatt door tonight? I think so. It could be a red herring. It might have just been a way of telling us that they're going to be on the show, right? So it might have just been a way of getting us excited about them being on the show, but and that they don't actually use it. But it's probably more likely they will use it. But it would be a, you know, I suppose it's a different thing to put in the background rather than a puppet. You could put a puppet in the background. You could have Nikki standing in the background, but instead they put the instructions for the Wyatt door in the background, which I think that's quite different. So it could just be a message to say we're going to be there, right? It could be a message, or it could be that they are actually going to set up the Wyatt door. So I'm leaning towards, yes, I do think we see it, but there is a chance that it was just a red herring. So that's a good shout. Alexa, I'm not expecting Alexa. I don't think we get Alexa, only because Alexa, I think we're expecting, there's been no tease of Alexa come in. There's been no build of Alexa come in. Alexa, I think, arrives at SummerSlam. So I'm not expecting her tonight. I mean, obviously, it wouldn't be disappointing if we get Alexa tonight, but I would wonder why we've sort of dropped the ball on that a little. I feel like we've dropped the ball. I sort of feel like if you're going to bring in a brand new character like Alexa, wouldn't you tease her? Wouldn't you build her arrival? Wouldn't you like build, like, you know, get people talking? I feel like we're going into this expecting an attack, but we're not really expecting Alexa. Unless you really want to just catch people off guard. Unless you want to catch people cold and people don't even expect it, you know? But I'm really not expecting to see Alexa. There's not been anything to my knowledge that's teased her arrival. Oh, hello. Cody gets off the bus. He goes over to the fans. And he tells the camera to follow. There is Randy Orton. Randy Orton is inside the arena. Look at his shorts. They look like HBK shorts that Kevin Owens has got on. Heartbreak Kid shorts. There's the Bloodline. They look cool. They look good. Solo, Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa, Jacob Fatu. Jacob looks really slim, doesn't he? Jacob's looking absolutely in fantastic shape. I don't know. The thing is that Jacob used to have a real size to him. He used to have a bit of timber on him. Now that he's like slimmed down, as it took away some of his aura. You could maybe make that same argument about Gunther. I always thought when Gunther had a bit more meat on the bone, he had a bit more of an aura. He's still badass and we still love him. But, yeah, we're just seeing a video package right now about this new Bloodline. Zach Wilson said, Days, I'm a big fan of the channel. Thank you, Zach. I'm really pleased that you enjoyed the channel. Yeah, if anyone is new to the channel, and there could be, we do watch-alongs for Raw, for SmackDown, for NXT, for premium live events. We're not new to this game. We've done it since 2018, right? And we've done it on a regular basis. I mean, I reckon since 2018, we've probably missed a handful of shows. So, I mean, we've been doing this for a long time. But, yeah, obviously Wyatt 6 and Nightbird, that's obviously been a big focus for us since WrestleMania. But we do unseen videos as well, where we look at all the stuff that's happening on social media. And we've got a second channel where we get your thoughts, your opinions, and we dig into those. I did a video earlier today about your thoughts, your opinions for SmackDown. I will do a video after Money in the Bank for your thoughts, your opinions about Money in the Bank. Obviously, we're live again tomorrow for NXT Heatwave. And then tomorrow night, I'll get a video for your thoughts, your opinions about NXT Heatwave. And then we're live on Monday, and we're sure to see the Wyatt 6 again on Monday. And the fallout to Money in the Bank. So we've got all that coming up. Tuesday, we've got NXT again. So this is just the start of a wild ride, man. By the time we get to Wednesday, I'm going to be out cold. Although saying that, on Wednesday, I'm going to try and do another 2 member streams. I'm going to do one Wednesday, one Thursday. We've got a lot of people that are joining us as members on the channel, and I want to make sure that we're serving those people. So we have increased our member streams. We try to get 2 done where we can. We couldn't do 2 last week because we had that WrestleMania documentary. We did a bonus stream instead. But it's just non-stop, innit? It's just non-stop. But I'm pleased you enjoy it, buds. It definitely makes it all worth it. It's the only reason we do it is so that people engage and have fun with the channel, you know? Support intern, hello. Support intern, hope you are well. Said a stressful day with England, but ready for Money in the Bank. Do you know what? I just looked to see actually what was on the homepage for the BBC website. Welcome to the BBC. And there we go. England into semi-final after penalty shootout win. That is our top story in the country right now. Top story. Yeah, we got a new prime minister and whatever, blah, 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 blah. But top story is that's England news tonight. So huge. So you're right. Very stressful. But we move on. We move on. And we move on here. Look at this shot. Love that. We're going down the escalator. And we're seeing the kickoff panel. We're kind of inside the arena, but it's kind of like the concourse area. So we're not in the arena, but we are in the building, if you know what I mean. So that was kind of cool. We were coming down the escalator and you could see the kickoff panel. Lots of signs in the background. There's a kid there with a big chain. He's got a pen. I think he's trying to get some autographs. Jacob Fatu has been completely untouchable by WWE, considering, like, even though he's amazing, he is a powder keg. Oh, at what point does Jacob Fatu incinerate the rest of the bloodline? He said, whilst Jacob's on board, no problems. So I really like that from Wade Barrett. He's very much teasing that Jacob Fatu is like a bomb waiting to go off. Man, when he turns, and he will turn, that is going to be a massive moment. I don't think it's anytime soon. But when he snaps and Jacob Fatu finally breaks out on his own, WWE will have a big, big star there. Big E just said, whilst Jacob Fatu is in the bloodline, I'm not sure they can lose. They're really putting over Jacob Fatu. Love it. Right, Supportington, shout out to you, my friend, and Zach, shout out to you as well, sir. Appreciate the supports. Appreciate everyone joining us, as I feel I've said a million times tonight. I can tell you that we did a poll. We've got over 600 votes. 59% of you think that Seth Rollins is leaving as champion tonight. 41% of you think it's going to be Damian Priest. We're backstage with Sami Zayn and Kathy Kelly. Let's see what they've got to say. Obviously, he faces Bron Breakker tonight. She's got a pretty fun top on, hasn't she? It's kind of comes round here, and then it's got like this big metal buckle. Putting a comedy show together takes a certain mindset, says Sammy. And he says, but now I've got to get into the lion's den. I don't see me leaving my home country without the Intercontinental Championship. I do. James said TKO's Twitter account responded to Triple H with eyes emoji. Something big going down. Macarai said, what if Roman, Jimmy, Zilla confront Solo and co at the end? LS Dub said they're doing an amazing job of building Jacob up. Oh, here's Brom. Sammy's got that experience edge. Sami Zayn has never been in the ring with an athlete like me. He said it's going to be that much sweeter when I take it away, not just from Sammy, but from everybody out there. He's in Canada. He's taking this belt away from Canada. Okay, big night that for Sammy. Hard challenge as well. Bron Breakker, we know, is someone they see as a big future star. Giving Bron a mid-card run right now probably sets him up for a good place for when we move to Netflix, which is what has been reported. They're really looking to move with Bron. I don't think Sammy's leaving with that belt tonight, and I'm sure many of you don't either. So Ellis Stubbs said they're doing a great job of building up Jacob on this panel. Big E, Cole and Wade all putting over his work to get him over. Justin said we've got 1,000 people watching. Yeah, we do actually. 971 right now. Hit that like bottom. Hit that like button, guys. Tap that like button. Tap that bum. But yeah, I mean, I feel like this is probably a show we should be looking to try and get to 1,000 likes. I actually have never set up a counter though for it on these streams. On our UFC streams, when we do those, we do look for 1,000 likes, and we are pretty good at getting there. So I would hope that we can get there tonight, but I actually don't have visibility on it, so I don't know where we are. But if you are watching and you've not hit that like button, hit that like hit that like button. AKF said, Days, your first reaction stream was the greatest Rumble, according to the oldest streams tab on YouTube. Well, 2018 was our first. When was the greatest Rumble? Was that in 2018? Greatest Royal Rumble. That certainly feels like that. Yeah, I could believe that. That is 2018. I wasn't able to do, I think that was WrestleMania 34. So I moved back, and I really was hoping to be set up and have everything set up and have all the equipment I needed and everything for WrestleMania. And I didn't, unfortunately. I didn't get it set up in time. So WrestleMania 34 was not a live watch along that we did. We didn't do that one, but yeah, I could believe that it was that. I honestly can't remember. I can't remember if it was a Raw or a SmackDown, or if we went straight into a PLE. Or that's amazing though, isn't it? Because we all know what happens at the greatest Royal Rumble. Arguably the greatest, funniest moment with Titus World Slides. That was the greatest Royal Rumble. So if that is true, and that was our first proper watch along that we did back in 2018, April of 2018, which would make sense because I know we just missed WrestleMania 34 and it was just after that. So this would be that. How fortunate that we were able to capture that moment. What I should do is I should go back, really pull out certain moments that from the stream, the iconic moments, and put them up on TikTok, shouldn't I? Because I do use that more now, and we are looking to put more out now. But there's nothing stopping me going back and getting old retro clips like that, and certainly a moment like that. I think that would be a really fun one to add, so that people could go back and re-watch it if they so wanted. I like that. It's a good idea, that is. So yeah, shout out to you, buds. That's very interesting. I didn't know that. Right, Delwyn, shout out to you, sir. Hope you're well. Appreciate the support as always. Delwyn says Triple H loves surprising fans with no secret info, keeping them guessing and excited. Papa H says it's going to be a fun night, and you know what that means. It's going to be an awesome night. SummerSlam is almost here, and I can't wait. The only thing I would say that I think's just a touch disappointing, right? Just touch, little tiny bit, is if they are now teasing that there's going to be big things tonight. Because I think that we could get Punk. I think we could get Jimmy. I think we can get the Wyatt Six. Now, are those big enough? Is that enough for people? I mean, CM Punk we've seen many times throughout the year, right? So it's not like CM Punk coming back at Survivor Series. But I do think that he, or maybe AJ Lee. Maybe AJ Lee. If it's AJ Lee, that's big enough. That is definitely big enough. I think they get involved. I think we get Jimmy Uso, right? I feel there's a good chance we get Jimmy Uso. So I think we get Jimmy Uso, and I also think there's a chance that we get the Wyatt Six, of course. I'm not expecting anything beyond that. Anything beyond that is a true shock. I would say even AJ Lee is a true shock. I'm sort of expecting CM Punk. I'm sort of expecting Jimmy, and I'm sort of expecting the Wyatts. I know you shouldn't really expect things, but I am sort of expecting them. Anything beyond that will be a true shock to me. So I suppose the little disappointment would be if they have got stuff bigger than what I've just said, I don't think that they've done a great job of really teasing that, apart from a little clip of Triple H earlier today. Do you know what I mean? Triple H going, oh, we've got some fun surprises. We've got some surprises up our sleeve. If it is going to be bigger than what I've just said, I think they could have planted a few little seeds on the show to have just got people a bit more worked up, you know? I don't know how people are feeling about this show. Traditionally, it's a good show, a big show. It's not WrestleMania. It's not SummerSlam. It's not the Royal Rumble, but it's still a big show. It's still a show that people really get excited for. But has it got that big mystery element to it? Has it got that big? I don't know if people really are expecting Roman tonight, you know? I don't know that people are really expecting AJ Lee tonight. Don't know that people are really expecting Brock tonight. I don't know that it's got that big mystery thing. I think people are going in expecting the Wyatts. So if you're into the Wyatts, I think you're going to tune into this to see what's next from them. So I am expecting them, of course. But I don't know, could they have done a little bit more to have teased something more? But then we might not get more, might we? I don't know what we're going to get. We're going to have to wait and see. Either way, even if we get nothing, and I don't think we get nothing, because Triple H has said there will be surprises, but even if we get nothing, the great thing about Money in the Bank is you've got to watch it. It's who's going to get that briefcase, who's going to get the opportunity to become a world champion. So it's a very, very exciting show. I'm really excited for it. I hope that excitement is out there as well. It seems like it is. And we'll have to see what they've got in store for us. We'll have to see as to how this plays out. Obviously, this time last year, we were in the UK. We were in the O2 Arena. And obviously, we're just seeing Damian when he cashed in at WrestleMania, successfully becoming champ. And I think EO successfully cashed in as well. Send your Money in the Bank briefcase. Look at all those. That's great. All the various Money in the Bank briefcases. Oh, this is brilliant video package. So we're seeing all these Rob Van Dam briefcase. There he is. Heist of the Century. Where's that one? Have they still got that one? Oh, Angry Miz Girl! Yes! Angry Miz Girl! Oh, man. Hers was so fun. Have you ever seen the Carmella one? Have you looked back at the Carmella one? The Carmella one is hilarious. The Carmella one, she's like, I want to cash it in. He's like, what? I want to cash it in. He's like, you want to cash it in? Yeah, I want to cash it. Just cash it in. You're cashing in, right? Yes, I'm cashing in. It's really funny. If you've not seen the Carmella one, go back. She's constantly having to tell the referee, I'm cashing in. And he just, for some reason, he's not getting it. I'm sorry, you're doing what now? I'm cashing in. Oh, man, there's been some brilliant moments in the history of Money in the Bank. Brilliant. Seth Rollins should win, said Nelson, and make Damian Priest leave Judgment Day. Mitchell said, I'm making my picks now. I'm torn on Cody's team versus Solo's team. I'm leaning towards Solo. Has anyone got any helpful thoughts? Who do you think? Bloodline or Cody's team? Sis said a Glow in the Bank briefcase would be fire if Naomi wins. That would be fire. That is correct. Brock Lesnar on a boom, but oh yeah, the Brock party. The Brock party. Adam said, rumors are that Cena has been seen and Men's Money in the Bank will open the show. I expect a tease of a cash-in tonight. The Ring General said, really looking forward to seeing who will lose to Gunther at SummerSlam. Seth, Damian, Drew, the mat is sacred. Enjoy Money in the Bank. Do you know what? I'm looking forward to the same. I'm looking forward to seeing who loses to Gunther. I feel really good, same as you, that Gunther gets it, and I really want him to get it. He is absolutely one of my favorite superstars. In fact, he might be my favorite. I love Gunther. I love Ilya. I love Sammy. Those, I think, would be my three. I love the intensity. I love the heart. I love the selling. I feel like when you watch an Ilya match, a Gunther match, a Sammy match, there's a really good chance it's going to be match of the night. There's a really good chance you're watching something that's going to steal the show. And, you know, they have this ability. And I don't know if they do actually give more, right? I mean, that sounds a bit bad, really, because I'm sure all wrestlers give a lot. But they make you feel like they are giving everything. Like, I physically do not know how much more Ilya can give to his matches. I mean, it really feels like he goes beyond, like, what other people do. And dare I say the same with Gunther as well. Gunther chopping away, brutal chests, marks all over his body, marks all over his opponent's body. Like, it feels, I don't know, their matches, they have this different feeling. I think sometimes you can watch matches and you can see these super kicks like that miss by a mile, and you can see like these big multi-person spots where they're in the corner and someone's power bombing someone that's suplexing, or you can jump to the outside and land on a load of people that are standing around and waiting. Those kind of moments are not moments that I personally really enjoy, because they can feel very scripted. They can feel very rehearsed. They can feel very simulated, fake, like their spots, you know what I mean? You don't get that in Ilya matches, you don't get that in Gunther matches, like you don't really get it in Sammy matches. Everything feels, I don't know, just a different level of realism. Like when Ilya is digging deep, it feels like it's because he has to. It's because he has actually given everything. I so love those guys. They, you know, yeah, I think with wrestling, obviously, there's lots that caters to lots of different people. You've got to have the high flying stuff. You've got to have those big spots. They play well on social media. People enjoy seeing them. So, you know, it's a little bit of everything for everybody. But what I enjoy the most are those matches where, you know, it's a war. They're really digging in. It's back and forth. There's a lot of emotion. You're really rooting for someone. I don't know. It just hits you on a deeper level. So I love Gunther. Love what he's doing. I think he goes on to be the world champion. I think he does win at SummerSlam. I hope he has a great reign. I do think that someone will cash in on him. I do think that the men's Money in the Bank winner is likely to cash in on Gunther, because how else do you get the belt off him? I mean, he is someone that is so difficult to get the belt from that I could totally believe that it's going to need a cash in to get the belt off of him. So, yeah, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to seeing this play out. And do we get the cash in tonight? I'm not a big fan of cash-ins on the same show, personally, just because I think we've already had the excitement of someone winning the Brit. Oh my God, it's them. And you can start thinking about when are they going to cash in? Who are they going to cash in on? When might they cash in? If it happens on the same show, all of that sort of goes out the window. Like, you're not really talking about someone that's going to like cash in when they are now the champ, you know? So I like to space it out personally rather than doing it on the same show. I agree, though. You should do it on the same show once or twice, so that, because anything can happen. And if you've got it, you know, the wrestler might be impatient and they might be like, come on, let's go now. I'm going to go now. So I think it's right to do it on the same show occasionally, but we've done it. It's been done quite a few times on the same show. So I personally am not looking for that tonight. But again, let's see what WWE have got planned. WWE obviously know the direction they want to go in, and we'll find out tonight. Sold Out, shout out to you. So Sold Out said on Damien, his reign has been boring ever since the week he won the title. Akeem said, I feel like the wrestlers you mentioned wear their emotions on their faces. Yeah, you could be right. I think there is a real art to selling, and it's not just laying down going, there's more to it. And there's more to it. They have the ability to really make you believe that you are, like, on a journey with them. Let's put it that way. So, and talking of someone that had that ability, here's Shawn Michaels. Crowd are chanting away for HBK. So, Shawn Michaels, let's see what he's got to say. We're doing a little bit of promotion for NXT Heatwave. We've got all our championships on the line tomorrow. Trick Williams is setting a new standard. HBK chance. As Shawn is trying to get through the cards. Big night for NXT. Michael Cole said he likes Obafemi. If you've... Oh, my God. What if Paul Heyman goes and gets Obafemi? Oh, mate. Solo's in big trouble. Oh, my God. What if he goes and gets him? I forgot about Obafemi down in NXT. He wouldn't do that. I think Obafemi's too green, but there are some killers around, you know. Nita Nitro said, I'm so glad that we have Gunther and Ilya when Kevin and Sammy are moving on to their later years. They are the guys that make me feel something. Yeah, it's so hard to... I don't know. I feel like it can be teached, but there is a degree of... You have to get it, don't you? You have to understand it. You have to understand wrestling. Like, you have to understand, really understand, like, be a master of the art of selling and finding a way of bringing the crowd along on your journey. You go in as a competitor who's healthy and ready, and as the match goes on, you get wore down, you're digging deep, that emotion has to be communicated. You obviously can't verbally communicate it because the camera's going to flash on you, so you have to communicate it with your mannerisms. So you have to really embody the message that you're trying to communicate. I know that sounds quite deep and whatever, but like, this is what people like Gunther and Ilya, in particular Sammy, it's what they're able to do, is they are able to bring you along. I feel like Bret Hart had that ability as well. I feel like Shawn Michaels had that ability as well. And this is why they're all regarded as, like, some of the best in-ring. It's not about, can you do flips? It's never been about, can you do flips? It's never been about, like, going all over the place doing reverse ranas and all this kind of stuff. It's wrestling is about having a match with someone and making the audience care. That's it. Simple as that. Having a match, doesn't matter what moves you use, even if you've only got a clothesline in your arsenal. If all you can do is throw a punch and hit a clothesline, it doesn't matter, as long as people care and they are along the journey with you. Obviously, the more moves you can do, the more weapons you've got in your arsenal, the better. But at the end of the day, if you can get a crowd to care in you and you've only got 2 or 3 moves, it doesn't really matter. Hogan only used 2 or 3 moves. Hulk Hogan had people very much caring for him. Hulkamania was running wild. You're not talking about the widest moveset in the world when it comes to Hulk Hogan, but the people cared. I wouldn't hold up Hogan as maybe someone that was like the greatest in-ring competitors, but what he managed to get out of a limited moveset, it was phenomenal. And obviously, you know, people have pointed out that over in Japan, he used to do a lot more. Actually, his matches when he was working in New Japan were a lot more technical. He had a much wider moveset, and he showed that he could do a lot more. I think WWE kind of limited him because I think they knew they didn't need him to really do all the kind of stuff that he could do. So they kept him limited. But it didn't matter. It still worked. So, yeah, they just get it, don't they? They just get it. They understand. Whereas you get other people that do all these flips and all that kind of stuff, and I don't think they really understand that connection with the audience, or they struggle to find that part. It's weird how learning to do flips, you can kind of practice that in a empty room. You know, you can just get a crash mat and go off the top rope, flip over, land on your feet, go up top, flip over, land on your feet. You can do all this like springboard stuff and like all these flips, and you can practice and you can learn. I feel like that's a skill that you can go from not having to having. But actually, the facials and the communicating and the selling, like, that's a lot harder to do in a room on your own. It's harder. It's harder to kind of get that. I feel like that's a harder skill to learn, and maybe that's why not everyone has it. Maybe that's why more people can do flips than can actually do that kind of selling, you know? But they really stand out to me. I so do love that side of wrestling. Brilliant at selling. Ric Flair had that as well. Ric Flair. This is why he's regarded as one of the greats. You know, he had a very limited moveset. People say if you saw one Ric Flair match, you saw them all. He would do the same kind of moves again and again and again, but it didn't matter because he did them at the right time. It's like he had so many notes, but he always played them at the right time. And his selling, his facials, sometimes he'd be busted open and his blonde hair, his white hair would be red with blood. And he had a brilliant way of having that connection with the audience. Right. We could just keep talking about the history of wrestling, but I'd much rather be talking about where we're going, as we've got Big E in the arena, and we are just over an hour away. We've got people getting inside the Money in the Bank arena. Is that Nick Khan? Is that Nick Khan? I think I saw Nick Khan. I think it is. Is it? Oh, I don't know anymore. No, it might not be. That dude looks like he's, do you know what I mean? Put a bit of weight on. I don't think that that was. It looked like him, though. He had grey hair. Big E is in the ring and is standing by the ladder. Big E says, I've got a fear of heights. Big E winning Money in the Bank in 2021 was one of the biggest feats of my career. Yeah. A little mention of Joey Mercury talking about how his nose exploded, and Big E says this is one of the most dangerous matches that we have. And that is true, actually. I mean, even if these ladders are wooden ladders, because they do use wooden ladders painted when they're doing like the spots on the outside so they break. I mean, you don't want to be taking one of them in the face. You know, these are big, heavy objects that are getting swung around, and we've seen many injuries in these matches. Michael Cole said, can you get up here? Because I need to get down there. I'm going to be calling this event soon. Oh, here he is. Look, he's climbing up the ladder. Big E's climbing up. Oh. Thought he was going to get it. I think it's the women's one that's up there at the moment. He could have cashed in on Bailey. Right, Thomas said Taker and Maven were kind of talking about the effort on his podcast. They feel that a lot of wrestlers only know how to sell the character and not the fights. That's interesting. I did see a bit of that. I mean, it was very good. Maven's been excellent with his YouTube channel. I think Maven has found a gap in the market for something that just wasn't there. And what wasn't there was you get a lot of people talking about stories behind the scenes, but you don't really get much in the way of detail. So you'll get a lot of people going, what was it like at WrestleMania? Well, you know, I remember it being quite hectic. I remember that, you know, and they'll go into bits and bobs and they'll tell you stories. But you don't really get the nitty gritty detail. What you get with Maven is he'll be like, right, this is what happens during a match. So the referee has got an earpiece in and he'll be communicating stuff from the back. So we'll be going through the motions. We will have actually planned it out backstage. So we've got our spots that we know that we need to get in. But the ref has got an earpiece and they'll be communicating to us, right, you've got 5 minutes left, you've got 4 minutes left, so that we know exactly when we're going to commercial. And do you know what I mean? He goes into that kind of, here, let me tell you step by step how we put a match together, how a match plays out, how we know to go to commercial break. Here's how we get paid from merchandise. Here's how we find out who's going to win Royal Rumble or when we're going to get eliminated. He really goes into very specific topics and goes into quite detail heavy like breakdown. I mean, his channel is excellent for that. If you've got questions on that side of it, I think you can learn lots from his channel, right? And I think there was a gap in the market for that, because a lot of wrestlers do podcasts and they'll tell stories, really. You know, I was driving on the road with such and such and we got into this fight in a bar. And you get those kinds of stories. But for some reason, they don't... I don't know if they just take it for granted, but they don't really give you the detail of how do you plan a match. I told this story. I went to NXT live event in April, right? And I actually bought a VIP ticket because I think a normal ticket was about £20. A VIP ticket was like, I don't know, £30, right? £35. And what that got you was you got in the room about half an hour early to everyone else, and you got to do a Q&A with some wrestlers. Didn't know who the wrestlers were going to be, but there was going to be a Q&A. So I had my special ticket, and I went in, and the wrestlers were No Quarter Catch Crew. So it was Damon Kemp, Miles Bourne, Charlie Dempsey, right? And this was about a week after Drew Gulak had been released, and he used to be in that group. So it was those three. So, and there was only about 8 of us that were sat in this room ready to ask questions, right? And I remember the dude came over to me and he was like, do you want to ask a question? And I was like, okay, go on then. And he went, what do you want to ask? And the question I asked is, how do they go about kind of putting their matches together? Is it that it's called in the ring? Is that the standard in NXT? Or do you plan it in advance? Because obviously people are at different levels, aren't they? Some people are really advanced with where they are in NXT. Some people are not that advanced. So does that mean, I'm guessing, you have to tailor it to each person? So maybe it's not a one answer fits all. Or do you do all matches are planned backstage? Or do you do it this is the ring general, this is the person that caused the action, you follow them in the ring. So during the match they go, right, go against the ropes, clothesline, back body drop, right, whatever. And they call the spots in the ring. I was like, I'd be interested to know that. And the dude I said that to went, okay. Because I could tell he was like, how do I flipping word that? How do I put that into a question? And I was like, oh, yeah. As soon as I said it, I was like, oh, sorry, yeah. Didn't really think about how complicated that question actually was. But I didn't ask it for being a tool or a douche. I really wanted the answer. I really wanted to know, like, how do you structure a match in NXT? Because I think that'd be really interesting. I'd really like to know the answer to that. And I think the answer is probably quite varied because of everyone being at different abilities and different levels, right? Maybe if you've been in NXT a long time, both of them, you just call it in the ring. Perhaps if you're new, you really go through it backstage and you rehearse it and whatever. Here's Chelsea Green. And she has got her Trish Stratus attire on. But anyway, cut a long story short, he turned around and he said to them, we've got a question here from this, I think he called me a young man, don't know. We've got a question here from this young man, and he wanted to know, and this is what he said, he wanted to know, how does your background and the training that you have, how does that help you in your in-ring career? And I think it was like Damon Kemp that was like, oh, okay, so like I used to do wrestling when I was at high school. And I was sat there going, that is not my question. that ain't what I asked. That ain't what I was wondering. But that's the question that got asked. I was like, well, that's cute. It's got nothing to do with what I just said, but okay. So they cobbled together some sort of flipping answer and, you know, we all moved on with our lives. But yeah, it was fascinating. It was I was trying to get some of that insight, you know. I was trying to get some of the stuff that I think Maven's really good at giving on his YouTube channel. So if you don't watch the Maven YouTube channel, I'd say definitely check it out. So I did see clips of him with Undertaker, and I didn't watch the whole episode, but it seemed very good. So you're saying that they spoke about how wrestlers know how to sell their character, but not quite sell the match that they're in. Very interesting. Jake Campbell said, do we think the Wyatt Six are less likely to turn up considering the men's Money in the Bank is first? I do love the content, and what a time to be a wrestling fan. Jake, shout out to you, sir. No. I don't think they're less likely. I mean, I feel like they're going to show. It'd be hard for this show to happen and for us to not get the Wyatts, I think. Is it? I don't know. Has it been confirmed that it's the men's one first? If it is, then I can only imagine we're going to start early with having the Wyatts. I think what it would do, though, is it would mean it's unlikely that the Wyatts are going to attack backstage. I think they're going to have to attack during the match then, because there's not really going to be any time for them to attack backstage. So I think it must mean they appear during the match. So one way or another, I feel like they're taking Chad out of that match. So I would say I don't think it changes my mind on that, but what it does do is it maybe just changes my mind on the fact that I think they haven't got time beforehand to attack them, unless they attack now. But if they attack on the countdown show, what are you going to do on the actual show? Because I feel like you've got to have them on the actual show. I did have a theory, a little thought, and that was, what if they attack Chad backstage, and then what they do is they have a little segment where they come out? Because I was trying to figure out, why have they got the door? They've teased the Wyatt door. Why would you need that for like a quick sneak attack? I don't know. I have got some questions about the Wyatts and how they fit into this show, but I will be shocked if we don't get them. Certainly considering Triple H says that we're going to be getting surprises tonight, you know? So, Jake, shout out to you. Thomas, shout out to you. Corey said, I keep going back and forth on the championship match. I voted for Seth to win, but I am doubting it, because if he wins, that'll be 2 short reigns in a row, because he is going to lose to Gunther. Tom said Omos could go in the match and win, and the crowd would go wild and I would cry. Connor said, of course, Wyatt Six are taking out Chads. We've got a We Are the Table Botchamania sign. Michael Cole has moved on to commentary. We're starting our final hour now. with Jackie Redmonds. She has taken over hosting duty so that Michael Cole can get ready. Wade Barrett is with Big E still. I'm guessing it's going to be Corey Graves and Michael Cole on the call. We're still in the same area, though, but we've now got 55 minutes to go. That's it. 55 minutes to go. TJ said, I think Damien retains, and down the road we will see Uncle Howdy go after Damien. It has to be that way, unless he is meant to go to SmackDown later and go after Cody, since The Fiend never got pinned. Albert said it's been good weather this weekend after the severe weather and the tornado that hit Louisville. Brony said the only person I wouldn't like winning the women's is Zoe Stark. No shades, but I'm just not a fan. Really loved her when she first debuted in NXT, but her character is a little bit... Tony said, Maven on Taker's podcast was very interesting. It's well worth a watch. Obi said, why don't you play audio while you commentate? I don't like doing it because of copyright, to be honest. I mean, I feel like there might be other watch-alongs that do that, but I don't pay any attention to other watch-alongs, to be honest. I only know of that because of Tommy Toy Travels telling me we do a podcast on a Tuesday, and he was saying that there are others that do play the audio, but I don't feel comfortable doing that. I think entrance music, for example, can get you copyright struck, and there can be like issues with that on YouTube. YouTube is not a platform to really mess around with that. So what with this being a watch-along, I feel like the 99% of people are joining us and sharing their thoughts whilst having the show on at the same time. So I don't think there's many people that join us that aren't watching the show. Plus also, if they're not, I think we do a decent job anyway of letting people know what's being said and what they're missing out on. So I don't really see a need for it. So that's my honest answer. Tony Khan is backstage, says K-pop lover. I purposely didn't watch this show that you are now making we watch, said Zoom Station. Tom said they did the same with Zoe, but if they carry on her hunter gimmick and put more into it, she could be a big heel, taking out legends like Charlotte, Becky, and some returning legends. El Leon said, I think Rhea returns tonight to help Priest. Just Me said, I was Sergeant Sick in FWWA. It's a very small local company. Was the last ever US champ before it closed. Sergeant Sick. Shout out to you. So guys, we got Sergeant Sick in the chat right now. That's a great name. Sarge, you could be in the Wyatt Six, couldn't you? So that's really cool. I've actually never stepped foot in a wrestling ring, which I'm envious of people that have, even on a local level. I suppose in a way it's like, I feel it's a little bit like loving art, loving painting, but having never touched a canvas yourself, you know, having never painted yourself. I kind of feel it's similar to that. I've never been in a ring personally, so I loved it my whole life, loved watching it. When I was growing up, it was a very different world because there was no internet, and I don't think wrestling was really that hot in this country at that point. It had been massive in like the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, but by the mid 80s it had sort of died. It had run its course, really. It had been really hot in the UK, on TV. Big Daddy, Giant Haystacks, Johnny Saints, Kendo Nagasaki, you know, all of these, Mick McManus, all these massive names. Household names, right? My dad does not watch any wrestling, but if I said name a wrestler, he would say Big Daddy. He would say Mick McManus. He would give me the names of the people that were on TV in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s here in the UK. And they were household names. They were massive, got millions of views, more views than WWE gets now. we were getting here in the UK, right? But it sort of ran its course, and it died by the mid-80s. And so I missed it all. I didn't see it. And when I got into WWE in the 90s, there was no wrestling on TV. I mean, you got occasionally WCW, but, you know, there was no big wrestling. There was no Big Daddy, Giant Haystacks, all of that. So I kind of feel like, I don't know that there was a local scene. I don't know that there was like, I think there was like little pockets, but I think it was really dead at that period. I think it was still going on, but you really had to know and look for it. So, you know, young me in a little town away from the cities, I didn't stand much chance really. So, you know, I'd love to be a wrestling fan now, because I feel like a quick Google search will tell you where the local wrestling promotions are, where you can go and learn how to be a wrestler, what you need to do to become a wrestler. Like, it's just all there for you on a Google search. If you're a kid now, you've got no excuse for not getting into wrestling if you want to get into wrestling. But before the internet, before mobile phones, before all of that, it was just so much harder. So much harder. If I could live again, I would probably give it a go. But, you know, it is what it is. So, yeah, I think for anyone that has got into a wrestling ring and actually competed on a local level or even above that, like, nothing but the utmost respect. It's always something that I've fancied doing. This is why a lot of people say, is your dream to go to WrestleMania? And my answer is no. My dream is to go to WrestleMania Access, which is the show they do during WrestleMania weekends. But historically, I don't know if you can now, but in the past, you used to be able to get into a WWE ring and get your picture taken. You could get into an elimination chamber and they would take your picture and you would be in the elimination chamber, and you could see all the old gear that people have wore. You can meet the wrestlers. There's a big figure shop, you know, Bill McKenna's there with Mattel. There's a big WWE superstore. There's all the fun house that's set up, and you know what I mean? Like, there's all this crazy stuff that you can do. That to me is like flipping, it's like a wrestling Disneyland. That's just, I wish there was a permanent place. I wish there was a permanent place like that you could go to, where you could get into a ring and get your picture taken. They've got that WWE experience, and there's a couple of things in there that look pretty good, but I don't know, can you get your picture inside of a ring? Can you go into a wrestling ring? If you could, I'd be like, can you get into an elimination chamber? Have they got a load of the old entranceways? Have they got a load of the old sets? Have they got the Firefly Funhouse? Have they got Rowdy Roddy Piper, Piper's Pit? You know, have they got like some of the vehicles that we've used in the past? Have they got the SmackDown Fist? Have they got a load of belts? Have they got a load of ring war gear? Have they got... This is what we want. What we want is all of that in a physical Hall of Fame. That's what we need. They need a building, probably in Florida, where they've got exhibitions for everyone that's in the Hall of Fame. Make it 5 stories, massive building. I don't care if it's 50 quid to get in. I ain't bothered. I'll pay that. I think a lot of people would pay that to go around, spend the day in this building. They could have a little cafe in there, snack down, like they've got at the headquarters. Exhibitions for all the Hall of Famers, loads of interactive stuff, the ability to get into a ring, the ability to see loads of... I don't know why they don't do it. Well, money. That's why they don't do it. But I think they would make money from it. But that's another conversation for a whole nother time. But I would absolutely love it if we could go to a place like that. I do feel like WWE is a bit like a circus. It travels around, and if it comes to your town, you can go and see it. But where do you go when it's not in your town? Where do you go? Where can you go and enjoy WWE and hang out with like-minded people? It's only when it's in your area that you can have that experience. But should there not be somewhere in America, somewhere in London, that you can go whenever, that you can meet up with other fans and share your passion and have experiences? Like, I feel like it's so long overdue. So WWE, if you're watching this, and I know that you're not, sort it out. Mark, shout out to you, said Wyatt Six and Bray have kept my interest in this. Jeff Hardy in TNA was the first thing I watched, and his Willow character in 2012 I really enjoyed. Mark, shout out to you. Yeah, I think the Wyatt Six have achieved a lot. They've done a lot, and I think that they really have managed to win a lot of people back. I think there's a lot of Lapse fans that have returned since the Wyatt Six all kicked off. I think the QR code campaign was a big success, Nightbirds. And, you know, people love Bray. And there's a lot of people that when Bray passed away, they didn't get any of that stuff anymore. You know, we don't really have Undertaker anymore. We don't really have many of those kind of darker characters. So the Wyatt Six, much needed. And look at the reaction. I mean, there's a reason why a lot of our streams are talking about the Wyatt Six. There's a reason why a lot of our videos are talking about the Wyatt Six. It's because that's what people are talking about. That's what people are talking about. I said this on a stream yesterday, was that, you know, we will talk about whatever I see when I'm reading the comments. We'll talk about it, right? So we go in lots of different directions, touch on loads of different subjects. I never know where we're going, but the reason why we keep going back to Wyatt Six conversations is because that is the conversation. That is what most people are engaged with, what most people are excited about, what most people want to talk about. So, you know, very exciting. You're not alone, and hopefully we see them tonight. So, Mark, shout out to you. The Ring General says Days against Ric Flair. That should be the final match again. To be honest, even though last time he had a match, he looked awful, I think he suffered a heart attack, and I think he said he passed out 3 times. I still wouldn't fancy my chances. I'm pretty sure he would beat me. I'm pretty sure he would absolutely destroy me if I was to get in there with old man Ric Flair. Even old man Ric Flair that's suffering another heart attack and is passing out several times, I still feel like he would get the better of me. So I might have to pass on that one, right? I might have to pass on that one, because however bad it is for Rick in that match, it will be worse for me, right? Whatever he has, I will suffer worse. So I'm definitely not looking for that. I'm quite happy with where I am right now. Why do you think I sit here just chatting with you guys? I'm quite happy with this, thank you. Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. What's this? Are you ready? SummerSlam. So the Indiana, where champions are crowned, Indianapolis. We know they've got the Rumble next year and a future WrestleMania and a future SummerSlam. So Darwin, shout out to you, said Solo has been studying Roman hard. He's hit his marks perfectly. Presentation for Solo and his new bloodline is brilliant. I'm seated for him facing Cody for WWE title at SummerSlam. The story is getting juicy and I can't wait to see Jacob's first WWE match. So Darwin really excited by what he's seeing so far. And honestly, bud, I agree. I think that we actually did a opinions video for SmackDown where I asked for your thoughts and your opinions from last night's show. And I had to keep it short because it was literally half an hour before we started the stream. So I had to keep it shorter than usual. We went about 15 minutes. But some of the themes that were really coming through was some people were really impressed with Solo's promo, but there were a few people saying it was too short, and there were a few people saying that it didn't do enough. I thought it did. I thought keep it short, keep it sweet, keep it to the point, and I thought that it delivered personally. I thought there was a couple of big impactful moments in there. I thought him saying that Roman isn't man enough is quite shocking. We haven't really heard anything like that before. I mean, I think the closest we got to that was when he said to Paul, I love you, but you need to know Roman's not coming back. That was probably the closest that we got to it. So to hear him say Roman isn't man enough felt quite a moment, right? And then also where he set his sights on Cody's title, he said, I'm going to bring that title back to the family. And I think he even said if Roman wants it, he's going to have to win it from me. So I really felt that even though it was short, there was a couple of big things that were said. Love the presentation. Love how dark lit it was. And you've got the people standing in the background. Like, it just felt, I don't know, he felt like a Don, didn't he? It kind of felt a little bit Godfather-esque. You know, that could be how we present Tony D'Angelo and put the family behind him. It had that sort of vibe. So him sat down with the Ula Fala and him obviously talking very confidently as well as the others were like stood behind. I thought it hit its marks. I agree. I thought it hit its marks. I think if it left you wanting more, that's a good thing. I thought there were a couple of moments that were quite impactful in there, you know. I liked it. I thought it did what it needed to do. And I think we need a lot more of that, because if you're going to get me excited for Cody against Solo, you're going to have to really build up Solo. Solo is someone that has been beaten a lot this year. You had to get through Solo to get to Roman. So we've seen Solo lose loads this year. So you've got 4 weeks to really make him feel like he can destroy anyone. You've got 4 weeks to really build him up. He's got to win tonight. There's no two ways about it. He's got to win tonight. Solo and Bloodline have to win. If we are building to Solo Cody, Bloodline have got to look devastating tonight. It's going to be back and forth, of course it is. You've got to give Randy his moments. You've got to give Kevin his moments. You've got to, you know, Cody should not be easily beaten. So, you know, you've got to give them their shine. But at the end of the day, it's Bloodline that have to go over if we're building towards Cody and Solo at SummerSlam. So, yeah, I'm hoping for something that looks vicious, brutal. I'm thinking that it's going to be Bloodline win. They start beating up on the faces after. That then is when I think Jimmy comes back. Because someone's going to have to make a save. People are going to be looking and hoping for Roman, but I just think it's a bit too soon. So I think that I'm looking towards Jimmy. I'm looking towards Jimmy being the one. So Delwyn, some really great thoughts there, my friends. Trent said, fun facts. Gunther made his main roster debut by accepting a Seth Rollins open challenge. That is a fun fact. So Trent, shout out to you, my friends. I hope you're excited for tonight. Trent Withrow. And, you know, should be a good night. No Gunther tonight. We don't need him. He obviously won King of the Ring, and his position at SummerSlam is set. We're about to get a lot of Gunther as we build towards SummerSlam. He might even be there watching the match, because it would make sense, wouldn't it? Him being in the front row or him being on commentary as he watches who his potential SummerSlam opponent is going to be. So he might be there tonight. But yeah, he hasn't really featured too much. We haven't needed him, but he'll come right into the picture as we head towards SummerSlam. Matt said, do we know the order? Someone was shouting about the order. It looks like it's going to be the men's first. It's the men's briefcase that seems to be above the ring. This is normally the news that goes on Fightful Select. So I can have a little look on there. And see what we've got. Money in the Bank pre-show, Money in the Bank scoops, spoilers, producers. Yeah, and there's lots of little bits and bobs. I mean, I can't really see anything that's ruining anything for me because I'm not really reading it. I'm just looking to see if it's got the order, and I don't think there is anything there. So, yeah, nothing really jumping out at the moment, but it does look like it's the men's briefcase that's above the ring. Mark, shout out to you, said, do we think that the Wyatt Six could attack more than Gable in the match, such as attacking everyone in the ring, brackets lights out, and leave Uso or Drew to win. Do we think the Wyatt Six could attack more than Gable? They could attack more than Gable, but I don't think they're looking to attack faces. So I think that they are going to have to be careful of attacking more than Gable. Could it leave Jay or Drew to win? I'm probably leaning more to unlikely. I mean, I don't know, if there's heels, who's in the match that's a heel? I mean, if they take out Carmelo, that wouldn't be a big problem, would it? But I can't see them taking out LA Knight. I can't see them taking out Jey Uso. Could they take out Drew? Maybe. I'm confident that they'll take out Chad, and we'll have to see if they take out any more than that. So we are, where are we? We are counting down. We've got 35 minutes. The crowd are swaying in the background. Set your clocks to Tiffy time. I don't think I've seen Trinidad Flag Guy yet. And also, can we just say this crowd has done an atrocious job of the whiteout. I mean, there is white, but I mean, there's black, there's red, there's... It just looks like a pretty normal crowd, to be honest. In fact, these guys have arrived in high-vis jackets. They've gone white out. Yeah, I'll show you white out. How about we break out the high-vis jackets? So, Mark, shout out to you. I think Chads. They take out Chads. Could they take out more? Sure. I think they would only go for heels, though. But I'm only expecting Chad at the moment. Right, they're singing away. They're swaying away. We got Trevor David as well. Shout out to you, sir. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. I don't know where we are with likes. I don't actually have visibility on likes. But we always try to get to 1,000. We do that for UFC. We don't really ask for it on the wrestling streams, but it does seem to make a little bit of a difference. It does seem to help. So if you are watching and you're going to be staying with us as we are getting closer to the show, just over half an hour left to go. We've been live for 3 hours, 20 minutes. Goes so fast, doesn't it? 3 hours, 20 minutes. We've got half an hour to go and then the show begins. So if you are going to be sticking with us, leave a like. Greatly appreciated as we try to get to 1,000. Ah, there we go. Bodyguard said it's 687. Well, that's good. That's really good. Normally, by the time we get to the main card of UFC, it's normally about 500 when we get to the main cards. So if we kind of treat this as the same, then that would say that we're actually quite ahead of the curve. That would say that we're in a pretty good place, actually, that we should be on track to do it. Is LA Knight on track to do it, though? Yeah! Let's see what LA Knight can do. Here he is. So, LA Knight, let me talk to you. I mean, do you know what? LA Knight is someone that I have never been like crazy about. I've never been on the big hype train for LA Knight personally. I don't mind him, but I've watched him a lot in NXT. We watched him in NWA. I think a lot of his catchphrases and things are things that we've seen for quite a long time, right? So that kind of all that hype and all that stuff. I don't know. I don't. It was cool, but I don't know. It just sort of came out of nowhere. I don't know what he did to really get it. It just sort of organically grew. He kind of organically got over. But he's someone that I like still. I like him. And he's definitely paid his dues. He's been on the main roster a while now. I wasn't clamoring for him last year to like win Money in the Bank or to become a world champion. That to me just felt a little soon. But now he's been on the main roster for a couple of years. Definitely feel like he's paid his dues. Definitely looking like for him to have some success now. I don't think he wins here because I think he goes to SummerSlam and I think he beats Logan. And honestly, then everyone's going to flip and love him. There won't be anyone that doesn't love him if he goes on to flipping SummerSlam and gets that belt off Logan Paul. So, yeah, I don't... If you are an LA Knight fan, I don't think tonight's going to be your night, but I do think SummerSlam should be really good for you. LA Knight against Logan. I mean, like, there's probably a good chance that Logan gets involved tonight. I think the thing with LA Knight, people do just like that old school type wrestler, said Tony, and he brings that with him when he talks, and it's probably the closest we have to like one of those older wrestlers in the company. Yeah, I've got a weird relationship with him because I enjoyed him in NWA and I enjoyed him in NXT, but if you watched NXT, the crowds were not going crazy for him like they are on the main roster. And then if you look at when he came up as Max Dupree, and I remember a lot of people being down on that, and I was like, give it a chance. I don't think they'll keep him Max Dupree forever. I'm sure they're just using this as a way of getting him onto the show, right? I don't think this is his gimmick forever. And eventually he changed to LA Knight again. And then, you know, off we went, and he got into the feud with Bray, and people were more into Bray than they were LA Knight. LA Knight was not getting crazy reactions. And it's just been really interesting to watch his journey because it just sort of came out of nowhere. People sort of, I think a lot of people were like, oh, I like this guy. I like this guy. It's a good talker. I like this guy. And it was very organic. It was really cool to see. It was a little bit Daniel Bryan-esque. It was really cool to see people getting like behind him, but he wasn't doing anything different than what we had seen in NXT or what we had seen in NWA. So it was sort of difficult for me to get on that hype train because I didn't quite know what we were getting hyped about because we'd seen it. I'd seen it. He wasn't doing anything different. I suppose in a way it would be like just all of a sudden getting hyped now about Bronson Reed. Bronson Reed just keeps doing what he's been doing, but all of a sudden we just now get like really hyped about him. And as I said, it was cool to see. It's great to see someone organically getting over. But yeah, I was all right with letting it marinate, and I was all right with letting us like take our time. I don't know though why we didn't pull the trigger on him getting that belt off Logan at WrestleMania. Can't really answer that. I feel like we have waited a bit too long. People said this last year, we need to pull the trigger now, but I was all right with waiting. But WrestleMania felt like the place to me. Instead, it looks like it's going to be SummerSlam. I don't really know why. Unless maybe Logan having the belt has really worked. Perhaps from a social media point of view, like it's just really worked. So they're like, nah, let's keep it on him for a bit longer. Perhaps they did sort of pencil in Logan LA Knight for WrestleMania, but they just wanted to keep going with Logan having it. Either way, I think they've waited a bit too long. It doesn't really matter. The crowds are still with LA Knight. He still gets fantastic support. And I do think that it'll be him against Logan. I think you're right. I think he reminds people of that kind of throwback. I think he reminds people of the sort of Stone Cold Rock. You know, it's clear that he's took big influences from them. So I think people are reminded of them. And it's quite nostalgic, you know. So, yeah, bright future for him. I think he's going to have a very good SummerSlam. Thomas said the promo he did after Bray died, that's what put him over, says Thomas. So what, you think it was that moment there? You think that it was that moment that he really connected? I think it's, I don't know, to be honest. I think it was before that. I mean, when did Bray pass away? It was like July, wasn't it? I think he had the crowd before that. If you look, I think I saw an interview with him, and he said he felt it change in about March. If I was to pinpoint the moment that it changed, I think I would go back to a promo that he did about WrestleMania, where he said you can't have a WrestleMania in LA without LA Knight, and people reacted to that. They liked that. They liked how, oh yeah, we've got a WrestleMania in LA and we've got LA Knight and he should be on the cards. And he wasn't. He wasn't on the cards. And that seemed to really frustrate people. People really wanted LA Knight on that WrestleMania card in the April, and he wasn't on it. And I think it's funny, actually, the Wyatt Six are all about people that are being ignored and people that are being overlooked and people that are being downtrodden, right? So it's really interesting that LA Knight absolutely fitted that remit probably this time last year or just a bit before. Like, kind of, he wasn't getting onto WrestleMania and he wasn't on the pay-per-view after that. He did eventually get onto the Money in the Bank cards. And the reason why he got onto the Money in the Bank cards is because of the fact that the crowd wanted him so much. Like, he'd been demanded so much. So if I was to go back and try and pinpoint, I think I'd be looking at just before WrestleMania, where he really was planting seeds about, I need to be on this card. We're in LA, I'm LA Knight and all that stuff. This was last year, by the way. This was when we were in SoFi. And he wasn't. He didn't make it onto the card. He did this year, of course. This year he was against AJ Styles, but he wasn't last year. So I don't know. I think he probably cemented himself with the, promo he did after Bray's passing. But I think the fans were with him a little bit before that. Jeremiah said, with speculation of Roman returning possibly as early as tonight, I can't help but remember that his father did just pass away. I think they'll give him some more time to mourn. Yeah, I mean, there was a memorial service, and obviously it's going to be something which is going to have had an effect. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I think it's one of those where people deal with grief in different ways, and I don't know how he will deal with the grief of losing his father. It's such a massive thing. It is such a massive thing that you can't ignore it. It is a massive thing. I would say, though, what I found when my grandparents have passed away is that I have to stay active. I've tried staying at home. And it was no good for me. I actually ended up going back to work really quickly. I know that was like my grandparents, but I was really close with my grandparents. So, and it was a big loss, and I just couldn't not do anything. And maybe he's the same, Perhaps he just doesn't want to sit around. I'm sure his dad, who loved the business, was they're a wrestling family. It might actually work the other way. It might be that it might motivate him to come back sooner, to be honest. It might remind him that life is short and that you can't take anything for granted. And it might motivate him to come back sooner. So I don't know. Everyone deals with grief different ways, don't they? But you are absolutely right. It is something that you can't take for granted. It is something that you've got to factor in. But to be perfectly honest, I'm not expecting it to be a case that we see him tonight. I think that we see him at SummerSlam. I sort of feel like that was probably the plan all along. But we will see. I'm a little distracted because not only are we talking about Roman, but we have got a little glimpse into Sami Zayn's comedy show. So a little glimpse into his comedy show. And apparently Trish was there. And I think Cody was there. And Bayley was there. And Johnny Knoxville was there. So it does look like a really fun day out, that actually. A fun show to go and see Sami, because chances are you are going to be seeing some of the other superstars as well. And we didn't get to see too much, but it did look like a pretty fun evening. So, Thomas, shout out to you. And Phantom67, shout out to you as well, my friends. Right, things are getting serious. We've got 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes to go. So, Suzanne said it's hot in Alabama. Metal Mummy said, yeah, everyone deals differently, processing things. Some people do need time. Others take time, others don't. Yeah, it was really weird. I mean, you don't really know until you kind of go through it how you're going to react to it. One thing I learned about myself was that when my granddad passed away, and I was really close to my nan and granddad, go round every weekend, Christmases round theirs, all that stuff, right? Grandparents. But when my granddad passed away, I just remember being in the room at the hospital where the family were, and everyone was like devastated, of course. And I remember sitting there, and I was like, I can't just sit here. Like, I just couldn't sit there. Like, I couldn't wallow in it. I didn't want to wallow in it. So I got up and I was like, who wants a cup of tea? Who wants a coffee? Does anyone want anything? Like, I had to do something. So I've kind of learned that, really, that when something like that happens, I can't just sit and I'm no good at sitting and reflecting. I'm no good at that. I have to do something. But it's weird. Everyone deals with it a different way. There was people that just were heartbroken, couldn't do anything. And then there's me going, do you want a tea? Do you have sugar? Do you want milk? So I learned that about myself. So I don't know about Roman. I don't know where his head's at. But putting that to one side, I wasn't expecting him back at this show anyway, to be perfectly truthful, just because I feel that his return is a massive return, and he could be back on this show. It is Money in the Bank, but I don't know. They've been doing lots of big returns at SummerSlam. They've been bringing back like Becky, Brock, Bayley at SummerSlam. SummerSlam tends to be a bit of a tradition now that you get big returns. You could make the argument, though, that even if you bring Roman back tonight, you've still got Alexa and Rhea, who are probably going to be coming back at SummerSlam. So, you know, you could afford to bring one of those back. You know, do you need to save all three for SummerSlam? That's a lot in it, really. Roman, Rhea, and Alexa. So do you move one of those forward to tonight? Not long till we find out. Literally 19 minutes. 19 minutes. Connor said, do we see John Cena coming out tonight and helping Cody, Orton, Owens? I don't know, to be honest. John Cena was not something that I predicted, but I do think John Cena, I mean, the word on the street is he's around. So I'm not going to say this for that reason, right? I'm not going to say he's going to be on the show because of the rumours. But what I am going to say is this time last year in London, we did get John Cena. John Cena, if he is available, I think will always look to pop in, show his face. And I think if he is free, I think that there is a chance that John Cena makes his presence felt, right? If John Cena comes out and does like he did last year, where he makes his presence felt, says hello to the fans, maybe comes out and goes, do you know what, guys? I really think Toronto deserves WrestleMania, right? Do you remember that? Do you remember that when he came out and he was like, I think London deserves WrestleMania? That was only last year. And there's no flipping sign of it, is there, John? So he might come out and say something like that. What would be interesting is, would the Wyatt Six attack him? I mean, I don't know if that would be a good move, and I don't know how that fits into the story, but they might just want to have a moment. Or maybe the Wyatt Six come out, shake his hand. He had that match with Bray, the Firefly Funhouse match. It's hard to know what John and Bray's relationship is now. I don't know that I would go down those roads, because then I'd be all confused as to why they've done it. I can't really make a case as to why you would do it. But I sort of feel like if you're going to have John Cena in the ring, and we've got the plans for the door, the Wyatt door getting set up, I sort of look at that and I'm like, we're probably going to set that door up, and someone's going to come through, and we're probably going to do something on this show. Are we going to do that whilst the Money in the Bank match is on? Maybe we will. Maybe we will. Maybe it's just for that. But if John's going to be on the show, do we do a moment with John? It's just sort of got me thinking. I can't give you the reasoning. I can't sit here and go, well, this is why we would do it. But I don't know. I expect the unexpected. So a lot of the conversations we have were dealing with likelihoods. So we're having conversations about what's the most likely thing to happen. And I don't know. Look, if John is around, I do think he is someone that will pop up and show his face if he's around and he's free. I think WWE will always use him. I think that he loves making appearances. I think it's probably likely that he does show up tonight, yeah. Equally, I would not be shocked if he just is backstage and he's just popping his head in. But I feel like if you've got John Cena available, you use John Cena, don't you? I sort of feel like why would you have John Cena and not put him on the show? You know, you can always find some reason to do it. Oh, hello, what's this? This is them. Oh my God. Wow, that's Kathy Kelly right on the edge. Look, there's Chelsea Green, but she is struggling with it. Oh my God, I don't think I could do that. Wow. Wow, my God, that's meant. Look at Chelsea. She's doing it as well. Is that on the edge of like the CN? Oh my God. She's doing a flipping interview. Wow, that's amazing. That is amazing. Do you know, I've been there. I've been to the CN Tower, and there is... I'll need to find the picture. There is a picture of me, young. I went there with my school, and they've got, like, a glass floor, and there's me, like, no word of a lie, there's, like, a little panel of glass, and you can see down to the bottom, and I'm lying on it, my head's on it, and I'm like... I need to find that picture. It is the worst picture that has ever been taken of me ever. I think I'm quite young as well, so like my moustache is quite wispy. It's one of those that if there's a gust of wind, it would be like blow up. So I'm like young and I'm there, I'm like... There is no flipping way I would be up that CN Tower leaning over the edge having a... There is no way. So absolutely nothing but respect there for Kathy Kelly and Chelsea Green doing that. Is flipping insane. Flipping insane. J Money said, I think that Solo sends the bloodline to cause Jay a ladder match, cost him the ladder match, so he doesn't interfere when taking back the championship from Cody, said J Money. Wrestling Russ said, I'm still butthurt that WrestleMania 41 is not going to be in Minneapolis. Hopefully 42. Bobby said, when do we think they're going to make a Uncle Howdy or Bo Dallas action figure? I would say keep an eye on San Diego Comic-Con. That's coming up in 20th, is it, of July? Something like that. It's this month. And it is such an important... Comic-Con. It is where they show off like all the figures for the next 6 months. I don't know that they're gonna have an Uncle Howdy. If it is an Uncle Howdy, it might be an Uncle Howdy from like 2022, because we never even got one of them. We never got an Uncle Howdy character from when Bray first returned like a couple of years ago. They could have worked on that and have that lined up ready to go. If they don't, then they might have some early images of the new Howdy, but it takes 12 months to make a figure. From design to shelf, 12 months. They might have got it down a little bit now to like 10 months, maybe, but that, you know, that's how long it takes to actually sit down and could create a computer generated image, then make the model of it, make the prototype, sort out the accessories, sort out what series it's going in, get it all confirmed and signed off, send it all over to China or wherever it gets made, get the first prototype back so that you can see and make any changes, right, and have a look at it, then say that that's okay. And that process is like near enough 12 months. So I wouldn't be expecting an Uncle Howdy to hit the shops anytime soon. If they can get one out for Christmas, I don't think so. I really don't think so. I mean, when did he arrive? He arrived, what, June? 17th of June is when we first saw him, and I don't think they would have given Mattel a heads up in case it leaked. So I don't think they would have done that. So yeah, unless it's an old one from 2022, I think you might wait a little bit. Wyatt 6 has been towards the unlikely I've seen, says Akeem. We haven't seen Becky as well, said David. That's true. There's way AJ returns tonight. AJ Lee could return tonight. We could get AJ Lee tonight. Jay Dono said Alexa might return at SummerSlam with a creepy gimmick, maybe like a female fiend Lily. She'll start walking through the open door as a Lily female fiend. Giovanna said my name is John Cena meme, ha ha ha. Shout out to you. At Pensacon 2025, I'm going to meet Rikishi, says Bully Recover. Have a great time. Have a great time. I like Jackie Redmond. Can we make her Miss Money in the Bank? Let's go. That would be a swerve. Wouldn't be expecting that. Do we think it's a guarantee that the Wyatt Six are there tonight, said Roy? I don't think there are guarantees, but I feel about as confident as you can feel, to be honest. Days, who do we think will be the next champ after Cody? I think Rock, says Mr. Meme. I think that's a good shout. I don't think we put it onto Solo. I think Solo is probably just going to be the next in line for Cody, the next challenger, but I don't think Solo wins it. I think, yeah, so Cody could keep it, and I think we get Cody against The Rock, and honestly, I wouldn't mind The Rock winning it. I think if someone's getting it from Cody, it needs to be either some big rising star like Bron Breakker that we're really going to pull that trigger on, or it needs to be like a big credible name like a Randy Orton. I wouldn't mind it being Randy. I'd be fine with a heel Randy getting that belt from Cody, and the heartache of Cody's world title reign ending at the hands of someone that he so admires, someone that he's always looked up to, someone that he regards as a friend, has kind of stabbed him in the back. So I wouldn't mind it being Randy, heel Randy, but it's hard to see past The Rock, isn't it? Streets are saying that it might be Cody Rock at next year's WrestleMania. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Been to Sears Tower. I live about 5 hours away, says Metal Mama. Chelsea Green is such a natural, said Tony. She's made for this. A great entertainer and personality. Jim said there's not enough money in the world to get me to do that. I know, man. There is no flipping way. I need to find that picture, actually. Just Me said, I'm not afraid of heights. It's the sudden stop at the bottom. Very good. James said, not in a million effing years would I do that. Do you know, it's good, actually. I mean, with these kickoff shows, we don't really get much to get our teeth into. Like, there's a few little interviews and, you know, bits and bobs, but that was a good moment, actually, them doing that interview at the top of the CN Tower. I'd love to be there when they proposed that idea to Chelsea. Like, this is what we're thinking of doing. I wish they'd managed to capture that moment. Very good. WWE are having some audio issues, says Horror King Mayhem. They are. Metal Mama said, what time is it for you in the UK? It is 11:52. I feel bad for you guys. It's only 6 p.m. here. We are more middle ground, half USA, half hours for all the rest of the countries. I honestly, I don't know. I can't really speak for everybody, but for me, it's not a problem. My body clock is now set to this. So for me personally, it's fine. For other people, I don't know. I think there's a bit of adventure, really, with staying up, you know? There's a bit of fun to be had with going out all day, knowing that at 1 o'clock in the morning or whatever time, you're going to be watching the WWE pay-per-view, you know? It's something that you look forward to all day. I wouldn't like it as much if it was middle of the day, really. But then I do think about the kids that have got to go to school, and I do think about the people that have to go to work early the next day. But here in the UK, it's Saturday night tomorrow is Sunday. There is no school. People probably aren't going to work. So it's not a problem really. I suppose the problem comes if we move to Sunday, then we've got a bit of a problem. Because then, of course, people have got to go to work, people have got to go to school. But for me, that's fine, honestly. It's no dramas. I'm so used to it now. We do this on the regular. Shahil, shout out to you, my friends. Shahil says, Days, how are you? I'm good. Hope you're well. Says, couldn't sleep, so I decided to join you and watch the show. Oh, well, hopefully you won't regret that, because I think the first match tonight is going to be the men's Money in the Bank. That seems to be what's getting suggested. So we are just 6 minutes away. Tony said, I used to get up at about 3 a.m. to watch the boxing with my dad when I was young, like Tyson against Bruno, and the wrestling gives me that same feel. James said the landscape of WWE changes tonight because they're going to go portrait. Yeah, do you know, I agree with that about the boxing. Do you know, there's another show that I sort of feel the same way about, and it's a weird one. It's Jerry Springer, right? I remember that I used to finish late shifts at Christmas when I worked in an entertainment store. So we would close the shop at like 10 o'clock at night, and then we would fill the shelves up, and it would take a couple of hours to do that, repair the shop. We did it at night rather than doing it in the morning, so that we could just open the next morning and everything was good, right? Here's Trish making her way down. And so I would get back at like midnight, or even later than that, half midnight, maybe 1 in the morning, right? And so I'd have something to eat, and I would turn the TV on, and normally there's like not much on TV at that time, but one show that I was normally always able to find was Jerry Springer. Jerry Springer, like not live, obviously reruns. But yeah, I kind of had that. You get that sort of like, I don't know, I shouldn't really be up at this time kind of feeling. You get that with the boxing. I think you get that with the wrestling as well. Here's Trish. She says, "You're welcome." It's so good to be home. I'm so excited. I get to be the one to welcome you to a night that's going to change WWE forever. I mean, they really are teasing something massive, aren't they? Juliet? Lillian? Oh, Samantha. Oh, right. Samantha's going to sing the Star Spangled Banner. Why? Why are we getting Samantha? I thought we were going to bring out Lillian. I thought we might have had like she can sing, so I mean no shade, but I mean we used to do the same with Lillian, didn't we? John said, I've never been that active or social, but I've been working and part of this community since White Rabbit, said John. John, shout out to you, sir. I always love hearing from the silent majority, because there is a silent majority. You know, I can see that we've already had nearly 27,000 people watch this stream. That's what the numbers are saying. And you know, there's clearly not been 27,000 people commenting. So it's crazy to think that there is this big group of people that just watch and don't ever comment. So shout out to all of you. We see you. Not literally, like not in a pervy way, but... So yeah, Samantha is singing the Star Spangled Banner and doing a wonderful job, as you would expect. Yeah. Vince always preferred that, didn't he, to I think the Star Spangled Banner or to the actual national anthem. Don't know why he didn't. Oh, hang on, no, is that the national anthem? He always used to like is it America the Beautiful? They always used to sing that at WrestleMania rather than the national anthem. Right, I'm just getting set up ready for... Oh, there it is. Oh, I didn't even realise the countdown show was on... I didn't even realise the countdown show was on the network. I was watching it on YouTube. Okay. So we are set up. We're ready to go. And now... Oh, yeah. Ryland James. Well, this is all different, isn't it? Well, so who's this boomer? Oh, he's doing the Canadian national anthem? God, it's like a sing-along. I think that Jay is going to win. Damien will announce he is pregnant, said Dad Stuff, and he will relinquish the belts. Let's go. One of the top storylines in WWE history. Well, I certainly have not seen that coming. Canada. I don't know that I've ever heard Canada's national anthem. Hope our Canadian friends are all saluting away. Days, you're more surprised about the Canadian anthem. I am, yeah. We don't normally do this. We don't normally do any national anthems, to be honest. Only at really WrestleMania. I don't think I've ever heard it before. Right, we've got a ladder set up in the entranceway, by the way. Ladders all in the entrance ramp, in the entrance stage. And there we go. Then... Now, here we flipping go. Forever. Right, Defcon says, how many is too many ladders and wrestlers in a ladder match? There is not too many. We could have 100 wrestlers and 1,000 ladders, and it would be... You tell me you don't want to see that match. You tell me you wouldn't watch that. 1,000 ladders and 1,000 wrestlers and 1 briefcase. Right, here we are looking at Toronto. We are live for Money in the Bank, starting at midnight rather than starting at 1 in the morning, which traditionally we would do. But they've moved it forward a little bit. Oh, no, I thought he was sticking up his middle finger there, but Solo... We the ones. Here's Cody. Cody getting off his bus. I think have we seen this before? Come on. Let's go over to these people. So there's Cody. And We've seen all of this. I feel like this is just the same footage we saw on the kickoff show. It's just Michael Cole is commentating over the top of it now. Jacob Fatu in Canada says, blip. Edward said, Days, tonight we get to see some women go up a ladder as they have their backsides on TV. It's going to be a good night. It's going to be the best night. Here is Trish arriving, but she's already been in the ring. There's Trish looking fabulous. Host of Money in the Bank. There is Seth freaking Rollins. I acknowledge my tribal chief says Opila. There's Judgment Day. RIP Chad Gable and Jay. Wire in the Bank, said Mitchell. Adam said, all my life I just once when they have someone sing the anthem we get an RKO. That would have been sick. If Randy had RKO'd Samantha Irvin, that would have been the greatest moment in the history of wrestling. Right, let's go. Here we go. Funny they still keep leaving the Universal out of that title, like they are dumbing it down. They're trying to get rid of it. Yeah, well, they should. I think, like, for me, it should just be the WWE Championship. Like, that should be what it is. It's the WWE. I think they call it the Undisputed WWE Championship. But that's fine. I mean, that's what it should be. World Heavyweight Championship, WWE Championship. Done. Bradley said, when will you win Money in the Bank briefcase? Well, if there's like some sort of competition at WWE Shop where you can win one, maybe then I would stand a chance, but that would be about it, to be honest. But you can get to WWE Shop by clicking the link in the description for those that want to have a look at what they've got on offer. Obviously, a lot of Money in the Bank merch. New shirts and things, and we might get some new shirts on display tonight. They do keep talking about the landscape changing. So what does that mean? What does that mean? What the flip does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Why are they getting me like super hyped for something I probably shouldn't be getting super hyped for? Going into Money in the Bank felt like, yeah, this could happen, that could happen. We might get the Wyatt 6. This might, but I mean, James is right. People are right. They are talking about the landscape changing. Does the landscape change just because someone gets the briefcase? It's a bit of a reach, isn't it? It's a bit of a reach. The landscape changes because someone's got the Money in the Bank briefcase, something that happens every year. Have they got something more planned? Is there something bigger planned? Well, we'll find out, won't we? Liam Costa said, Days, my friend, I've missed these streams. Liam, shout out to you. I saw that you put a super chat in. I think, was it last night? And you were like, guys, how you doing? And I think we'd just ended the stream, but it did pop up just as I was like shutting stuff down. So I did see it. So, Liam, I hope you are well, my friend. Is this an actual dance, by the way? This it's a good dance. I've put it into my repertoire. I like the graphics and everything, actually. Right. Lots of pyro going off. The landscape is changing. You are looking live. Everyone, mix your Prime with your vodka. We're going to die tonight, says Aubrey. Let's go. That would be good for Prime, actually, if they did come out with some sort of a drink. You know, vodka Red Bull really helped Red Bull. So actually, if Prime did do that, that would actually be a pretty good idea for them. Don't go giving them ideas, though. Large sign for getting on TV. Love it. Love it. Days, the best way to make Money in the Bank an incredible pay-per-view is to make you win Money in the Bank. You're right. You're right. We need this community getting out there. Imagine if it was one of you. Right. Life of Daz said, Days, after a Euro footy day, WWE Ute. Oh, God, you've just reminded me who won the other game. We've been chatting away. I don't even know who England are playing. Who England playing? Oh, God. Now the Money in the Bank's happening and I don't even know who England are playing. Who won the other game? It was Netherlands. Turkey are out. Wow, Netherlands. So it's going to be England against Netherlands. Oh, God, I don't know how I feel about that. Holland? Oh, my God. Okay, here we go. Men's Money in the Bank. Oh, we're going to see Jay's entrance, are we? There he is, Utes. So we went through a load of people. He was crouched down. Now he's walking out into the arena. We've got breaking news that Netherlands won. And we got Jay coming out. Me oos. Well, it's just me oos. Yeets. Matter with the orange hearts. Liam said, Days, my friend, I've missed these streams. I've been so busy, but it is so good to be back. And I'm a day one fan, as you know. Well, welcome back, my friends. Welcome back. Friends and supporters of the channel, people that have been with us, they come and they go. But the truth remains that we are always here. And you can do that. You can come and go as life dictates. You can always come back to the warm bosom that is this community. As Jey Uso makes his way down to the ring. And England heads to the semi-finals against Netherlands on Wednesday. I'm going to be sick. It's so exciting. Do you want it just me, Oos? Yeah, that's right, Oos. Slapping hands with Michael Cole. Michael Cole. Oh, God, Michael Cole's become the coolest person in WWE. We got Macho King in the front row. We got Trinidad Flag Guy in the front row. Right, that he was with Michael Cole. He was like, yeah. And look at all the lasers. There's a real vibe, isn't there, man? Oh, just give him the briefcase. Do you know what? He's not my favourite, but oh, he brings the party vibes, doesn't he? Give him the briefcase. Meoos. White shirt guy. Is it white shirt guy? What's he wearing? They did say white out, and the fans have listened to that and gone, yeah, nah. The fans have responded by going, what? What did you say? What? We said white out. What? Everyone's just wearing the shirts I think they normally wear. First ever Money in the Bank ladder match for Jamie Uso. Me Oos. Final prediction. Drew wins, cashes in tonight, said J14. I've been yeeting for the last 5 minutes in my living room, said Leo. Leo, shout out to you. Mate, I was yeeting when England won that penalty shootout, man. Here's El Idolo. El Idolo. Here he is, like, sick mask, innit? So here's El. I don't really like his entrance jacket. It's a bit too... looks like something that Natalia would wear. But I like his mask. So El Idolo is making his way down. From Gomez Coliseum, Majes, Mexico. Why couldn't he come from Orlando? I should imagine when she saw that written down, she was like, oh, jeez, what? From where? Coliseum, Mexico. I'll say California. Yeah, should we go with that? California. Right, he's in the ring. Andrade is talented, but the entrance is, says sis. Days, how are you? I'm going to be back after a while. The true day one subscriber. We'll never see him again now. He's gone. Liam, shout out to you. LA Knight, yeah. Here we go. Jay Lang, photography. Says, I think Randy turns on Cody tonight, setting up SummerSlam. Big, bold, love it. Yeah, I think there's a great chance that we do get heel Randy Orton at some point. Is it tonight? Could be. Could be. That would, I mean, listen, they said the landscape was going to change. But, I don't know, should they know about that? Trisha said the landscape's going to change. Should she know that Randy's going to turn heel? So, what's he wearing? What green shirt is he wearing? Is it white shirt guy? Where are you? It is. It is. Oh my God, they found a way of making green shirt guy, white shirt guy. You're right. Oh my, I can't cope with it. I can't cope with it. Who is he? I don't even recognize him, look. He must have been livid. He must have been livid. He's gone to the trouble of wearing a white shirt and no other boomer has. I will say there's more white shirts than usual. I will give them that. But there are, you know, I'd say a good 40-50% of people that didn't get the flipping memo. Here's Chad. So no backstage attacks for Chad. No time, to be honest. We've gone early with this. Men's Money in the Bank starting the show. Little Potato said it confirms that Roman is not coming. Here's Chad looking around as he makes his way down to the ring. People are chanting, "You suck." Chad is not appreciating that. So people are chanting away that Chad sucks. You suck. So he's getting into the ring. We've already had LA Knight come down, and it is true that Green Shirt Guy is not Green Shirt Guy tonight. Hopefully we can get Mattel to make a battle pack of Green Shirt Guy and White Shirt Guy, and we could have both of them in the future. Right, we haven't had Carmelo come down to the ring yet. We're still waiting for Carmelo. I could see AEW losing viewers today. AEW are losing viewers every day, mate. Here we go. Here's Carmelo. White shirt guy's shirt actually just looks like a ghost. Perhaps he's wearing one of them. Chad is going to become the new Kurt Angle, said Galaxy Wolf. LS Dub said NBA teams set out t-shirts on every seat for fans to put on. WWE should have given them all white shirts. Yes, but what you're forgetting is that WWE are really tight. They're really tight and they want fans to do something, but they're not going to financially encourage it. You know, they're not going to financially back it. Well, this is what you get. You know, if you mention it once on a kickoff show, can we do a whiteout? This is what you get. You get confusion. Yeah. Imagine if everyone had wore white apart from one person who was like looking around going, what's going on? Imagine if everyone had wore white apart from Green Shirt Guy. And he was like, we've got someone in the front row that says Cheese Wizards. Cheese Wizard in the house. Drew McIntyre making his way down. Liam Costa. Shout out to you. What's Liam saying? He says, Days, my friends. It's good to be back. Day one fan and subscriber. It is true. Liam is an OG. And actually, Liam, is that you and me in your profile picture? Me and Liam go all the way back. I'm not bragging, I'm just saying, you know. So it is lovely to have you around again. It sort of suggests that even those people that are no longer with us, they still miss us. And eventually they will return. So God bless you, my friends. Here we go. Drew making his way down. They're gonna dingle drop mop stop, said Miss Clown. God, I hope so. I thought Mello's tights were like a Benoit tribute. I'm not sure that would play well. Life of Daz said, do we know if this is the last Money in the Bank on the network? Netflix? Yeah. Well, everything goes there, doesn't it, in January? Last WrestleMania? I wouldn't miss anyone, said James. Guys, what you need to know about James is that he says stuff so that no one gets that close to him, but actually is a vulnerable young thing. He would miss you all. He just can't bring himself to admit it. We'll work through it, James. We'll work through it. I see the real you. Is CM Punk cleared? Well, he never actually answered that question, but yes, I would believe so. I believe he's going to take Drew out of this and then on Monday announce he's cleared and we go to SummerSlam. Sign in the crowd says Punk 3, Drew 0. Here we go then, kids. I would miss the sexiness, says Miss Clown. Crowd seems a bit down for a Canada crowd. Yeah, they were a little bit down yesterday during SmackDown. They're all right. No shade. But, you know, I'm sorry, Toronto. You're not Montreal. You're not France. You're not Scotland. You are Toronto. You are unique. You are your own crowd. But, listen, you got to give them things to cheer for. Hopefully they're about to get something in this match. Let's go, man. Giza HD. Shout out to you, my friends. I spent my... What did that say? Something on these seats. Big brawl, we're underway. Ah! Giza HD said, these watch-alongs are great days. Thank you. None of my friends or family like wrestling, so I feel like I get to watch with someone instead of being alone, so thank you. Oh, that's so... Oh, I can't even cope with something that kind. I don't even know how to react to like that. No, amazing. I'm in the same boat. None of my family... I mean, my family are accepting of wrestling. They wouldn't go out their way to watch it, but if it was on and I wanted to watch it, they wouldn't make me turn it over. They are, you know, accepting of it. But I'm just like you. I don't have anyone to sit down and watch it with. There's no one I can talk to that would be excited about, oh my God, it's Money in the Bank tonight. So that's why this community, I think, it just helps us all. It's, I think a lot of us are in that boat, unfortunately, dotted around the world. We don't really have anyone to kind of share this passion with, you know, so... Giza HD, I see you. I hear you. I am in that boat with you, and... sit back, relax, welcome, my friend, as ladders are being inserted into the ring. LA Knight goes to the outside, as does Jey Uso. Carmelo goes down, as does, I believe it was Chad. We got Andrade and Drew over on the other side into the barricade, right in front of White Shirt Guy. Right in front of White Shirt Guy. Let's flippin' go. So LA Knight and Jay back in the ring, but Drew with a ladder takes them both down. And they go over to the corner. Into Chad Gable. Carmelo. He goes down as well. Drew with this ladder. Swinging it around. Now, how much outside interference are we going to get in this match? Are we going to get the Wyatt Six? Are we going to get CM Punk or AJ Lee? Are we going to get Logan taking out LA Knight? Big shots coming in back and forth. So Giza HD, shout out to you. Little Potato said, everyone keep their expectations low. Roman Reigns buried his father today. Was it today, was it? Oh, wow, look at that by Andrade. Andrade springing off that top rope, delivering a leg drop on Chad Gable, who was upside down on a ladder. Yeah, Little Potato, I'm personally not expecting Roman today. I think we're looking at SummerSlam for Roman, but I mean, if he buried his father today, then I think you're right. I mean, I think you can pretty much rule him out of the equation there. But yeah, that's... What do you say about that? Horrific. Plus also, if he did bury his father today and have that service today, I mean, I'm guessing that would have been in Pensacola. And we're in Canada. So, you know, I can't imagine him jumping on a plane and going up to Canada straight after that. Carmelo. Oh, lovely. Springboards. Comes off. Manages to grab a hold of Andrade and pull him off the ladder. Mello, don't miss. So, Little Potato, hope you are well. And big shout out to Phantom67. Phantom67 said, my heart is with Roman today. I know how he feels. I'm sorry to hear that, my friends. I didn't realise it was today, actually. I did hear that there had been the service, but I didn't know if it was today or if they were just reporting it from yesterday. But I know the service had happened recently. So, Little Potato telling me it's today, Phantom. Oh, my God! What are they doing? Springboard moonsaults off that middle rope. Andrade and Carmelo go stomach first into the ladders. Oh, mates. No one won there. No one won. They both lost. I tell you who won. Jay, Drew, Chads, everyone else in the match. That's who won. Oof. You know, when they're rolling around, grabbing their ribs, grabbing their stomachs, that's because it really flipping hurt. That's not, that ain't a soft landing. CM Punk chants. Loud CM Punk chants. Shots being exchanged back and forth. Yeets. Man, brutal. Pushing back, going for a clothesline, gets the ropes, picks him up. Oh, Samoan drop by Jay. Great work by Jay. Goes over, against the ropes. Drew, spear by Jay. Feels early still, doesn't it? Doesn't feel like the end of this is coming soon. I mean, imagine if he just climbs the ladder and wins the match now. Step up in Zaguri. So, Phantom67, I'm sorry to hear that you know that pain and can sympathize with Roman. But I completely agree. Thoughts with Roman and his family. If that service was today, as is being reported. And obviously we know about Kevin and his mother as well. That was reported yesterday, wasn't it? By Kevin. Lovely German there by Chads. Jab said, do we think Ambrose will return someday? I think he will, to go in the Hall of Fame. Maybe he has a little run, maybe. But maybe we do another Shield match. But I don't expect it to be like for a long run. I think it would just be a little thing. I think his AEW really now. I don't see him leaving there anytime soon. Oh my God, wonderful work there by Chads. Amazing work by Chads. Come on! Andrade, oh, back elbow there by Chad. Andrade goes down. Just amazing, rolling through into deadlift Germans. Now he's Germaned a ladder. Oh, he grabs a ladder, German suplexes it onto Andrade. Mate, I've not seen that before. Psh, a German suplex to a ladder. You still suck is the chant by the crowds. You still suck. You still suck. Wow. Amazing. Right now we've got Chad climbing up the ladder, trying to get to that briefcase. LA Knight grabs him, pulls him off in the corner, kicks to the midsection. Yeah, in a way. German ladder. Oh my God. They're the best they're the best made ladders. German ladders. Very efficient. Right now, Dragon Screw, down goes LA Knight. LA Knight down in the corner. Right now we've got Chad. He's got that ladder, setting it up in the ring. LA Knight still down. Chad has got this ladder. He's going to look to drive it into LA Knight, and he does. LA Knight moves out the way. Oh, into the corner goes Chad. Net breaker onto the edge of a ladder. My God. Oh, my God. No one deserves that. No one deserves that. And he's probably going to get attacked by the Wyatt Six. The replay. Man, when they say this is the most brutal match, they're not lying. They're not flipping lying. Right, shots being exchanged back and forth. Face first into the commentary table goes Carmelo. Man, this is brutal. These spots are brutal, said Leo. Leo, you are absolutely right. What you've just said is correct. The Mayor Pete said the over-under on broken ladders in this is about 1.5. What, you think 1.5 ladders? Oh, I think we're over that. We're well over that. Shot coming in there by LA Knight. And Chucks Carmelo into the ring. Right now we've got LA Knight, Carmelo in the ring. Ladder set up, picks him up. Powerbomb? Powerbomb? No. Lands on his feet. Oh! Double knees there by Carmelo. LA Knight goes over into the corner. Carmelo's up on his feet, grabs the ladder. And right now it's just him and LA Knight in the ring. We can see Chad moving on the outside as Carmelo climbs up. Chad Gable. It's amazing he can walk. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. And it is awesome. Look at that little ladder. Oh. Kick coming in there by Carmelo. Did Jake the Snake ever win a snakes and ladders match, said Dortmund? That's a great question. K-Dub said it's a great match so far. Oh, ankle lock on the ladder, on the ladder. Look at that. Carmelo trying to reach up, trying to grab that briefcase. Andrade climbing up the other sides. And face first, down goes Carmelo. Chad is climbing up, exchanging shots between him and Andrade. Face first into the top of the ladder. Shot coming into the midsection. Boom. Andrade goes down. Now Drew grabbing a hold of Chad's. Hurls him into the ladder. It's just non-stop, man. It's just absolutely non-stop. They did make a Money in the Bank action figure case. I've got one for my son, said Defcon Prime and his Power Pets. They can store up to 10 wrestlers. Ah! He just chucks Chad's, power bombs him into a ladder set up in the corner. Ah, Claymore! Andrade over the top to the outsides. Now Drew climbing up a ladder. That briefcase hanging above the ring as Jay comes in. Jay grabs Drew. Look at that ladder, man. Buckling. You can see that ladder is pretty much done. Ah, super kick there by Jay. LA Knight looking for the BFT. Gets it. On Drew. Jay Uso going up top. Oh, look, these two working together. Jay. Oh, splash. Connects. Okay, so Jay, Drew, LA Knight are all in the ring. Crowd are applauding away. BFT by LA Knight. Connor said yeet, 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 yeet. Here we go. Look, we've got Yeet and Yeah climbing the ladder. One on each side of the ladder. Climbing up. Jay has got one hand on that briefcase. At the moment, these two exchanging shots back and forth. Yeet. Yeah. Do you know, somehow we are already half an hour into this show. What the flip? How are we already half an hour into the show? Jay was trying to reach up and grab that briefcase. Carmelo is coming to the ring, grabs the ladder. He's going to tip it over. Jay and LA Knight go into the ropes. That's amazing, isn't it? That we're already half an hour into this show. I feel like we've been 10 minutes. Carmelo going up. Perched. Ah, brilliant. Leg drop from the top. Sets this ladder up. This ladder it's seen better days, this ladder. He might be wise to change it because we've seen it buckle already. It really feels like it's about to break. He's got one hand, but there's another ladder that's coming in. Carmelo can't reach it. Andrade grabs Carmelo. And we've got another ladder that's been introduced. Ah, and he chucks it on top of Carmelo. Mellow. Time flies when you're having fun, said Darth Crime. That is very true. Very true. This match has been non-stop. I mean, I don't even know if I've caught a breath. Like, it's just been like non-stop action. Right now we've got a ladder and another ladder that's perched between the middle rope and the ladder that's set up in the ring. Now we've got Carmelo, we've got LA Knight, we've got Andrade. There's no sign of Chad, no sign of Drew, no sign of the other one. And right now we've got Carmelo getting smashed into the top of the ladder. Oh, he goes over. Ah, drives Carmelo. Oh my God. Power bombs him onto that ladder. Oh, and the briefcase is swinging. The briefcase is swinging. What is LA Knight going to do, man? What is LA Knight going to do? He tries to move Andrade out the way. Now he's climbing up this ladder. I think this is the ladder that really looks like it's going to keep buckling. Here's Chad's. Here's Chad's. Oh, my God. Every time Chad's gets involved, I'm like, oh, we're going to get the Wyatts. Are we going to get the Wyatts? Chad right now gets LA Knight. Oh, no. Oh, BFT, no. German. Oh, no. Into the ropes. Chad and LA Knight. LA Knight goes down. Oh, my flipping. Oh, right now, Gable has got LA Knight. Oh, LA Knight to the outside. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This is going to leave Chad in the ring on his own. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. He's on his own. No one else around. He's got one hand on it. Oh, Jay makes this. Look at Chad dangling. Look at Chad. Oh, and he falls. Oh, my God. Jay against the ropes. Spear by Jay. Oh, my God. I thought the Wyatt 6 were coming, man. I was ready. I was ready for the lights to start going. Yeet, yeet, yeets. Right now, he's moving that ladder out of the way. He's climbing up, but that briefcase is swinging. Look, here's Jay. Here's Jay. Is anyone going to stop him? Jay reaches, gets it, both hands. He's trying to undo it. Oh, it's Drew. It's Drew. Oh, my God. I thought that was it. Oh, my God. Claymore. Oh, my God. Where's AJ Lee? Where's AJ Lee? Where's AJ Lee? Here we go. Drew's climbing up. Drew's climbing up. Is anyone going to stop him? Is anyone going to stop him? Oh, no. Oh, Drew wins. Oh, no. Oh, it's the worst. Oh, it's the worst. Oh, it's a disaster. Oh, I hate WWE. I'm going to start watching WCW. Oh, it's the worst. Oh, where was AJ Lee? Oh, it hurts. Where was the Wyatt 6? Where was CM Punk? Where was Logan Paul? What's this? Oh, boo! Oh my God. Oh my God, I feel sick. Oh, it's just the worst, isn't it? It's just the worst. Oh, he always gets title matches. He doesn't need Money in the Bank. Oh, I wanted Jay or LA Knight or Sammy. Do you remember when Vince was the booker? That was better, weren't it? Do you remember Vince? Oh, do you remember Vince? Stupid. Well, there we go. There we go. Let's see what people think. I am going to put some very bad language over on social media. What the flip? Drew, this is a disaster. And then I'm going to put crying faces because I'm crying right now. And they're not good tears. They're the bad ones, so I need to find them. There they are. Bad crying. Bad crying. It's the worst. Let's see what people think. What do people think? Are you sad? There we go. Are you sad? Yes or no? Let's see. Who's this boomer? Are you with the ginger? Who's this? Who's this boomer? That's not Brady. Brandy. Who's Brady? Who's she? Why didn't she stop Drew? Ah, I'm in tears. I'm in tears as well, Galaxy. I'm crying. I'm watching AEW now. I'm going to watch it. Guys, welcome to AEW Collision Stream. Guys, this is the #1 AEW fan channel now. I love all their wrestlers. Mike, the Warrior, Johnny Two Guns. I love them all. You know, Sandra Bazookas. Sandra and the Bazookas. I love it. I love all of them wrestlers. Better than what I've just seen here. They said the landscape of WWE was going to change. I didn't realize it was for the worse. We're going to change this whole era. You know, this era that you're enjoying, we're going to make sure you don't enjoy it anymore. Well, listen, in Popper H we trust, right? In Popper H we trust. Where's the women's ladder match? Well, Drew will probably win that as well. Jake said it's safe to say no Wyatt 6 tonight then. Well, I don't know. I don't know, because why would we not get the Wyatt 6 on this show? Why didn't they stop Chads? Why didn't they stop Chad? They've been terrorizing Chads. Why didn't, when Chad was climbing up and it looked like he was back, why didn't they stop him? What's happening? What's going on? Has anyone got any answers? Drew has to have a successful cash-in. If not, this whole pay-per-view is a joke. For the record, I do still love WWE. I mean, we've had many disappointments in the past. I would say on the scale of disappointments, this is not in the top 50. But it stings. It still stings. They had Jay on the poster. They did everything, like all the yeeting and all that stuff. I thought they did a brilliant job of like building up Jay and making us want Jay, only to then go, nah, he loves it, doesn't he? He loves. What is it about Triple H? He flipping loves disappointing us. Oh, we're going to go to Scotland? Oh, that'll be nice. Have you got any Scottish wrestlers? Yeah, we do, actually. We got Drew McIntyre. Oh, are you going to put him in the main event? Yeah, we are, actually. Oh, well, they'll enjoy that. And he's going to win, yeah? Oh, God, no. Oh, no. No, we're going to build him up and then we're going to have him lose so that all the Scottish fans are absolutely devastated and chanting for refunds afterwards. Oh, right, okay, well, that's brave. Oh, it's WrestleMania. Oh, yeah. We've got Cody in the main event. Oh, right, yeah. And he's trying to finish his story. Oh, right, yeah. So he's going to win. Oh, God, no. God, no. What we're going to do is we're going to delay it a year. And we're going to... and then ultimately it will be better in all fairness. But, you know, disappointing us at shows. He gets a weird, sick... He's a pervert. That's what he is. If you're watching this, Triple H, you're a pervert. You just get some sick sexual pleasure out of upsetting us, don't you? Eh? Where do you get off, man? Where do you get off? That was the worst possible winner. Triple H hates the fans. That's it. That's it. You've nailed it. That's exactly what's going on. He hates the fans. Triple H hates joy and love and positivity. Do you know what? We need to... all of a sudden now I'm starting to think we need to get the Wyatt 6 on him. Do you remember before I was like, oh, you can't have the White Six, go after Triple H because everyone loves Triple H. Oh, well, ask me now. Ask how I feel about it now. I am so peeved, says Wesley. Well, let's have a look, shall we? Do you know what? I always like to see if we're in line with the community. And actually, the community are a bit split on this. I asked the question, are you sad? 57% said yes, but 42% are fine with it. And do you know why? I think it's because those 40%, they're good people. And I think they're hopeful people. And they're people that are like, let's let it cook. Let's see where Papa H is going. Right? He normally doesn't lead us astray. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve. I'm going to tell you flipping now, right? If CM Punk is going to cost Drew his cash in and we just basically throw the Money in the Bank away this year, then Papa H can do one. Papa H can do one. I will be writing a very angry letter because there are people that could have had that briefcase and doesn't need it. What if the Wyatt Six find a way of getting it off of him because he doesn't need it or deserve it, even though he did win it? Can we do something like that? Can we save this? How do we save this? What do we do? Who do we write to? I've got a new Prime Minister. Can I speak to him? Can he help me? Right. Where does Donald Trump and Joe Biden stand on this? Because that will dictate who I vote for in the forthcoming American election. I like his singlet. He looks really good, Bron Breakker. Little Potato said, I'm happy that Drew won the Money in the Bank because I made $150. Oh, okay. Well, I'm pleased for you on that. I mean, I'm crying and it's completely ruined my night. But other than that, I'm pleased you won $150. It's not even as if there was someone in the match I was really desperate for, but I just think there was definitely better options. Definitely better options. I went Jay or Sammy if Sammy was going to get into the match, and we didn't even have time to get Sammy into the match. They went first with the men's Money in the Bank. Here's Sammy. We wanted him. We're in Canada. Here we go. Let's turn our attention to what we've got now. Jeremy said Drew does not change the landscape. That is correct. So I suppose the question has to be, what's coming up tonight that will? What will change the landscape? The other problem as well is that if Drew wins the title, cashes in, it's going to be Drew Gunther at SummerSlam, which we could have had if he'd have won in Scotland. And surely we're getting Drew versus Punk at SummerSlam. Oh, it just hurts, doesn't it? Just hurts. Trying to work out, what are you cooking, Papa H? What are you cooking? How does this lead somewhere good? Apart from Drew tries to cash in and CM Punk prevents him, which then means we just throw away Money in the Bank this year to build up a feud that's already built. How does this make sense? If he had have said that to me and I was in the creative room, I'd be like, yeah, no. Yeah, no. I see where you're coming from, but no. And he'd be like, God damn, I'm Triple H. Even though he sounds like Vince. Here's Sammy. Not a massive reaction for Sammy. What's going on? What's going on? Hey, what's happened? Has that result just flipping ruined Toronto? What's going on? I mean, they are singing, but I mean, look at them. They're just sort of like, we even asked them to wear white and they didn't. The Beach Kevin said, what do we think of Bron's new theme? I didn't even hear it. I couldn't hear it through the tears. Right, bell has sounded. Jed J said, if Drew cashes in tonight, AJ Lee comes out to make him lose. I just want an AJ Lee return. Well, I would have said, why didn't we have that during the Money in the Bank ladder match? Why didn't we do it there? Why did we have to sacrifice the Money in the Bank cash in just to get like an AJ Lee return when we could have had her stop him in the match? It would have been exactly the same. We could have done the men's Money in the Bank ladder match last. Drew could have been climbing the ladder. AJ could have stopped him. It would have achieved the same thing and got the same reaction. And then we still would have got the briefcase onto somebody else. I don't know. This has to make sense. I don't know how it makes sense. Let's see. Let's see. Guys, come on. In Papa H, we trust. It's fine. It's going to make sense. He's got this under control. We're just playing checkers. He's playing chess. He is thinking several steps ahead. This is gonna change the landscape of WWE. Boom, Sammy goes down. Let's go. Bradley said the wrong person won. I can't believe they didn't book Days to win the briefcase. This is criminal. Honestly, if they'd have booked me to win it, I would have come on here and I would have gone, right, guys, we've got this. Let's do a poll. Who should we give it to, right? That's how I would have dealt with it. Whoever wins the poll, are we giving it to Sammy? Are we giving it to Jay? Are we giving it to LA Knight? And we'd have figured out who would get it. And then we'd be, we'd post it to them. Right, here we go. Sammy and Bron. Niall said, what if Judgment Day screw Priest for a cash-in? So what if Judgment Day screw Damian Priest and that allows Drew to cash in? That leads us to Drew being champion and he's going to have to face Gunther at SummerSlam. So when do we do Drew versus CM Punk? And if we really want Drew to be champion, why didn't we just do it in Scotland? In front of his home fans? In front of his countrymen? Why didn't we just do it there? Why have we gone to the next pay-per-view and decided to put the briefcase on him? I don't want to keep crying about it. Because I'm a really positive person, as you can tell. But it's not the direction I would have gone. Justin said, I thought the crowd was supposed to wear whites. Oh, over the top. Down comes Sammy. Well, yeah, you know. Some of them are. I thought they all had towels as well. Where's the towels? They've handed out 20,000 towels. Where are they? Look at that. Amazing. I mean, what I will say is that if you're WWE telling people to wear white the day before, probably not the best idea. You probably could have given them a bit more notice, you know. This dude's come dressed as Macho King. Green shirt guy got the message, though. Against the ropes goes Brom. Boom, clothesline, duck underneath. Oh, look at the speeds! Down goes Sammy, Brom breaker. Showing that he is a problem. Look, Sammy doesn't even know what's hit him, man. Yeah, amazing. Ian said, Days, calm down. Let's get to the happy place. You are correct. What's done is done. And we'll see where it leads us. Shots coming down by Bron Breakker. I can't wait to see the real tribal chief tonight, said Brony. Solo Sikoa. Who Dat Saint J said, why has he got to cash in on Damian? He could go after Cody. You keep forgetting that. Drew hasn't got to go after Damian. He can go after Cody. Then Punk versus Drew for undisputed, says Who Dat Saints J. Sammy over by the ropes. Nick said, no howdy. Drew winning. This is the worst PLE ever. Or already. I added ever. My brain added ever. If Drew tries to cash in tonight and Punk costs him, it's the worst decision in the world to give Drew the Money in the Bank. There we go. Bron colliding into Sammy. My show said, you never know. You know, I never wanted Vince back, but I think after that last match, he wasn't so bad. We're only joking, kids. We're only joking. Are we? I think we are. Big chops coming in there by Sammy. TG Gillen said, Days, I think Papa H is trying to make it less predictable, perhaps. They target the bloodline since Roman return might be delayed. Ronnie says that John Cena is in Toronto. Where do the Wyatt Six appear now? I'm just so confused. I'm so confused. Where do we get the Wyatt Six? So we've got Sammy going over to the corner. Bron Breakker coming over. Can't stop, won't stop. Said Drew wins the title so that Punk can finally get his main event at Mania and take that title from Drew. They'll have a couple of matches before, with each of them winning one. Trini Firefly said, wrestling fans, we hate Roman. Roman goes away, we want Roman. Wrestling fans, Triple H better not lose Drew to AEW. Wrestling fans, why is Drew getting pushed? Here we go. Sammy going up into a boom. DDT going for the cover. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. Drew versus Punk for Money in the Bank at SummerSlam, said D. I don't think Punk needs it. Drew doesn't need it, and I don't think Punk needs it. I mean, maybe part of the problem is that in my mind, I do see Money in the Bank as just this amazing way of getting mid-carders to title matches that they wouldn't normally get to, you know? Look at what it did for Damian Priest last year. And you look at, like, LA Knight, who's had one opportunity at Roman. And you look at, you know, the likes of Jey Uso, who I'm sure he might get like a world title opportunity at some point, but this would have really helped. Would have been massive for Sami Zayn as well. It's just Drew doesn't need it, man. He's main evented. He's, you know, title match at WrestleMania, main evented at Clash at the Castle. He's going to have a massive match with CM Punk at SummerSlam. He didn't need it. But I feel like I'm preaching to the converted. Into the ring post, though, the barricade. Sammy goes up over. Oh, gets caught by Braun. Braun has got Sammy. Oh, reversal. Into the ring post goes Bron Breakker. So 55 minutes into this show now. 55 minutes in. 55 minutes in, and I've not even asked you what you thought about that match. We're meant to be doing match scores. Okay, rant over. Let's get back on track. Let's get some match scores, shall we, as to what you thought. So, did you think that was all... I mean, the match itself was really fun. Sammy on the outsides. He's got his... sight set on Braun, charging. Oh, Braun collides into Sammy. Sammy goes down. Lots of action outside the ring. Referee counting away. So, just looking at the replay. In the ring goes Sammy. The worst thing about Braun is his dad said Dort Night. TJ said Tom Collihue did say on his podcast that Triple H doesn't want Wyatt Six to take over the entire show. Perhaps they left them off till the end. Blue Thunder Bomb. 1, 2, shoulder up. Thomas said they have kind of wasted it with Priest because he hasn't won a match. Everyone else has won his matches for him, said Thomas. Well, I don't think they did waste it because they got him to a world title and he is now a champion, a world champion. He is a focus. He is carrying that belt. He still has that belt. He main evented in Scotland. You know, it's put him into main events and it's put him into situations he wouldn't be in if he wasn't champion. So I think just because people have helped him win, when actually he's been quite explicit about not wanting people to help him win, I think they could maybe do a better job with him, but I don't think it was wasted because he successfully cashed in. He had that big moment at WrestleMania which furthered the Drew CM Punk story. Oh, look at that. Frankensteiner off the top. 1, 2, and kick out. Kick out by Sammy. Just big, explosive. Look at that. Frankensteiner off the top. Yeah, well, it does look easy to him because it comes naturally to him. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Could you imagine Bron Breakker being like the third person in the Steiner brothers back in the day? Imagine Bron Breakker on steroids. Super jacked. Being in the Steiner brothers team. Sammy rolls out the ring. Bron. He's back in the ring. He's looking to go against the out. No, I thought he was going against the ropes. He's rolling underneath that bottom rope. He's going to look to deliver this big spear. Charge him round. Is Sammy going to move out the way? He does. Clever. This time, Bron doesn't go into the ring steps like we saw the other day. Comes over, grabs Sammy, smashes him into the commentary table. Off the edge of the ring. Boom! Clothesline. Brilliant. He ends up going over the commentary table, but he connects with Sammy. And these two putting on a really fun match. Really fun match. Intercontinental Championship on the line. Steven said crazy theory days at SummerSlam. It'll be Drew against Punk with a little stipulation. If Drew wins, Punk has to leave WWE. If Punk wins, he gets the briefcase. Then we could get Punk versus Seth. Well, that's probably the best way forward, isn't it? Where we are right now, that's probably the option that I would take. Here we go. We've got Bron. And he grabs a hold of Sammy. He's looking to pick Sammy up, and he's got him up. Sammy lands on his feet, though. Sammy back in the corner. Grabs a hold of Bron. Hurls Bron into the corner. Excellent work. Look, Sammy getting all fired up. Here comes the haluva. Here comes the haluva. Bron on his feet. Sammy. Oh, knee by Bron. Really fun match this, though. Really fun. He's picking up Sammy. Oh, Sammy could be in big trouble here, man. Sammy could be in big trouble. If he gets speared, this could be a big moment. Oh, a kick by Sammy, though. Great work by Sammy. Sammy is in the corner. Sammy is urging Bron to get up. Oh, haluva connects. Bron Breakker down. 2. Oh, Sammy wins. Wow. Sammy wins. Sammy wins. Didn't expect that. Really thought this is where we were going to pull the trigger on Bron Breakker. Really thought this is where he would be crowned. But Papa H throws another swerve. I have got no earthly idea how he's managed to get through that, said Corey Graves. Divine intervention. Well, there we go. Sami Zayn retains the IC title in a great match. Sami Zayn. I'd say that match definitely delivered. We were really hopeful that it was going to be a lot of fun, and it really was. Da 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 da. I wonder if we do the rematch at SummerSlam. Haluva! Michael Cole said Sammy was the underdog. There was no way he was going to come through that. But he has come through that. Oh my God, Triple H has had someone win in their home country. Is he all right? Someone check on Triple H. Is he okay? Ba, 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 ba. Waste of an opportunity, said A. Jobson. Randy Orton's wife is in the crowd, said Brony. Who are the winners so far? Drew and Sammy. 2 bad results out of 2. What's going on, said Cough97. Defcon Prime said, guys, I took Daisy's advice and we are almost at 1,500. Come on in if you like pets. Huh? Right, so I don't know what's next, but that is the Intercontinental done. No title switch in hand tonight. Shake My Head said AR1. To be great, you have to know what it feels like to lose, said Tortured Pickles. So many more deserving than Drew and Sammy, said Justice Warner. I tell you, I'm really looking forwards to the opinions video. I mean, obviously, let's see what plays out tonight, but I think the opinions video for Money in the Bank is going to be spicy. It's going to be spicy. Certainly, if we were to do it now, I mean, obviously, we've still got a long way to go, but listen, they said the landscape of WWE will change tonight. I mean, so far, that is just not the case. So what have they got up their sleeve? What have they got? They said surprises. I mean, surprises with the results, but we haven't had any interference. What have they got? They're cooking something. I can smell something. They're cooking something. But I don't know what. Bad Blood is on the way. Ooh, first time in 27 years. I wonder why they went with that. First ever Hell in a Cell, Undertaker and Shawn. Why Bad Blood of all the shows? So we're just looking around Toronto. Some woman buying some oranges. Toronto's lovely. WWE just dissed Drake in Canada, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Okay, what we got now? The Rock. Here he is. He had a choice. He had a choice, and he said, we need to listen to the fans. I listened to the fans and I said, no, we can't do our plans. We have to have Cody get his opportunity. He's such a hero. I saw some funny memes actually doing the rounds of like some of the great things that have happened in the world and The Rock taking responsibility for them. Right, maybe if we go to social media, like the documentary says, we can get the case taken away from Drew. Yeah, we did it. That's right, actually. That's a really good point. We did it last time. We had a whole We Want Cody movement, didn't we? Like, we did a whole We Want Cody. Maybe we could have We Don't Want Drew. Hashtag We Don't Want Drew. We'll have that trending for 72 hours. Bad Blood fits the theme of October, and most likely we could see Hell in a Cell there, said J14. They could have a play on the bloodline with the Bad Blood name. Oh, very good. Very good. J14. Someone had their Weetabix today. Very good. VMAC said Roman could return now, but build to SummerSlam. They may not stick to the SummerSlam return habit. Hashtag vacate Drew. Who Dat St. J said, could The Rock show up and interfere in Cody's match and claim head of the table spots? As apart from the bloodline, it's hard to see what else could change the landscape. Well, I'm going to say yeah, only because I agree in the sense of, I mean, I was not expecting The Rock tonight. I was not expecting Roman tonight. But then I was not expecting Drew to win, and I was not expecting Sammy to retain. So I'm all at sea. I'm all at... Someone needs to throw me a flipping life jacket because I'm drowning here. We're going down roads that I don't know what we're getting now. Where's the Wyatt 6? Where are they going to pop up? Like, I just don't know. Do they go after Bloodline? Are the Wyatt 6, is it going to be a case that the Bloodline are going to be beating up Cody? And, you know, I thought that Jimmy would come and save Cody and Kevin and Randy. Is it the Wyatt 6? Are they going to start getting into a program with the Bloodline? Maybe Solo has his sights set on Cody, but maybe but then we've spent all this time focusing the Wyatt 6 on Raw, and now we're going to flip them over to SmackDown. Oh, it just hurts, doesn't it? Just hurts. Nothing makes sense. Nothing makes sense. We even asked the crowd to wear white. They're wearing every other colour except from white. Here's Trish. The Wyatt 6 going to take her out. You know, for like a nice dinner or something. Here's Trish. I feel like we only saw her about 5 minutes ago. Trish Stratus making her way down. I'm going to end this because I don't know where we're going. And I don't want the distraction of the poll. I'm the hostess with the mostest. Are we having fun? There was this one time I was the mystery surprise. Oh, look, they've got the decibel thing up on screen, live and loud. John Cena is being brought out. So John Cena is on the show. Oh, look, it is going over 110. Does that mean they're beating the... Oh my God, they've beaten the French. Doesn't sound louder than France. Well, John Cena is here. There were reports that he was around. It's always lovely to see John Cena. Let's see what John Cena's got to say. Could the Wyatt 6 make their presence felt? Now? He's got a door. Oh my God, there's a door on his back. There's a door on his back. Oh, there's a door on the back of John Cena's shirt. That's it. He's part of the group. He's opened the door. He's let them in. Here's John Cena. Well, listen, he said he had surprises. Here's a surprise. Is John Cena about to say something that's going to change the landscape? The door. The door. The door. He's the leader. Oh, my God. They're loud, in all fairness. This has definitely got their attention. After this, you can't see me. After this, you can't see me. Is he here? Is he going to announce a retirement match? What's the shirt say? I think there's some clues on the shirt, actually. After this, you can't see me. John Cena, I think, might be the last time is now. Is that what it said? The last time is now. Oh my God. Oh my God. The landscape's going to change. It's a farewell tour. Oh my God. John Cena's going. John Cena's going. Why am I here? The last time is now. Tonight, I officially announce my retirement. Oh my God. Okay, hang on. I ain't buying it just yet. People are saying no. People are saying no. He said, I'm here to officially announce my retirement. The shocked faces in the crowd. He's shocked. I've seen enough WWE to not buy it straight away. What you cooking? A lot of questions. Yeah. Why here? Why here? I want to talk about Canada. I want to talk about Canadians. Yeah, can we skip that? Can we talk about your retirement? Can we go back to what you just said? What's going on? Has he got a salmon-coloured jacket on? No, he can't be retiring. I'd feel better if he did, though, because those are fake retirements. Oh, my God. What's happening? What is this? Well, this is a moment, isn't it? He wrestles like once or twice a year. Well, not for much longer. It's got to be goodbye at SummerSlam. Whether WWE is hot or cold, Canadians always show up. So he's putting over Canada. Does he wrestle one last time? Yeah, well, surely. Surely. All of you built this. Okay. What has he got to say? This makes this the perfect place for me to say what I've got to say. What are you going to say? It's Money in the Bank. The ultimate symbol of opportunity. Raw makes history next year. I've never been a part of Raw on Netflix. I will be there. Okay. 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 So he spoke about Raw going to Netflix. The 2025 Royal Rumble will be his last. The 2025 Elimination Chamber will be his last. Here it is. Cena retirement tour. Oh my God, that's going to be his last match, isn't it? Oh my God. The WrestleMania next year will be his last. I will kick off the press conference. You won't want to miss it. Okay, so it's not done now. But when's his last match? He said that that's WrestleMania is his last WrestleMania, but when is his last match? Is it at WrestleMania? Who's he facing at WrestleMania? Crowd are chanting, thank you, Cena. Well, I'm not sure I would expect that answer just yet. Oh, it's got to be Randy. It's got to be. It's got to be Randy. It's got to be Randy. He says, what an amazing gesture of kindness. Thank you. He's getting emotional. Thank you for your voice. And your honesty, because it's beautifully brutal. Wow, what a segment. We're planning. We're planning something unforgettable. Well, there we go. Cena Randy. Cena howdy. There we go. End of the segment. Big segment. So, he's not done yet. It's going to be a retirement tour. But if you're a John Cena fan, you can start crying because the end has been announced. John Cena will be in his last Royal Rumble next year, his last Elimination Chamber next year, his last WrestleMania next year, but we don't quite know when his last match is. But he basically said, make sure that you're watching the press conference. That press conference is going to be unmissable, in it. Dro said, we love you, Cena. Butterscotch said, that was emotional. The new Cena merch is on the website. Guys, if you want to help the channel, you can get to the website in the description. There's a link, guys. I got you back. If you want to check out the new merch. I'll see if I can find it anyway, though. I'll try and show it you anyway. John Cena's gone, but just not yet. Oh, they haven't got it up yet. Haven't got it up. It might be on the thing, but it's not on their Twitter account yet. Oh God, what a show. We've been down and then we got knocked down further. Have we been up at any point? Drew won, that was depressing. Sammy retained, that was shocking. John Cena announced that he's going to retire. I don't think I've ever been this sad. Oh. Jeremy said Braun is not used to long matches. And George Vlog said, I have got to be there for his, I get to be there for his last Mania. Well, I'll tell you what, Mania ticket's going to sell well, aren't they? Here we are, we're backstage with Judgment Day. They're having a word with Damien. No one get involved in my business. Oh, and he says to Finn, Drew McIntyre or not, no one gets involved in my business. Look at Finn. Look at Finn. Boss. Finn is not happy, man. Finn was not happy. Finn is going to get involved, said Jamie. Okay, so looks like we might be moving to Seth against Damien. Is that next? Is that next? Or, I don't know, my head's all a spin. I think it might be next. Why would we end on... What else is that? Oh, I suppose we could end on Cody and Bloodline and all of that, couldn't we, I suppose? The demon won't return. The makeup would take 5 hours, said Aries Nation. There was a door on the back of Cena's shirt, said Norman, and what appeared to be a Firefly funhouse on the left side of Cena's hat. Adam said, I bet Cena's announcements the thing Triple H was talking about, really, says Adam. Jay said, as much as it would be cool to see Cena put over young and upcoming wrestlers, Randy Cena match is the one I want to see. Any Wyatt 6 sightings? No, not that I'm aware of. Edward said, Days, I'm in tears. He is my hero. He is my childhood. I am going to miss him like mad. There will be a lot of Cena stans whose lives have just took a very dramatic turn. Yo-Yo Jojo said, Cody Rhodes doesn't need to be in every damn main event. Shake my head. Kyle said, we're going to end with the women's Money in the Bank and Alexa Bliss is going to return. Arabian Knight said, we ready Saturday Sagittarius schizophrenia July the 6th. Happy birthday, wife. Won't be the same without Cena, that's for sure, says Dan. Ric Flair is going to announce that his last match will be against John Cena. Let's go. Let's go. We could say goodbye to two greats at the same time. Ric Flair, John Cena. Let's do it. Is Cody going to have a real title match? Not an obvious win. Well, he's not got a title match scheduled for tonight. It's obviously a 6-person tag match. Daisy did say the Rumble will be his last and Chamber will be his last. What if he wins his 17th at the Chamber and then loses to Randy? He could do. He could do. Cena against Joe Hendry, said Jim. Cena against R-Truth, says Jack. It's the only correct answer. The Wyatts could retire Cena, said James. My daughter's Make-A-Wish is for Mania. I'm really hoping that she gets to meet Cena whilst we're there, said Fitzy. Oh, I really hope that comes through for you as well. It's going to be a very special show, isn't it? Now that... Oh, it was going to be special anyway, but I think there's going to be a added extra level of interest now that people know that it's Cena's. He said it was his last WrestleMania match, not his last match, which I do think is in. You would think that that's where he would end it. WrestleMania is where you end it, innit? But he didn't say that. He said his last WrestleMania match. Does Cena go for 17 at WrestleMania? That would be a riveting narrative. I just don't think that Cena would want to be put in that position at that point in his career, said LS Dub. VMAC said, that's my point. He's in a tag match, and his other title defenses were obvious wins ahead of time. Richard Jr. said Zoe Stark will win Money in the Bank ladder match. Then it'll set up the battle for the Money in the Bank briefcase at SummerSlam. Mark my words, says Richard Jr. Right, we are an hour and 26 minutes into the show as Seth freaking Rollins is making his way down to the ring. Oh. Here he is then, Seth Rollins. Balor is going to cost Priest, says Warsaw Till I Die. Warsaw Till I Die, hello. Hope you will. Dave, something important just happened. Omos tweeted. Yes. Zach, shout out to you, my friends. Does anyone know how many likes we're on? We were trying to get to 1,000. Last time we saw, we were sneaking to 700. Does anyone know where we are? Does it tell anyone? Are we there? Thereabouts? Have we had a little bump? Do we need a bit more of a bump? Jeremy said, Rock versus Cena. Book it, Papa H. Rock Cena for a third time at WrestleMania. It is 1,000. Ah, excellent. Excellent. Well done, everyone. Appreciate it. It does seem to make a difference. I don't know why. YouTube loves gobbling up those likes. So thank you to everyone that's left a like. Feel free to keep leaving likes. We won't ask for them anymore, but everyone still makes a difference. So excellent work. Thank you, everybody. Rock is here, says Amy. I thought this would be the main event, said Football Predictions. Right, here we go. Seth Rollins has made his way down. We're just waiting for Damian Priest. They keep showing this live and loud, and it's loud. They don't seem to be that loud, but the numbers are around 105. Perhaps it's because there's like 17,500, whereas Scotland there was only 11 or 12. There's like an extra 5,000 in the room. That has to make a difference. Zach, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friends. TJ said, I think Randy, unless Austin laces his boots up one last time for the biggest match of all time. I'm definitely leaning towards it being Randy. Here's Damien. He's come out and he's got oh, look at his cape. Look at his cape. That'll make for a sick figure, man. Mattel need to get on this. Any wrestler that comes out with a cape, instant figure. So here he is, look, making his way down to the ring. Cena against Howdy. Hasbo 78, shout out to you, sir. Appreciate the support. Radha said Roman Reigns in the crowds. I've not seen Roman in the crowds. The Ring General gifting a membership, which has been claimed by Andrew. So, Andrew, shout out to you. The Ring General, shout out to you. An AWC legend said, thank you for these streams. They are consistently fire. Oh, I'm so pleased you're enjoying them, my friends. They are good because this community is passionate, it's knowledgeable, shares their thoughts, shares their theories. We're very focused, dialed into the show. And I think that really comes across as well. I think if you want to talk about wrestling, you want to talk about the show, you want to explore different thoughts, different theories, I think this is a brilliant community to do it in. And that's credit to all of you. So, yeah, man, it's been so much fun. It's been I don't even know how I would describe the show. It's been a noteworthy show. It's been a show that you wouldn't want to have missed. So it's been a noteworthy show. But that Drew thing is just, it's messed with my head. Sammy retaining has messed with my head. John Cena coming out going, right, guys, I'm off soon. It's been nice knowing you. Has messed with my head. How are they going to mess with my head anymore now? What's going to happen now? Is Samantha Irvin about to win this flipping belt? Kojiko! Shout out to you, my friends. Oh my God, we've got the flipping Avengers in the crowds. Can you see what's happening? The person with the yellow frame that says connecting people through wrestling, Trinidad flag guy has just put the Trinidad flag behind that frame. Look at that! We just had Trinidad flag guy putting the Trinidad flag behind the yellow frame. That's like the Avengers coming together. It's like some of the biggest people in the community uniting, joining up as one. The only thing bigger than that would be if Trinidad flag guy and green shirt guy started like making out in the front row. That's the only thing that would be bigger. So we've had the intros. Let's get down to brass tacks. Let's get down to business. Let's see how this plays out. Zach Wilson, shout out to you. Koji Ko, shout out to you. We've got the CGI. We don't do those CGI graphics now, do we? Bin them off. Not interested in them. Here we go, though. Seth and Damien. It's like the Infinity Gauntlet coming together with the Stones said, just like that, Justin. It's exactly the same. Chopped there by Seth. And again. Green shirt guy and Trinidad flag guy as a tag team, said it's the flipping dream, innit? If John Cena wants to go out big, handicap match. John Cena versus Trinidad flag guy and green shirt guy. That's how you end a career. Big shots to the mid section going upstairs. They didn't look great. I don't think that was quite the right angle. But Damian Priest has got Seth in the corner. World Heavyweight Championship on the line. What if Trinidad flag guy wore green shirt guy's shirt and green shirt guy wore... Oh, Jesus, twisty. I can't even begin to picture that. That's beyond anything I can comprehend. I think it creates a black hole that might destroy us all. I think there's a whole new parallel universe that opens up if we went down those roads. Sling Blade there by Seth. Cena versus Days. Beanie on a pole match. It's got to be in it. Hey, do you know what? I think we could do a really fun video, probably on Monday, about who should Cena's last match be against. I'm going to write that down. I think we could probably do that. Oh, I don't know if we can do that Monday, actually. Maybe we do that Tuesday. Oh, I don't think we can do it. We're going to do it one day. But tomorrow, we need to do your opinions on this show. Monday, we need to do your opinions on NXT. It's NXT Heatwave tomorrow. We're doing a live stream tomorrow for NXT Heatwave. So we're back again. Monday, then, we've got to do your thoughts on Raw. We will do that question, though. We'll get to it. You've got plenty of time to think on an answer. Crowds clapping away. I don't think Chad is selling the Wyatt 6 promo well enough, said I'm available. I'm available mind. I'm available mind. Over the top. Oh, kick there by Damian. Roll up there by Seth. No. Seth. Boom. Connects. Down goes Damian. Lovely to see Seth back in action, by the way. Seth on the outside looking out at the crowds. Is looking to go up. Top rope. Oh. Swanton. Springboard Swanton. Springboard moonsault. 1, 2. Kick out straight away by Damian. You're going to have to do a lot more than that. I might miss a lot of these streams this week because of baseball, said Wrestling Fan. Well, Wrestling Fan, we are here whenever you need us, right? We're just young kids. Kick to the midsection, having fun in the sand. Forearm strike. His trousers are quite baggy, aren't they? His pants. Seth's. Face first by Damian. This has been a busy week for WWE, said Jack. These writers are going for Roxina 3 when it doesn't matter. That would sound about right, said VMAC. Roll up there by Seth. 2. Kick out by Damian. Damian gets back up. Big clothesline by Damian. Big clothesline. Seth goes down. Damian looking over at the... Why was he looking at the entranceway? He was looking at the entranceway, but there was no one there. Oh my God, he saw a ghost. He saw a ghost. Undertaker chance. Over in the corner. Damian charges over. Comes... Oh my God! Seth plants Damian. Knee. Oh my God. Damian down. Seth looking to climb up. Damian's got himself in position in the middle. Frog splash. Surely. Goes up. Boom! Connects! Frog splash! 1, 2! Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Bisexual Undertaker. Were they chanting the bisexual part? That's a hard. Bisexual Undertaker. That's hard. If they were going for bisexual Undertaker, that is a very ambitious chant in it. Very ambitious. Bisexual Undertaker. He's getting up. He is bisexual. Undertaker on Twitter to people, Cedric. Do it on WEP as a community special. We could send in videos, said Edward. We could do it on WEP. Oh, big forearm strike to the back of their heads. Dawn Knight said Super Chat came in. Let's have a little look. Let's get over to it. Hasbo78 said your videos help my mental health so big. Thank you. Oh, that's really kind, my friends. I'm pleased. I'm really pleased. I'm pleased that the channel does help people. I mean, it was never intended for anything other than to just talk about wrestling, but it's funny, innit? You don't really think about that. You just sort of want to talk wrestling. I mean, I don't have anyone to talk wrestling with, so it's just good to come on and have a chat with people. And obviously, as a result, we built up a community, and you don't think that it's like gonna help people in any way, really, at all. But it's nice to know that it is like a welcome distraction. Oh, buckle bomb. So Hasbo78, shout out to you, sir. Shout out to you, my friends. Oh, I hope that you're enjoying the show more than Seth at the moment, who just gets his shoulder up after a monstrous power slam. Monstrous power slam. Hellacious. Priest keeps looking at the entranceway. Stop looking at the entranceway, you boomer. Why does he keep looking? What's he waiting for? What are you looking for, Damien? You've told him not to get involved. Right now he's got Seth. Do you reckon they said to him, right, 5 minutes in, we're going to send the Judgment Day down? He's right, got you. And we're like now 10 minutes in, and he's like... Where are they? Forearm strike. He keeps looking for Drew. Oh, Drew. Well, don't worry about it. Worry about Drew when his music... You'll know when he's coming. Does he think Drew's going to come sneaking down like Repo Man? Listen, if there's one thing I know about wrestling, if Drew's cashing in, his music's going to hit and he's running, right? You ain't going to miss him. You know, you don't have to be staring at the entranceway. You ain't going to be like... The crowd will tell you if Drew's coming. Forget it, Damien. Forget it. Kick coming in there by Damien. Hasbo78 said, appreciate it. You're one of the real ones. Ah, super kick there by Seth. Against the ropes goes Damien. Big kick there by Damien. Seth against the ropes again. Boom! Oh my God. Now he's got him looking for a choke slam. One-way traffic at the moment. Damian Priest in control. No. Reversed. Double underhooks. Pedigree. No. Reversed. Oh, my God. Little bit sloppy in places. Cub! Cub! Seth going for the cover. 1, 2. Oh! That was closer than I thought, you know. 1, 2. Oh, just got his shoulder up. Just got his shoulder up. Kyle said, why are they not talking about Drew saying that he's going to win Money in the Bank tonight and cash it in tonight and then leave Canada? I think they might. Did they? Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. This is awesome. It is a fun little match, this. So far, the scores tonight have been pretty good, you know. Drew in Money in the Bank got great 59. Sammy and Bron got great 64. This is our third match. So far, 2 matches, both getting into that great range. WWE, I think, do a really great job of not bloating their pay-per-views, but what you do get is like it delivers. Right now we've got Damien trying to get back up to his feet. Seth driving Damien back to the corner. Again, picks up Seth. Looking for the Razor's Edge. Gets it! Damien hits Razor's Edge on Seth. 1, 2, Oh, kick out again. What if CM Punk steals Money in the Bank briefcase? So no failed cash in, just a failed attempt at a cash in. He could definitely steal it. I think the idea that was put forward earlier about put the briefcase on the line at SummerSlam, I could definitely see that. And that, I mean, like, if CM Punk wins that match and then gets the Money in the Bank briefcase, I think that would excite a lot of people. That's probably the best way out of the situation that we're in, to be honest. That's probably my most favoured way out of where we are right now. Put the briefcase on the line at SummerSlam. What if Drew cashes in on Punk in Chicago, said Harris. Chicago. Case for bracelet. Just get a new bracelet, mate. I know it's got Larry and AJ on, but it was only a cheap bracelet. I mean, if it was gold, I mean, that's a different thing. But it was just like, they look like plastic beads. Do you know what I mean? Just get a new one, mate. If I see CM Punk, I'd be like, I've got loads. Not bad, I got another one. I went out and bought one the next day. It cost me $1. Picks up Damien, kick in the head, nice reversal. Oh, these two. Ah, Falcon Arrow. 1, 2. Did he get it? 2. Did he get it? Huh? Did he kick out? What? He says it's 2. That wasn't 2. That was 3. Seth said, are you kidding? What's going on? Oh my God, the ref's been paid off. Now, oh yeah. Now we've got, you know, in Gorilla, they're panicking and they're like, what? What? Just send Drew. Send Drew. We've got to distract the audience. That was 3. That was 3. What's going on? Look at the smile on Drew's face. He's coming down. So he's going to cash in on who? On what? What's happening? Who's the champ? He's cashing in on who? What? He's cashing it in. Oh, hang on. There's a lot of... So now it's a triple threat. And the bell has sounded. Cash in. Super kick by Seth. Seth goes, misses. Drew. Right, Drew's in the match. It's a triple threat, even though we've just had a 3. What's going on? What's happening? Ah! Papa H, what are you doing? What's happening now? So, Drew charges over. Clothesline by Damien. Why did he think now was a good time? What part of now felt like it was a good time? Damien with Drew. Drew going against the ropes. Oh, kicks Damien. Damien's over by the ropes. Oh, my God. Here we go. CM Punk. CM Punk interferes. Throws in shots on Drew. Drew gets out the ring. Runs away. And so we've thrown away the Money in the Bank cash in. It's been cashed in. And that's it for this year. For this. For this. For this. That was the plan. That was the plan. CM Punk choking out Drew. Shots coming in. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Crowd are chanting for CM Punk. Punk with a chair. Let's have a look how brutal this is going to be. I mean, he just choked Drew. We do have Punk. Perhaps he was late. Perhaps he was meant to get involved in the ladder match, but, you know, flights and... There we go. He looks over at that World Heavyweight Championship, CM Punk. That's interesting. He's got a chair. What's he doing? He grabs the belt. What's happening here? What's going on? CM Punk has grabbed this championship. What's happening? What's happening? Is he going to find a way of... Oh, Smashes it into Drew. Drew goes down. This is still a triple threat. What are you doing, Phil? Did he say my job? So he's sat cross-legged on the commentary table. Damien is up. He grabs Drew. Boom. Plants him. Going for the cover. 1, 2, 3. Damian Priest retains. Drew fails the cash-in. CM Punk gets involved. Well, do you remember a few minutes ago when Seth Rollins got the 3 count? That was all fun. But do you remember when Seth won this match before the cash-in? Do you remember that? Remember that? Do you remember that happening? Show us a replay of that, you cowards! You cowards! Show us a replay of that! Hey! So, I mean, that was a thing that happened, wasn't it? Oh, guys, remember that thing that happened? There was a lot to unpack there, in all fairness, but I don't know what to say. I mean, I didn't want Drew to win because of the possibility of a failed cash-in. And I didn't think we would go that way because it felt to me like it was so obviously bad. It was such an obviously bad direction to go. But WWE went, hold my beer. Hold my beer. Let's get match scores, shall we? Let's get match scores. Do we think that was all time? Do we think that was great? Do we think that was good? Okay. Do we think that was bad? What are your thoughts? What do you think about the match? Match quality. Match scores. It's hard, isn't it? Because you've sort of got to separate your feelings of the cash-in with the match, but it's hard to do that. Some people might be down for it. Seth is fuming at CM Punk. CM Punk's managed to screw over Seth again there. Look, Corey's gone over to stop Seth from coming over. We know that Seth and Punk are not on the same page, are not great friends. Are we going to do a triple threat? Is it going to be Seth versus Drew versus Punk? So Seth is livid. Seth should be fighting the ref. He's mad at the wrong guy, said Aubrey. The 3 count when Seth pinned Priest is botched, says Derek. Money in the Bank cash-in fail. Great job, WWE, said my show. Well, at least we don't have to worry about it anymore. Don't need to worry about it. That's that done, innit? We could have done a video on when's he going to cash it in and all of that. Don't need to bother now. Done. What I will say is that this show has definitely provided talking points, hasn't it? We're not going to be short of talking points tonight. Fiona said, why waste the Money in the Bank? That could have done the same thing in the men's ladder match and they could have had someone else win. I heard a rumor that Seth might be the special ref at SummerSlam, said Maggie. Here is the thing, said Seth doesn't like Seth either. Punk might set up a good feud. Chad Gable should have won Money in the Bank, said Hillbilly. Punk's sweet revenge, said Thomas. Trippy Gary said, why did Corey stop it? Football prediction said Drew should have won. I don't think anyone hates Punk in WWE superstar-wise, said Harris. Why do people always get screwed in Canada, said Alan. The Toronto screw job. I'm not mad about it. It's a good way to bring back Punk. It's a good surprise, said Amy. And Annie Nomazzi said they pulled an AEW on that botched 3 count. One of the weirdest pay-per-views, says On. What a waste. Would have been good if they'd have given Gable the case. Days, the landscape has changed, said Dad Stuff. The landscape has changed. I'm still not sure what that means. Well, the show's not over yet. There's still plenty of time for the landscape to change. So, Sammy walked in as Intercontinental Champ. He walks out as Intercontinental Champ. Damien walks in as World Heavyweight Champ. He leaves as World Heavyweight Champ. There is no men's briefcase to worry about anymore. I can only imagine that it's going to be... the Cena news that's changed the landscape. Even though he only wrestles like once or twice a year. It's big news, but I don't know that I can say it's changed the landscape. I think the landscape changed a long time ago when Cena stopped being a full-time competitor. So I don't know that I can say that has changed the landscape, but... we've just got an advert for SummerSlam, and we're just promoting the Ring General. Let's flippin' go. Let's go. Is there any way that we could get Adam Pearce to agree that the referee counted 3, and so the match should not have continued? Seth should be the champion. That means that Damien should not have... Drew shouldn't have cashed in. Can we undo this? Is there any way we can undo this? Is there any way that we can get that 3 count to play a part in us reversing some of this? What's happened with John Cena? He's leaving. Next year's Rumble is his last. Next year's Elimination Chamber is his last. Next year's WrestleMania is his last. Gringo said all refs' decisions are final. But what if the ref decides now that it was a 3? What do we do then? What if he goes backstage and Triple H goes, was that a 3? And the ref goes, yeah. What about then? Because then his ref's decision is final and he's decided it was a 3. So what do we do? The landscape didn't change tonight. Where was that? The landscape didn't change tonight. It got pooped over, said Justin. Holy effing referee botch. I don't think it's a ref botch. I don't think it's a ref botch. The only reason why I say that is because the referees are told you count the 3, right? Your job is very simple. Keep a nice, steady count. 1, 2. It's up to them to get their shoulders up. The only way it would be a ref botch is if Damien did get his shoulder up, the ref didn't see it, and he counted the 3 when he shouldn't have. But I don't know that's what happened. I've only seen it once. The cowards never showed us a replay, and it was 1, 2, 3. But I don't know that Damien moved. I don't know that Damien got his shoulders up. And then the ref went 2. It was a 2. It was. I know I just counted 3, but it was a 2 actually. 1, 2, 3. That was a 2, everyone. That was a 2, by the way. That was a 2. Are you sure that was a 2? Because we did just count along and it was definitely a 3. Yeah, no. Optical illusion. It was a 2. It was a 2. It was one of those magic eye things. You know, they're really weird, but it was actually a 2. It was a 2, everyone. They better get that ref at the press conference after. They'd better get the ref at the press conference. I've got some questions to ask him. This is a pretty fun video package, isn't it, for the Ring General? Really focusing on him. Thomas said Triple H can't be happy. This is like the 3rd time that Priest forgot to kick out. He is just determined to lose that belt, isn't he? He's desperate to lose it. If I'm Triple H, I'm like, oh, if you want to lose it that bad, let me introduce you to the Ring General. I tell you what, Damien, if you're that desperate to get a 3 count, I'll give you one at SummerSlam. Days, this might be a flashback, but do you remember the Hiroto? Because it had World War II talks. Oh, God, you are going back. You are flashing back. I don't think we're focused on that at the moment after that botch. El Leone said, I don't think Seth knew that they changed the ending because of the botch. Enlightenment Divide said it was 10,000% Priest's fault on that one. D-Mac said, was he supposed to kick out, or was Drew's music supposed to interrupt? Well, I mean, it's a good point, actually. It's a good point, because maybe it was meant to be 1, 2, and maybe the music was meant to hit. And so because the music didn't hit, the ref continued to count, and Damien was told, just lie there. We'll have the music interrupt, and maybe it was a delay to that. That's a good point, that is. Maybe it was the music. Brony said they might as well get rid of the Money in the Bank show. Oh, I don't know that we go that far. Dunder Mifflin said Botchamania. KD said, I think the ref was supposed to be interrupted by Drew's music, but it's the production people that played the song too late. Could we maybe... I was going to try to think. If it's a production botch, can we get the Wyatt 6 involved? Can we blame them? Could it be that all the production staff have been attacked or something? I don't know. I don't know how we get out of this. I think this went wrong the second we put that briefcase on Drew. I think the ref was supposed to be interrupted. You know what this means? SummerSlam is going to be nuts, said Joseph. Right, let's end this poll because we got the women's Money in the Bank match right now. This should be fun. This should be fun. This should hopefully result, and I don't really mind who gets this. There's not really anyone that I'm rooting against in this one. Okay, we had 1,000 votes on that last one as well. So, what was all time? It was 15%. I think that's come out as great. Yeah, great. Great. 46. People are really enjoying the matches, in all fairness. Women's Money in the Bank is next. Right. Drew has become a huge loser, said Justin. Joey said Drew quits for 2 weeks this time. Maggie said, I'm still saying Roman may be the landscape changer, returning early to surprise people, but then again, he has just buried his father. Richard said, I've sent you a clip of it. Let's have a little look. One, two. It just is, isn't it? It is a 3. It's a 3. This shows that it was a 3, but it wasn't counted as a 3. I think it was counted as a 3. 1, 2. He counts it as a 3. Everything about that looks like a 3. I can't show it for copyright reasons, but it's as 3 as a 3 can be. I mean, there is no movement from Damian Priest. I'm going to retweet that and say, I hope every WWE match ends this way now. Wyatt 6 have brought chaos, but nothing can match this. Oh my god, it's as 3 as a 3 can be. I mean, if you've got a kid at home going, Mummy, can you, why is that not a 3? I thought we learned how to count to 3 earlier. Is that not a 3? You'd be like, Sometimes adults make mistakes. He's got a case though. I mean, maybe you can make some out of it. I'm sure on Monday, Seth can show that he should have won, and you know there needs to be a question asked to that ref. If you're going to save this moment, all joking aside, all messing around aside, that's a botch. It's a botch, and it's a botch on a big scale because it affects the end of a championship match. I don't think you just ignore it. I think you've got to address it. So what I would do is I would have Seth come out on Monday making a big thing about how he was robbed. I would have the referee explain himself and say that to him it looked like Damien had got his shoulder up and that he's made, on reflection, he's made a mistake. And but unfortunately, in the heat of the moment, it is like referee. I think you've got to explain this. You've got to explain it. Otherwise, it just leaves this nasty taste in the mouth of like, you know, what this really big obvious thing has happened. We're just going to ignore it and move on from it. So I hope they do kind of go back to it and refer to it. We'll have to see what they do on Monday. We'll have to see what they do at the press conference. Cena needs to put over who? Cena needs to put over who? Cena needs to put over young upstart Hank Walker at WrestleMania. Working Mouse said, I think Liv Morgan fixed the match for Judgment Day, or maybe Dirty Don. Maybe he did some prison stuff. Do that then. Do that. If it turns out the ref was paid off, do that. Do something. I'm down with that. If it turns out that, like, Finn paid the ref, we didn't need to get involved. We had it covered. You know, go down that road. Let's explore that. Let's go down that road. I think the worst thing you could do would be to just ignore it. It's because that is going to do the rounds on social media. I've just shared it as well. I'm not protecting WWE. Right, here's Zoe. I feel confident Tiffany walks out with that case. Let's do a poll, shall we? Let's see what people think. Who's leaving with this? Who's going to win? Who wins? Is it going to be Tiffany? Is it going to be Lyra? Is it going to be Chelsea? Or is it going to be other? Let's see. This is officially Triple H's worst, but PLE. I do think there's been some very strange decisions, I agree. Here is Zoe Stark. She's coming down. Channeling her inner Rambo. MCF said, in order to correct the botch, what if the ref was corrupted by Finn? I can go with that. They need to show Finn talking to the ref backstage. That would lead us to Finn against Priest. I'd be fine with that. That would be fine. That would be fine. Just please address it. Because there's going to be a lot of like people that are going to make fun of it. And there's going to be a lot of people that are going to kind of call it out, point it out. And I feel like you need to do something with it. So we'll see. Let's see. Right, here's Lyra. Love Lyra. I'm a big fan of Lyra Valkyria. Lyra Valkyria making her way down to the ring. A decade ago today, she stepped into a wrestling ring for the very first time. So there's Lyra pointing up at the briefcase. She could do it. She could. Let's go, Lyra, said Danny. Chelsea winning would redeem the botch, said Luke. I hate Tiffany Stratton's gimmick, said Wicked Dust. And I really don't want her to win the briefcase. But she is going to win it. Well, I've got Tiffany winning it. I think Tiffany wins, but I'm looking at Lyra. Kyle said, Days, do we think WWE will announce a PLE in Wembley? Because Cena said he wants his last match in the UK, and Wade Barrett is on the post-show. I think he never said that his last match was the WrestleMania match. I don't know why he wants his last match in the UK. Of all the places, you'd think it'd be Madison Square Garden or something like that. I mean, I'm in the UK and it doesn't make any sense to me. I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know if he is going to honor that, and if he is, I'm pretty sure he can have it where... Is that dude wearing Apple Vision Pro? There's a dude in the crowd that looks like he was wearing Apple Flip. Is he... Could you watch the stream whilst being there? That's sick, innit? Imagine watching a watch-along whilst you're actually there because you got your Apple Vision Pros on. What the... Go and stream. Could I actually go and do live streaming with like Apple Vision Pro on? Wow, that was sick. Aren't they like thousands and thousands and thousands? Anyway, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if he will honor that or if it was just, you know, a bit of chatter. FIFA said, what a waste. What a waste. Zero payoff and the Punk feud is getting old. I think the Punk feud is okay. It didn't need it. You're never going to change my mind on that. I mean, if you think that it was fine, that is fine, right? Everyone's entitled to their opinion. I love and respect you all, but there ain't no one going to change my mind that that was the right way forwards. You know, Punk and Drew. Punk should have interrupted Drew during the match, and then we could have that briefcase on Jey Uso right now. Punk still would have screwed over Drew. Would have, you know, and we would have that briefcase on Jey. We would have that briefcase on LA Knight. We'd have that briefcase on someone that could do something with it going forward. We've just flipping thrown it away. So, yeah, it is, I agree with you. Not the direction I would have gone, but I get the sense it's not the direction a lot of you would have gone either. Here's EO. Michael said, so far, this isn't a good PLE. The Wyatt 6 and Bloodline stories are definitely overshadowing the show. I hope it ends with a bang. Well, I tell you, the only thing that's crossing my mind at the moment is we are sat here like boomers, living our best lives, and I am wondering why we've not seen the Wyatt 6. Now, if we don't see them in this match, right, which I don't think we would, but if we don't see them in this match, do they make their presence felt in the main event? Or are we just not getting them at all? Imagine if we don't get the Wyatt 6 at all. That'd be okay. I mean, I don't need them all the time, but that would be a bit weird. Right, they're coming down. The Wyatt 6 hasn't overshadowed it. I've not thought about them for a few hours, said Dortnight. Matty Moo says, when are we getting the time to put the briefcase on anyone? Cody and Gunther are not giving up their titles anytime soon, especially when Gunther wins. Yeah, but I think that there was a real opportunity for the men's Money in the Bank winner to be the one that got it off Gunther. I feel like Gunther could win it at SummerSlam, carry it even all the way to WrestleMania, and then after WrestleMania have someone cash it in. I don't know that anyone wins the world title off of Gunther. Chelsea is in the ring. We're underway with this match. Right, let's end this poll. Chelsea in the ring as we've got people getting ladders in. Okay, first, the Money in the Bank. Every match has been fun so far. Okay, we've got people fighting on the outsides. We are 2 hours, 12 minutes into this show. This will probably go for 15, 20 minutes. Oh, she was going to climb up, but she was afraid of heights. Well, then why the hell was... Oh, look, she's trying to use the ladder to knock the briefcase up, but it's tight. You can't knock it off. She's trying to use the ladder to, like, jab it off, but that's not how it works. You have to unclasp it. You have to unclasp it, Chelsea! And we saw her on the kickoff show, the countdown show, leaning off the edge of the CN Tower. You can't tell me she's scared to climb a ladder after you show me her on the top of the CN Tower. Chop coming in there by EO. She was shown... yeah, Jack's right. She was literally shown 2 hours ago on the edge of a flipping skyscraper. She was leaning back off the edge like this doing an interview with Kathy Kelly. And now she can't climb a ladder. So Io doing some back... Oh, yeah, Io and Tiffany, I mean, they can do a flip-off, can't they? They could do a cartwheel off. Over in the corner goes Tiffany. Io with a drop kick. Tiffany goes into the ladder. Io goes over, charges, and double knees into Tiffany. Tiffany looking to roll out of the ring. Lyra over the top. Lyra in the ring. Duck underneath. And she, boom, drives Io into the ladder. So Io goes into that ladder. Lyra's been so much fun. Lyra, she's got Io, she goes up. Oh, what's she doing? She got caught on the ropes a little bit there. Oh! Yeah, she kind of got caught up a little bit there. A little bit botchy. Now she's got Io up. She's got her... Oh! Onto the ladder! Oh my God, she plants Io onto a ladder. That's got to have really been brutal to Lyra as well. Looks like Lyra caught a bit of that ladder. Chelsea chance. Oh, Chelsea chance. Money in the Bank post show. John Cena live. Ouch. Ouchie. Oh, drop kick through the ropes. Lyra goes back, setting it up. Boom! Drop kick there by Zoe Stark. I'm glad I didn't pay to watch this, said Davids. What is this? Botch in the bank, said Justin. Botch in the bank. Lovely. Suplex there by Zoe. Zoe looking to charge over clothesline. Zoe knocks down Lyra. Botch in the bank. We wondered if it'd be yeet in the bank or yeah in the bank. It's botch in the bank. He counted 3. Right now, Lyra has got Zoe up on her shoulders. Money in the botch, said Defcon Prime. She's got her. Oh, it's been some moody spots as well, though. Right now, she's got Lyra on her shoulders. Where's she going to dump? Oh, she actually dumped her on the ring. Rather than, like, it was on the... Yeah, oh, my God. I think she meant to dump her on the ladder, but she missed it. Does that count as a botch? Oh, I feel like we need a botch counter now. Right now, she's going to the outsides. Looking to go up, and I think she's missed her again. What's going on? Zoe has just hit her head. She just flipped over the top, and she sort of... Oh, my God. It's like Zoe was trying to break her own neck. Oh, my God. What's going on? Naomi. What's happening, said Mr. Unfamiliar. What's happening? Naomi. Well, hopefully Naomi's experience can get this back on track, because we've had a few moments there where things have not quite landed. I mean, listen, this is not ballet. You're going to have a few rough edges. But seems like she got most of that. Boom. Yeah, Corey Graves said there's a hush that's come over the Scotiabank Arena. I think everyone's terrified for the safety of the... Yeah, we are. They're determined to flip it. Ah, my God! Tiffany planting Naomi. I mean, you can't say that they're not giving you everything. They're giving you everything. It's just, I don't think they're giving it in a safe way. Justin said the PLE has been a bit sloppy. It's Botch City. Money in the botch. Botch in the bank. Botch in the botch. That's what it's been. Botch in the botch. Listen, these are highly trained professional athletes that's are doing some pretty outrageous stuff. Tiffany goes up to the top. Tiffy time! And she comes crashing down on Lyra, Zoe, and Naomi. Tiffy time! And she comes crashing down. Oh, that's brutal. Botch is in the bank. Frank said, no, we don't want Botchamania. Botch in the botch. Money in the screw job. This is not money in the bank. This is disappointing in the bank, said My Show Olds. Right, Chelsea's in there again. Can she be the one that claims this briefcase? Has she got over her fear of ladders yet? She's looking up. She's taking a deep breath. She's like... ah! Here we go. Chelsea's climbing. She's halfway up. She's a little bit nervous. EO smashing the ladder into her. Oh, and again, Chelsea goes down. EO's like, shh, loud boos. This crowd really want Chelsea to win this. EO's like, forget you, forget all of you. She points up, big smile on her face. EO starts climbing as Lyra comes in. Oh, look at that, Lyra, much quicker. Getting all the way up. Oh, she gets prevented by EO. EO grabs Lyra. Lyra's caught in the ladder. She's upside down. Ah, kicks coming in there by EO. Oh my God, mate. Mate, just kicking her in the flipping head. She's upside down. She's in that kind of like tree of woe position. But she sits up. She grabs EO into a sea. Oh, that's a great spot. Love that. Good core strength there by Lyra. Sits up, grabs EO. Ah! Look at that. Look at that. They've got to have beef. She's been getting battered by EO, said Aggie. That was a great German spot, said Dad Stuff. Everyone's just nervous about the Wyatt Six, said Alan. Best spot in the match, says Leo. Has Cena joined the Wyatt Six yet? Yep. Here we've got Tiffany getting in the ring. We got Zoe on one side, Tiffany on the other. 2 hours 20 into this event. Normally, you look at these kind of shows going about 3 hours, so I feel like we're definitely in the final hour now. Naomi has got Tiffany. Ah, big knee. Tiffany goes down. Naomi looking to climb up. She kicks out at Zoe. Zoe goes down. Naomi again trying to climb up as they're pulling these ladders apart. Naomi, are they going to make her do the splits? Kick there by Zoe. Oh, I thought she was going to kick her in the Lady Garden. Look, she is doing the splits. Oh, Naomi with the DDT. I thought Zoe was going to go boom right in the middle. Right now, we've got Naomi climbing up the ladder. She's got one hand on the briefcase. Here is Tiffany Stratton, though. Making the save. Which way is this going to go? Tom said, I've enjoyed this match. It's been good. Right in the Lady Garden. But she didn't. She's a better person than me. Right, over into the barricades. Chelsea down. Tiffany down. They're right in front of White Shirt Guy. Naomi against the ring. Tiffy in the bank, says Ian. Right now, we've got Naomi moving that ladder. Look at the splits. Look at that. Very impressive. Right now, Naomi is looking underneath the ring to get something. And she is getting a table. And that's certainly gone down well with the crowds. I love the fact that Green Shirt Guy is wearing a white shirt. And I love the fact that Trinidad Flag Guy doesn't give a flip. He's just come in his normal blue shirt with the Trinidad flag on it. Chelsea having a word there with Tiffany. Trinidad flag guys having a few words. So look at this alliance. We've got Tiffany and Chelsea working together, and we've got White Shirt Guy, and we've got Trinidad Flag Guy working together. And Giant Beard Guy is there as well. Look at this. What a collection of some of the greats, the leaders of the WWE universe. They are having just the best time. Look, Trinidad flag, Skylight, drop me to move that for you. I'll do that for you. Right, if they put Chelsea through a burning table, it would look like burning a Canadian flag, said Aubrey. Right now, we got a shot coming in there by Zoe. We got Io climbing up. We got Zoe climbing up. We got Lyra climbing up. We got tables set up outside the ring. We got Chelsea jabbing away at Io. No joy. Oh, that ladder is too small. This is like a flipping Laurel and Hardy sketch. There's a ladder in the ring, and Io and Chelsea were trying to get the ladder balanced between the ladder in the ring and the ropes, but it was too short. So Io was pulling it one way, Chelsea was pulling it the other, and they were like going back and forth. Oh my God. It's like Laurel and Hardy. It was like Charlie Chaplin. It was like a silent movie at its best. It was like the 1920s had come back. Lyra's got one hand on the briefcase. We've got a ladder with a ladder, and then tables on the outsides. Right now, Zoe has got Lyra. Is she going to drive her through a ladder? She does! Oh. So Lyra goes crashing into a ladder, spills to the outsides. We've still got another one. That was a great spot, said Tom. Lyra's dead. Her head bounced off the ladder. Lyra's dead. Spike said Three Stooges. Do you know, I've never seen the Three Stooges, but I am going to agree. Just like that. Kick coming in there by Naomi. Right now, driving Zoe into the ladder. Naomi looks to be in the ring on her own at the moment. She's climbing up. We've still got this weird, like, ladder setup. Chelsea's come in. Chelsea grabs a hold of Naomi, throws in a shot. Naomi goes down. Big shot coming in there by Naomi. Naomi now climbing up again. Chelsea trying to get up. Chelsea's on top of a ladder that's balancing on a ladder. She smashes. Chelsea's a bit like, she doesn't like it. And what are we going to go for? What? She plants Naomi. It was unprettier that she hit her with, but I mean, it was nothing pretty about it, said Michael Cole, and I agree with that. No, Zoe, no, Zoe. Looks like she's climbing up. We got Naomi down. Lyra's out of it, but Io's going to make the save. Io's back in the ring. Zoe is up there. Here's Io. Io quickly climbing up. Io and Zoe. Top of the ladder. Io's got one hand on it. Where's Tiffy? Oh, both of these women. What are they doing? She's managed to grab the fingers of Zoe. Oh, this briefcase is swinging around right by... Is she going to superplex from there? Is she going to go for a soup? That briefcase is really in the way. We've got a ladder each side. Io might go that way. Zoe might go the other way. The briefcase is getting in the way. Oh, is she going to power slam her? Oh, over the... Oh, my God. It was like a pile driver. Io. Io is bent over backwards. Oh, my God. It's like she's been possessed. Didn't she just drive Zoe like head first into it, though? Oh, what a spy. Here's Chelsea. Here's Chelsea. The place is going crazy. Chelsea. It's Chelsea. She's climbing up. It's Chelsea. She's got one hand on it. She's going to get it. She's close. Someone stopped her. It's Tiffany. I thought it was Chelsea's. She's going through the tables. Big spot. Huge spot. Chelsea to the outside, through the tables. And it's going going to be Tiffy's. It's going to be Tiffy time. It is Tiffy time. Tiffany Stratton wins. Money in the Bank. Look at the sign in the background. Set your clocks. Set your clocks to Tiffy time. Let's go. I'm all right with that. It would have been cool if it was Chelsea, but that's one hell of a spot right at the end of the match. But it is Tiffy time. Very good. Very good. Right. Let's get people's scores. Tiffany Stratton has done it. I think that'll be really well received, actually. I think people will be really down, really all right with that. Some might be down on Chelsea not getting it. But I think a lot will be on board. Right, all-time greats, good, or do you think that's going to be bad? Chelsea will never climb a ladder again. I know. Nor should she. Tiffy time! Yeah, I mean, that was pretty brutal, man. Some brutal spots in this. Corey Graves is like, Io Sky was bent over in that position for like a minute straight. Scenes. Scene after scene after scene after scene. Tiffany Stratton is now Miss Money in the Bank. Get voting as to who you think should win. Or what you think that score is. Chelsea. Chelsea spot. I want to write that down so I remember it. Craziness. Yeah, put your scores in for what you thought about that match. Chad will ask Tiff to form the Minnesota Alpha Academy, says John. That EO spot was insane, said AR1. That was effing brutal. What a match. Lots of Tiffany signs. There's a sign that said, I prayed for this. So she's taking it in as she's looking around. I think she just got told to hold up that briefcase. Hold it up, hold it up. Because she was looking around. She saw someone. She was like... Tomorrow, NXT. Let's go. Let's go. The fun continues tomorrow. NXT Heatwave. Yeah, man. Roxanne Perez against Lola. I hate Tiffany so much. No Wyatt 6. I'm disappointed, says MXXS. I did kind of want Chelsea, says Tom. Yeah, I can understand people being a bit of a mixed bag on it. I think Tiffany was the one that was probably most expected. Hello, Miz. What's this? The Miz. Get ready for Tiffy time, said John. Tiffy could have easily won next year's. She's still young. Chelsea would have been great, said Kingslayer. 20 more minutes of commercial, said Corvid. Feels like she was already due a title shot, so it's a bit of a waste, said King Key. Luke said, I would rather Roman come out and than see Wyatt 6. As much as I love Bo and what he's doing, I want to see Roman even more, which is saying something because I cried when Bray died. One match left. No Wyatt 6. Do we do it tonight? Does Roman come back tonight? Let's... So Michael Cole said, let's do it again. Let's give a standing ovation to what we just witnessed. So they're really putting over that last match. And listen, there might have been the odd botch in there, but it was still really fun. Lots of big spots. The matches have definitely delivered, I believe, tonight. Some of the booking decisions. Defcon Prime said, Nip Slips gave Liv and Tiff luck this year, right? Sure. I'm going to say yes. This is going to be a flat-out war. Now, they said the landscape of WWE was going to change. Maybe Tiffany winning might be that, but I don't think we've really had much that we can say has changed the landscape. Maybe John Cena announcing that next year is going to be his final matches. It does feel like something should happen here. It does feel like we need a big ending. Do you know, it's a weird show because I've really enjoyed it. Whenever we go into shows, I always want talking points. That's what I look for. I want talking points. I want stuff that I can talk to you guys about. What did we think about this? What did we think about that? Where is this leading? Where is that leading? Blah, 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 blah. And I think that this has not, you know, this has not denied us talking points tonight. There's been absolutely tons of talking points tonight. So I'm grateful for that. Bloodline, Cody, Kevin, and Randy. It is time for our main event. Maybe Orton heel turn. Orton heel turn could be it. Orton heel turn would do it, wouldn't it? Orton heel turn would do it. Tiffany Stratton has been completely over with the crowd since Elimination Chamber. Right, we're just looking at the video package right now. Obviously, we are building towards... Giant Meteor said it's going to be a good episode of Botchamania. Russell Andy said Cena for the Hall of Fame next year. Ooh, that's not a bad shout, actually. That's not a bad shout. I think that him going into Hall of Fame next year makes sense because, you know, you can really make it a John Cena weekend, to be honest. The only thing I would say is, are you maybe putting your eggs in one basket? If it's Cena's last WrestleMania, is it better to... Well, hang on. Bray didn't go in, did he? Surely Bray goes in next year. I think Bray. It's a good shout, but I think Bray. I think John Cena's last WrestleMania is monumental. And so I think you do that, and then you put him in the Hall of Fame a little further down the road. With Bray, we had the documentary this year. Obviously, we then built towards the arrival of this group. And I think he has to main event next year, so I'll go with Bray. AR Banks said main event is going to deliver a shocking event, I believe. I think Cena deserves it as well as Bray, said Mary. Oh, definitely. Definitely. No one would deny Cena being a Hall of Fame main event, and no one. But I think let's do Bray first, and I think that Cena can go in. I mean, that being your last WrestleMania is obviously very emotional. I don't think you need to go into the Hall of Fame the same weekend as your last match. I would, because it gives you something to look forward to next year or the year after. Life's short though, innit? You never know. Never know. Until Demolition get put in, no one else should go in, said James. They had a big falling out with WWE, though. They're not in because they don't deserve it. They're not in because they were part of that concussion lawsuit. But that was when Vince was in charge. So could we now get them in? We're backstage with Trish. What do you make of the crowds? Here's Tiffany. Shouldn't we be praising the highlight of the night? Trishy, you should say something to me. Tiffy in the bank is going to go viral. Oh, okay, Trisha's got advice. Toodles. Is there something lit up in the background? It looks like there's a light on something, but I can't see what it is. It's probably nothing. They do sort of it. What is it? Is it nothing? The audacity. Is there something in the background there? Was there something in the background? Maybe not, but I was looking. I was interested. Right, one more match to go. We need to end this, actually. We need to end this poll. Trish and Tiffany at SummerSlam. Tortured Pickle said someone was moving around. Dun, dun, dun. Here we go. Main event time. Okay, great. 76% is what we've got. Maybe Alexa returns later. Jake said, I swear you're just seeing things now. Oh, I didn't actually see anything. I mean, there was seemingly a light, and they did it, you know, it was in between Trish and Jackie, but I didn't actually see anything. Cena, retirement year is what they should have done for Edge, said Ajax. Nita Nitro said Roman's dad funeral was this morning, so I highly doubt that we see him. Corvid said I would rather see Tongaloa wrestle instead of Jacob. Tongaloa's not wrestling. No, that's probably for the best, actually. As soon as Tongaloa joined, I had people sending me video of him in New Japan, and not brilliant. I think his best years are behind him. Jacob can go. Jacob is a problem. So we know that Solo can go. We know that Jacob can go. We've seen a little bit of Tama, so I can't say that this surprises me. I'm sure that Tongaloa is still going to make his presence felt on the outside of the ring. Hikuleo will be the surprise, said Defcon. Jacob and Kevin are going to steal this match. Defcon said make it 5v5 for Survivor Series. Alan said, could Zilla team up with Roman, ? Jake said, there's a video on Twitter of someone under the ring. Rock comes tonight and I will be happy. This match is getting less than 20 minutes. We might run over. My show said a lot of speculation that Roman is returning tonight. Metal Mama said, I'm sad there's no Wyatt 6. Just saying, and Cena retirement. Botch count. Punk Drew was a waste. No Larry or AJ. Here's Kevin. Yeah, I think the way that I would prefer to look at the show is, did we get a lot of talking points? Did we get a lot of moments for us to talk about and get our teeth into? And the answer is yes. I believe we did so. In that regard, it's a big box ticked. And we've still got this match to go. So 2 hours 42. And we're just about to get to our main event, which I'm sure is going to bang. I'm sure this match is going to bang. I'm sure this match is going to deliver. We did get a lot of botch talking points, said Sifa. We did get a lot of those as well. That is correct. That is correct. There's a sign in the crowd that says free Paul Heyman. I think Paul Heyman has been freed. WWE love to put in the swerves. Sit back and enjoy the ride, said Tortured Pickles. Cena versus Corbin for his last Baron Corbin did retire Kurt Angle, so maybe this could be a way of adding to that legacy. Here's Randy. Here's Randy. Dun, 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 dun. The show's not been perfect, but at least we didn't get Marco stunts. But that's one way of looking at it. So Randy is making his way down to the ring. Live and loud. We've got the decibel reader. We're at about 105 as Randy makes his way down. I feel like something's happening here. Is Randy about to turn on Cody? Is Roman about to come back? Is Hikuleo about to debut? Yeah, loud for Randy Orton. Cody coming out next, of course. Canada are singing, said Scots. I'm convinced the white shirts were for a large white t-shirt contest. Yeah, what were the white shirts for? Ain't done nothing. Bloodline looking on outside the ring as Randy and Kevin. Randy, he's so big, he's so jacked. Miss Clown said, what if nothing happens? Well, that would be mega lols, wouldn't it? That would be mega lols. Say his name and he appears. Bloodline lookout, says Carter Time. Adam said Jacob Fatu is the best in ring by far, but his finisher before just wouldn't be allowed because it's basically a pile driver, and his other finisher is a jumping moonsault that Tiffany does now, so we'll have to see. The Canadian botch job, says El Leon. The only way the show could be better is if someone would push Dave Meltzer off a ladder, said Travis. Gypsy said, you know, they always have a surprise at the end. Dylan said, what if Heyman comes back with Brock tonight? Well, we spoke earlier about why we weren't expecting that. But it's been a night of things that we didn't expect, so might as well add to them. Here's Cody. Alkaline Prime said, I told you what the whiteout was, but you didn't believe me. You overthought it. No, we believed you. It's just, I think, for WWE to do it, it doesn't just have to be because other sports do it. Like, it does open up the opportunity to do other things. So, I get that other sports do it, and I thought the point you made was very valid and very interesting. But I don't think it's unfair for people to then go, oh, okay, but we could do this with it. It could be a big canvas, or we could do this, we could do that. Who knows? They may have had something planned and then cancelled it because only flipping 40% of the crowd, if that, have actually turned up in white shirts. So I thought the point was valid, but I don't think it's unfair to think about what we could do with everyone wearing white. Plus, you know, I mean, we still haven't finished the show. I mean, we haven't had the Wyatt 6. Look at that, kids. Cena is going to show his presence in this match, said James. This just feels like a Raw main event. Alan said Liv Morgan tweeted that she's watching. Philip said white shirts because Wyatt 6 are going to rain blood down on the crowd. Mitch Vela Sports said The Rock's daughter is going to join the bloodline. VC Dub Wrestling said, what if Cody turns heel tonight? What if Cody turns heel? I wouldn't be expecting that. D-Mac said, if Nia wins the title at SummerSlam, we're probably going to have weeks of tension between friends as Nia fears that Tiffy will cash in on her. Okay, Cody has made his way down. We're about to get underway with this. Why ask the audience to bring a towel? I think they handed out the towels, actually. Dad Stuff said there ain't no way that Randy turns. He may want to turn on Cody, but he definitely doesn't want to help the bloodline. My Phenomenal Figures said Cena is going to get involved in this match. Edward said, so is Cena back full-time now? We'll find out after. Cena's going to kick off the press conference after. Cody looks like a Miller Lite can. Defcon Prime said, put TLC and ladder matches are the same thing. I think the Wyatts will do some in the men's Money in the Bank with the whiteout, but they scratched it when the whiteout failed, said Joey. I think it was really stupid to ask for that one day before the show when not everyone watches the kickoff. I don't know if they mentioned it again on SmackDown. I didn't hear it, but I could believe it was mentioned. But yeah, surely shouldn't you have given people more time? Kevin Owens goes over and stares down the bloodline. Lee said, I've got a theory. Could the white shirts turn a different colour? Well, if people were wearing them, then maybe. If wrestling fans didn't have an addiction to black, like I do, then maybe. The plan is for Solo to face Cody at SummerSlam, said Tyler. Everyone's wanting Randy to turn heel. He's having a great fun run as a face. Turning him would ruin it, said Rob. Corvid said it's why Cena mentioned 2025 shows and not SummerSlam. Referee coming over, having a word with Randy's and to Kevin, saying just take a step back. Listen, we're all friends. Have a step back. But I think that you might be onto something with the white shirts glowing under a black light, just like LA Knight and the Wyatt match, said Defcon Prime. Well, there's a few people in white. I think the crowd are chanting, we want Roman. The landscape of WWE changes tonight. That's what we were told. I don't feel like the landscape has changed. Someone was always going to win the Money in the Bank. We want Roman, said Aubrey. Adam said 10 minutes left. I don't think anything happens. Do we think there's only 10 minutes left? Surely we overrun. Surely we overrun. You want me? You want me and you? Solo said, you want me? Are they chanting FU Solo? I think we might have a bit of an FU Solo chant that's broken out. Okay, we got Cody starting this off. Solo has got in the ring. I'm pretty sure he's going to tag back out. We've got Cody. We got Solo. They're circling rounds. And he goes over and he tags right back out. Vintage. Classic heel work. Oh, you want me to start off? That's no problem. Tag me in. Nah, I'm all right. Okay, so Tamatonga gets him. It just hit me that Bo might have been at Roman's dad's funeral. Maybe they had plans to postpone, said TJ. Maybe. Still doesn't explain why earlier they said that the landscape will change, because they would have known that by now. It also doesn't explain why the Wyatt door was shown on SmackDown, unless it was to just get us all excited and then not give us anything. I'm going to go on record to we have got to get the Wyatt 6 tonight. Surely we get the Wyatt 6. Surely. They're one of the hottest things in the company. Do they go after the bloodline? I was not calling that. I was not expecting that. That will blindside me if that's what we get. Do we get underway with this match? Maybe the bloodline win. Maybe they start beating up on Cody. Maybe then the flipping lights go. And the bloodline, the Wyatt 6 come out. Big blows coming in by Kevin Owens. Throwing in big shots as Tamatonga's in the corner. Stomping away on Tamatonga. The crowd are hot, man. The crowd are hot. But of course they would be. Kevin Owens. Canada's favourite son. Apart from Bret Hart and Wayne Gretzky. Stomping away. Ah! Kevin Owens is off the hook tonight, said Daniel. The landscape changed. We found out the briefcase doesn't mean anything anymore, said Adam. The Wyatt stuff could happen after the matches, said Here Is the Thing. Edward said, what a great stream. I'm glad you enjoyed it, my friends. Right now we've got Cody in there. Cody with Tama. Picks up Tama. He's got him up for a suplex. Up in the air. Oh, boom. Plants Tama down. Something big needs to happen to save this PLE, says El Leon. Not a chance that the Wyatt Six getting involved. There's no effing way, said Wicked Dust. Money in the Bank 2025 dream match. In comes Randy. Bloodline takes out a returning Roman, and then they tease the Wyatts with a glitch. But Bloodline Wyatts won't happen anytime soon, said Rick. Brock will come out, and then Roman, said Jonathan. Perhaps we're going to get Brock, Roman, AJ Lee, the Wyatt Six. It's just going to be the landscape's changing, guys. Shots coming in there by Randy. The crowd is hot because the main event is taking place near 10 and not 1. Cough, cough, AEW, said Alice Dub. Robert said, I love an angry Kevin Owens. What are the odds that the match doesn't finish because the Wyatt Six come out, says Daniel. Ah, here he is. Jacob Fatu gets in there. Yeah, man. Look at Jacob. Jacob's in there with Randy. Randy is taller. Randy is bigger. Here's Jacob. Jacob getting all kind of fired up. He charges over at Randy. Randy helps Jacob to the outside. Jacob tries to get back in. Randy's got him. He's looking for that drape DDT. Hits it. Great work there by Randy, but Jacob's right back up. That's it. Oh my God, he doesn't even realize. Look at that. Randy went to go for that RKO, but Jacob's right there. Wow. That draping DDT had next to no effect on Jacob. Jacob Samoan drop. Wow, that's a great moment. Look at Trinidad Flag guy. He's acknowledging. Wow. That was a great spot. That really put Jacob over really well. Right now he's got Randy dragging him over to the corner. Solo with a big smile on his face. Bloodline in control. Look at him strutting around, peacocking. That was cool AF, said big guy. No, not the flag guy. Yeah. Listen, Trinidad Flag guy is probably the most loyal person in the WWE universe. Whoever the tribal chief is, he will acknowledge. Look at him acknowledging right up. Ah! Acknowledge. I think did Solo even acknowledge him? Did Solo acknowledge Trinidad Flag guy? Is Trinidad Flag guy the new tribal chief? Wow. Days, me, and Chastity Plum go to every week. Mark 420, shout out to you. Are they saying FU Solo, said Angela. They are. And it is very disappointing. It should be go away Solo. Tribal Chief, baby! Bloodline are being slow. They're being methodical. There we go, throwing up the ones. Mark 420 said, are you British? I am British. That's what it says on my passport. Here we go, we got Tamatonga going over. Boom! Lands on top of Randy. Days Solo did the Roman waltz and smirk when he got in the ring, said Dylan. At the end, you're going to hear from the back, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul Heyman, and then Brock's music, says Chris. AR1 said at the end of the match in the chaos, I want to hear ladies and gentlemen, and then Paul Heyman. Right now we got shots coming in there. Grabs a hold of Randy. Boom. Lovely belly to back suplex. Mark 420, shout out to you. Vosq Clamor said, I love British people. Aw, look at you. It's very kind. We're very tough to like. Over in the corner, big shots coming in by Kevin. Oh, and again, Lux coming in. Great work by Kevin Owens. Solo copying everything about Roman. He can't find his own swag, so he's stealing Roman's mannerisms, says Brony. Big clothesline. Down goes Tama. Tama in the corner. Kevin over the other side. Big shot. Down goes Jacob. Kevin collides into Tama. Back and forth at the moment, this one. Back and forth. Kevin up. Swanton connects. Swanton connects. 2. Oh, Jacob makes... Oh, Jacob with headbutts. Bang, 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 bang. Goes over, drags Tama over to the side, makes the tag. In comes Jacob, legal man. Kevin Owens is down. Cheese wizards. Boom. Headbutt again. I'm sorry for all it at the moment. Girlitzim. Shout out to you. Days, do you think Jimmy Uso will return? Well, I did, Shots. I did. But I also didn't expect Drew to win. I didn't expect Sammy to retain. And I certainly didn't predict that John Cena was going to announce his retirement. It's a bit of a thrill ride tonight, isn't it? We don't know which way we're going. Here's Solo. Big stomp there by Solo. What if we get Super Heyman and he comes in and F5s him? Oh my God. Like how Pokemon evolve. Paul Heyman's leveled up. That would be sick. I feel like he's bigger than any of the bloodline. If he could have learnt how to wrestle in like 7 days, he could be dangerous. Kevin is trying to make the tag as the crowd are chanting FU Solo. Vosq Clamor NL Deserto. Shout out to you, my friends. Thank you for the kind words. Appreciate it, and I appreciate everyone that's joined us tonight. Seems like people have had fun. Right now, we've got Solo grabbing Kevin. Bloodline back in control. At this rate, Jimmy is going to beat up Cody and the team instead of Solo, says Spartan Major. Days versus Logan, Paul says Harris lads. The MZAV Golden said it leaked. Hulk Hogan is coming back. He's going to return at SummerSlam and he's going to face John Cena. Big shot there by Kevin. Heyman comes back and gives Solo attitude adjustment through the commentary table, said Soul Slayer. Big shot there by Kevin. Oh, is that an open palm? By Solo. Who remembers when the ref counted 3 and then claimed he didn't? That was the best. Memories. Solo walking away. Zilla Fatu is the one, says Navaldo says. The match just has no meaning. Surely something big happens, says Matt. Oh, collides into Kevin. Well, the reason why I wasn't expecting Roman is it just feels like that's what SummerSlam's for, is for those big returns, those big moments. But they did say the landscape was going to change. My God, man, it's brutal. I just don't know. I just don't know. Shades of his uncle, the great Umaga. Headbutt there by Jacob. Yeah, Corey said, I don't know if I've ever seen it performed quite like that. Jacob, impressing. Shots coming into the midsection by Kevin. Kevin's been involved a lot. Owens against the ropes. Jacob collides into... Imagine Jacob versus Kevin one-on-one. We don't know how good we've got it, man. We don't know how good we've got it. Here's Tamatonga. Matty said Brock is here. Fatu is legit. Was Jacob's dad Umaga? No, they said uncle. Uncle. Navaldo said fake bloodline will be in the ring alongside the wise man. Roman's new music will hit. Roman on stage, pyro going off. Paul Heyman cries with joy, standing in the ring, shocked. Right now, headbutt coming in there by Tamatonga. Still no Wyatt 6, said Kimberly. Still no Wyatt 6. I can't explain it. I was expecting them. I think we all were. I think we all thought that Chad was in danger. Big shots coming in. No Uncle Howdy, not so far. The ref's like, I'm new, calm down, said AR1. Shots coming in there by Solo. And again, referee going, oh, is this ref new? I don't recognise him, actually. Who is this boomer? To the outside goes Cody. Cody went to the outside. Solo with a big smile on his face. Kevin pulls that top rope down. Solo goes to the outside. Canada really making noise. And Randy trying to fire them up some more. Reaches out his hand. Ah, Tonga Loa gets involved. Tonga Loa gets involved. Randy goes into the barricades. So right now we've got Solo getting into the ring, walking over. If it's no Liv versus Rhea, custody of Dominic at SummerSlam, what are we even doing? MZAV, that's a really good point. Ladder match, just like Eddie and Ray. Big shot coming in there by Solo. I'm going to give this pay-per-view 5, said Enlightenment Divide. Brony said Corey has lost his voice. I could understand, actually. It's been a lot of big spots tonight. Again, big shot coming in there by Solo. Big shots. Headbutts coming in. Solo down goes Kevin. This match is garbage, said Haley. Brony said we want Roman. Leaping Lucha Larry said 5 out of 100 as Solo goes in the corner as Kevin moves out the way. Cody, desperate for the tag. He's got his hand out, desperate for this tag. Jacob, backslap, tag, in he comes. Elbow drop there by Jacob. Jacob again looking out at the crowds, getting back up. We've been live for just over 7 hours tonight. Just over 7 hours. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated, and we are very much running out of time. But we did already get to 1,000, which is fantastic. Right now, we've got headbutt coming in there by Jacob Fatu. Jacob's got Kevin in the corner. Jacob Fatu runs over. Oh, goes into the ring posts. Kevin Owens moves out the way. Right now we've got Cody. He's on the outside. He's reaching out. He wants this tag to be made. Tag is made. Here's Cody. Cody and Solo. Cody and Solo. Cody throwing in some big shots. But against the ropes. Down goes Solo. Cody in the corner. Gets out the way. Ah, power slam. Power slam to Solo. He's getting all fired up. Goes up. Lovely kick there by Cody. Duck underneath. Cody against the ropes. Ah, Cody Cutter connects. Cody Cutter. Clothesline to Jacob. Cody doing fantastic. Cody against the ropes. Suicide dive. Great work. Great work. Cody. is on his feet. Cody against the ropes. Goes through, lands on top of Tonga Loa. Jacob moved out the way. Tonga Loa down. Big shot there by Jacob. Headbutt there by Jacob. Jacob unloading on Cody. He hit his head hard on the desk. He really did. You're not wrong. Goes over the top, Jacob. So Jacob goes into the timekeeper's area. Ah, spear by Solo. He catches Cody. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Spear by Solo. I would love to see Cody hit Shattered Dreams on Solo, says Michael. Look at that. Oh, did he catch that ringside person? Did his leg actually catch that, like, producer? I need to see a replay of that again, because it does look like he got caught in the head there, that person. Sorry, not sorry. Was it a doctor, was it? He's gonna need himself. He's gonna have to treat himself. Big kick coming in. Double underhooks. Poor doctor, said Joe. Duck underneath. Oh, the ref goes down. Solo accidentally hits into the ref. Crossroads connects. The official is down. Randy is back up. Kevin is back up, but the ref is down. Okay, well, here we go. Look, we've got a developing situation. Look, the ref's all right. He's moving. Oh, big splash there by Kevin. He's all right. He's not totally out. He could probably count to 3. Now they're saying to Randy, you get in. Randy, the faces are in a good place at the moment. Looking for an RKO. Connects. Connects. Well, what do we do now? Ref is still down. Look, he's over by the set. Come on, you flipping part-timer. Cody is stripping the commentary table. They're wasting precious time. The ref's pretty much back up. The ref's pretty much up. Do some more stuff to him. You'll win the match. Strategically, I think this is a bad call. Strategically, I don't think this is the right way forward. Triple powerbomb time, said Jamie. This is weird, said Chris. Right now, they've got Solo. They're going to look to drive him through the table. Triple powerbomb. Shield bomb. There's Jacob. Jacob with a super kick. Boom! Look at him. He's like Rambo. He's a one-man army. Jacob taking out everyone. Oh, God, the ref gets it again. The ref gets it again. He flipping deserved it. Referee. Oh, he's definitely done now. He's definitely done. Super kicks coming in by Kevin. Oh, it's flipping carnage. R.I.P. the ref, said Rick. Ref is dead, said Jojo. Now we've got the giant prime bottle. The giant prime bottle smacked off the head of Jacob Fatu. Big splash, boom. Jacob goes through the commentary table. Let's go. Let's go. Everyone's down. Apart from Corey Graves, Michael Cole, and Kevin Owens. Perhaps they can form a new group. Right, back in the ring goes Tama Tonga. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Right now, Tama Tonga is down. Everyone's dead, said Angela. Crowd are looking at someone behind comms. Here's Tonga Loa. Tonga Loa, low blow. Oh, he missed with the first low blow. That must mean he punched him in the anus first, wasn't it? He low blowed and it didn't work. Kevin didn't feel it. Unless his scrotum is made out of metal. Perhaps he's got like a metal scrotum. Oh, RKOs to everyone. He missed with the first low blow. He had to go again. Oh my God, I've never seen a low blow botch. A low blow botch. What's going on? Crossroads! Crossroads! Crossroads to Solo. Oh my God. And again. We still don't have a referee. There still isn't a referee. Look at that dude with the towel. Jacob's in. Jacob's in. Jacob goes up. Oh, off the top. Down goes Cody. Oh my God. Madness. Scenes. Boom. Cody planted. Why is there not a new ref? Is no one in Gorilla watching this? Where's the replacement ref? Cody's been dealt with. But this is terrible, said Mr. Captain. Right now, we've got Cody in the ring. Jacob holding Cody. Solo coming over. Samoan Spike, surely, saying a few words. Boom! Hits him. Connects. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here's the ref. 1, 2, 3. That's it. Bloodline win. 1, 2, 3. Wow. That's a thing. That's a thing that happened, isn't it? Dun 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 dun. Do you remember when that ref counted 3 and then he claimed it was a 2? That was fun, wasn't it? Dang. This is not okay, said Galaxy Wolf. I'm in tears. I'm in tears as well. There was a low blow botch. Never forget. He hit him in the anus. He misjudged where the penis was. He misjudged where the penis was. Acknowledge. Look at the ref. The ref's down in the corner, just like, Jesus, what have I been through? What have I been through? What have we all been through? I don't even know what we've all experienced here today. Oh, he got crushed a second time, didn't he, that ref? That low blow botch is wild, said Big Blitz. What's the over-under on botches tonight? I don't know. If we had a botch counter, it'd be broken by now. This is the worst pay-per-view I've seen, said Mark Firefly Forever. What landscape changed? The landscape flipping in Kevin Owens' pants. He got punched in the anus and then punched in the scrotum. That landscape very much changed. That's the landscape that changed. I mean, we're not quite finished yet. We're not quite done yet. There is still scope and there is still time for something. You know, maybe they beat up the faces. Someone makes a save. No, Jimmy said Spartan. Well, they're in the entranceway. We got the faces in the ring. Solo pins Cody after a Samoan spike. We've got the trademark thing in the corner. Oh, hello. We're heading back to Jackie Redmond. I know you're a bit heated as to what transpired, Wade. We've gone to the kickoff. Are we going back to a kickoff show? Have we got more show coming? Jackie Redmond, Big E, Wade Barrett. Well, nothing. This is terrible, said Luke. This is lame. This is a massive L. There were no surprises, said Justin. I mean, I think we could have booked a better show. It's not like me to say that, but I think we could have booked a better show than the one we ended up getting. But listen, they've done what they've done. Where was the Wyatt Six? Where was the Wyatt Six? Where were they? Is there something else going on tonight? Are they at home watching Collision? What happened? Bloodline victorious over Cody, Kevin, and Randy. A++ show. Thank you, Vince, said BS Calls. Triple H needs to be called out about this, said Z71 Cowboy. Let's end the poll because I don't want people voting for the wrong thing. It's the match that people are voting on, so very close, but it actually gets a good rating. We've got Solo. I don't know what this is. What is this? Post show. Here's Solo. Jacob Fatu. Could anything happen on this post show? This is weird because it's not the press room. Could something happen here? How about this? Acknowledge me, says Solo. Don't think it's going to happen, is it? Wyatt Six are at Tim Hortons. I don't blame him. Sonny Wolf loves Tim Hortons. Still crying because there's no Wyatt Six, said James. There are lots of tears. There we go. No title changes. No Wyatt Six. It was a waste of the men's Money in the Bank. It's a weak show, said Drew's News. Drop the ball just because they didn't show. It sucks they didn't show. It's not ruined their run. Oh no, I don't think anyone said it's ruined their run. It's this show that we were worried about, not them. I think it's the show that needed them. They didn't need the show. Very disappointing. Well, do you know what I'm gonna do? I mean, I'm sensing the anger. What I'm going to do is go over to the second channel. I'm not going there, but I am going to put the poll up now. If I go over, because it doesn't feel like we're getting anything else right now. I'm not seeing anything else being teased. Hey guys, let's go over to community, and let's go over to this and do the poll. What did you score Money in the Bank? Hello, we've got a wide angle. What we doing? We want Roman sign. I've known Roman since 2010. He ain't going out like that, says Biggie. Wade Barrett said, I'm sure that he's got millions in the bank. He doesn't need to do this. Right, well, if you go over to Wrestling Days Clips, you can go over there. That's where we put all of our opinion videos. You can actually vote now as to what you thought about Money in the Bank. It's going to be very interesting to see what people think of tonight's show. What did you think about Money in the Bank? We're not going to run away just yet. I don't know when we're going to get John Cena, though. Thomas said, anyone complaining about Roman not being there better not miss work the day of their parents' funeral, or they are hypocrites, says Thomas. Here's Michael Cole. AR Bank said main event's going to deliver a shocking event, I believe. Didn't go that way. How can they say about what happened to Heyman, but there is no repercussions? Well, hey, I think Heyman will bring Roman back personally, but I think that's going to be at SummerSlam. Corey Graves said, we just saw Cody Rhodes pinned by Solo Sikoa. That means big things. Is that the landscape changing moment? Solo pinning Cody? Which sets up a match that we sort of knew we were going to be getting anyway. All right. Wyatt 6 got stuck at Whataburger. Yes. Days, are we waiting for the press conference? Well, I might just stick around. It depends when it's going to be, but I don't mind waiting for the John Cena bit. Corey said, I've got no voice left and I've got 102-degree temperature. Yeah, John Cena. Danny, shout out to you, said no AJ, no Jimmy, no Wyatts, bad cash in, botches. Only real good thing was Priest and Seth match and the women's match. They were the best, says Danny. Danny, shout out to you, my friends. Guys, if you are frustrated, if you are angry, if you feel down, dejected, I would say I don't think you're alone. I think the wider WWE universe is probably going to be reflecting that. Here's Drew. CM Punk chants. Here's Drew. Drew's pushing the refs away. Oh, he's going off. Look, Jackie's like, we need to... Here's Adam Pearce. Oh, back elbow to Pearce. Back elbow to Pearce. Oh, Wade Barrett's got up. Wade Barrett's trying to get in between Adam Pearce and Drew. I get it. I get that you're... Oh. Your career will be over and then you'll never get in Punk. Wade Barrett is having to drag Drew away. Back elbow to Adam Pearce. Back elbow to Adam Pearce. That's the best thing that happened on the show. And it wasn't even on the show. What? Jackie Redmond goes, here's John Cena. Let's go. Let's go. Here's John Cena. Jack Burton, Hero said, Cody Rhodes is by far my least favourite Universal Champion. When we went from Royal Rumble, that was Roman Reigns, that was champ for over 1,000 days, to this, POS, said Jack Burton, Hero. Okay, here we go. Here's John Cena. John Cena. You... No, no, no. What he's talking about, like, when you look back, what did it mean to you to be the person when we transitioned into the PG? No, let's ask questions about his flipping retirement. So, I missed the stream. Can you film me in the Bloodline match? Yes, Bloodline won. Roman Reigns was spotted backstage and he still didn't come out. I'm not sure that he was spotted backstage. Is it just that people were saying that he was spotted backstage? Wyatts are attacking this SOB. Give me a hell yeah, said Pooty McPoots. The camera's very crisp. Solo pinning Cody sets it up perfectly for Roman and Jimmy to return together at the end of SummerSlam. Maybe. Retirement. That's better. Why is 2025 the right time? It's not up to me. Okay. They initiated the talks. There's some big things going on. The time is now. You remember that idea that you were talking about? The time is now. What does he mean by that? What idea? What idea has he got? Is it going to be the 17th title? Is it going to be Randy at WrestleMania? He said it wasn't his choice for this being the time. It's just, it is the time. Do you know who your final opponent will be? Could it be you and The Rock? Nah, not The Rock. I think The Rock's done in it. I've never put much stock in expectations beyond my control. I'm in no position to handpick opponents. I think he is. I think you could, John. John, if you said that WrestleMania was your last match, I think you're very much in a position to pick your last opponent, mate. Right, well, there we go. Yeah. Shock the universe, yeah. No, not advice. John, I've got a question. You said that the Royal Rumble would be your last. You said that Elimination Chamber would be your last. You said that WrestleMania would be your last. But do we know when your last match is going to be? Thank you. I'd like to know that. I think we'd all like to know that. Not interested in your flipping memories. Put it in a book. Luke said, I wanted to show some love despite the PLE not wanting what we wanted. Really thank you for everything you've done. Love those videos and the passion for the Wyatt Six. Bray is smiling down on all of us, says Luke. Luke, shout out to you, my friend. That's so kind. Really appreciate the words, and I just it's been brilliant, isn't it? Wyatt Six and that whole Nightbird journey has just been so much fun. White Rabbit was incredible. Obviously, like Bray not being able to continue his work, his brother taking it over, the emotion of all of that. I mean, it's just been an amazing time, isn't it? Really, not, you know, highs and lows. So yeah, we didn't get them tonight, but I'm sure we see them Monday. So there might be some disappointment, but that disappointment should only linger for what, 48 hours. You'll see them. I'm sure they'll be around on Monday. And don't forget, we got NXT Heatwave tomorrow. So, Luke, really appreciate it, buds. And I'm really pleased you had a good time. Wrestling Russ said, hell of a night. See you tomorrow. Thanks, Days. Wrestling Russ. Goodbye, my friend. Appreciate the kind words. And appreciate everyone joining us. You can go to our second channel to vote and get your thoughts in. We're just listening to the words of John Cena. We'll wrap things up at that point. What's John saying? He's not saying jack sheet, said Zoom Station. That was a pretty good question about the advice, said Simulation. Nah, it sucked. Want to know when his last match is? Arabian Night said, we love WWE forever. Showing love, Arabian Night. Shout out to you. ZZG plays. Oh, here we go. Paul will be mad and so will Punk. Yeah, let's give it a go. And people are reflecting. Vince. Can you tell me what Vince has meant to your career? An uncomfortable question, says Cena. I'd rather talk about what's ahead. I've been pretty honest with my opinion. I think we're on the precipice of something special. Wow. Wow. That person's going to get a tap on the shoulder in a second. Just come in me. Just want to have a quick word. Yeah, just step in here. Don't ask that again! What are you doing? Okay, wow, no, wasn't expecting that, was we? Wasn't expecting that. Dub answer though, said Rick. Yeah. Gonna focus on the future, I'm not gonna focus on the past. That guy's in the street right now, blood pouring. I only wanted to know what he thought about the whole Vince thing. I can't breathe. I think I've cracked a rib. I mean, actually, laughing about assault is probably not the right thing to do, but you know what? He asked the question, not me. Just saying. Ninja XOX said it looks like the Wyatt Six won't be a big part in WWE. Oh, I think they will. Just not tonight. I'm surprised. Chad was probably the one that we thought they were going to interrupt, but never happened. Didn't happen. And then it was like, well, surely they're going to put them somewhere. They've got the plans for the door. Why would you have the plans for the door if you're not going to build the door? Are they in this arena on Monday? Could it be the plans for the door are for Monday? Where are we Monday? Where's Raw? Do we need... Just hurts, doesn't it? Okay, here we go. This news has hit the sports worlds. Oh God, don't ask about Vince. Oh, what can the fans expect? I've always said I want to find the right time to say thank you. I really think the big question is, do we know when your last match is? That just feels like the big obvious question to me. He said WrestleMania would be his last WrestleMania. He didn't say it was his last match. So when do we start counting down to? What are we working towards? I'm sure it will become a lot more evident, but maybe WrestleMania is his last match and maybe it was just worded a bit weird, but I would like some clarity there. A lot of sports entertainment retirements are injury retirements. I'm done. This is it. We're going to do this as big as we can. If you want to be a part of this one last time, I'm done. This is it. This is big news, in all fairness. I mean, this really might even grab all the headlines. Bradley said, this is the first time in a few years that I've actually stayed in a live stream for the entire PLE. It has been a wild ride with this PLE. Well, Bradley, shout out to you, my friends. I'm glad that you had a good time, or I think you had a good time. I don't know. I can't quite tell. What does wild ride mean? But either way, I'm really grateful, really pleased that you stuck with us, and that's an encouraging sign. Perhaps you just couldn't click off quick enough or something, and like maybe your mouse died or something. I'm not sure. But we will be logging off ourselves soon. We're clocking in at what, 7 hours, 7.5 hours at the moment. Nothing. Okay, that's good. Yeah, what next after retirement? He said, I don't know what's next, but at the moment I'm filming Peacemaker 2. The jorts will be retired. And just when they were coming back into fashion. The uniform will be retired. So what will he wear going forward then? Like other clothes? I will be a fan. Time for one more. One more. Queen of the Ring. How proud are you of ruthless aggression, John Cena? What? Not a great question. Right. Jen Shazam said, the reporter said after the Vince one, ask the one you wanted. Cena said WrestleMania's not the last, but he's planning on going through to December. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you, Jen Shazam. Well, there we go then. That's a brilliant answer then. So we've got an answer there that it won't be WrestleMania where this thing comes to an end. Which I think is really important. I think that is the question to establish. I think there will be a lot of people out there where the message was sort of received WrestleMania is it. WrestleMania is the end. It seems like 2025 is going to be the year of John Cena. I mean, I would imagine that he will be involved in the build to WrestleMania. He'll probably go away for a bit, then maybe come back about SummerSlam, do a few things, and as you said, work towards December. So that's good. So that means that it's not like he's done at WrestleMania. But I wonder where, I mean, December, where's his last match going to be? In December? Where's he going to be? What have they got planned? There are no big shows in December. Is it just going to be on a Raw or something like that? Oh no, I've got more questions now. Day one, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Well, technically that's January 1st. It's a Netflix deal. I wonder if they'll do a special show. Do you remember they did like Shield's Last Stand? What if we do a Thank You Cena show at the end of 2025? Thomas said he's going to do about 30, 40 dates. That'll be good. I'd imagine that a lot of those will be in the build towards WrestleMania. So I'd imagine there'll be a lot in the build towards that. But clearly saving some for the latter part of the year then. Interesting. Interesting. Jay said, you get a botch, you get a botch, you get a botch, everyone gets a botch. Right, he's still out there. He said that was the last one. He says his rap album turns 20 next year. Oh my God, we should do a re-release, re-record. We should do You Can't See Me Cena's version. What are you going to miss? The audience. The album's 20 years old, says Rick. Mayor Pete said Cena's my age. What a boomer. He keeps saying one last question, says Corey. He's such a tease. Do you think Cena gets one more run? I think he could. I think he could. Derpy said, never book again. Triple H, no Roman, no Wyatt, no Jimmy. Pointless main of Money in the Bank. Average IC title match. Stupid World Championship match. Bad women's match. Terrible Bloodline Cody match. Derpy Carr enjoyed it. It will be very interesting to get those community comments. Money in the Bank could be another opportunity for me. I've got to work up from the bottom. Maybe we really make some history. Maybe we really make some history. 17-time world champion John Cena. I think they'll do that for him. I think they'll do that for him. I think he will get his hands on that on that championship. Still to come, Paul, Levesque, CM Punk, Tiffany. I think Punk might announce that he's medically cleared. Jackie said, I'm just being told Cena's got one more question. She's like, nah, I'm only kidding. Just making fun of the fact that he just kept having one more. Right, there we go then. I think that's probably a good place to wrap this up. A big thank you to everyone that joined us. Obviously, this was not the show that I think people were necessarily looking for. It doesn't matter in the sense of tomorrow we're back with NXT Heatwave. We are here again for a big NXT show. Monday, I'm sure we get the Wyatt 6. So we'll see them Monday. We'll have all the fallout of this. We'll have, I think the reaction to this is going to be very interesting. Tuesday, we've got NXT. Oh, hello, we've got Chads. What's happening? We've got Chads. Oh, okay. People are leaving. I was like, oh my God, they're showing us Chads. So it looks like people are leaving. They're not making this easy to turn off, in honest. We're just seeing people leaving. I am just wondering if there might be a little something in the background, but I don't think there is. But there's Carmelo. He's pretty banged up. Yeah, there we go. No. Right, okay, thanks a lot for watching, guys. I hope you had fun. I hope you got something from this. And as I said, really do appreciate the support. So much coming up this weekend, still to come. If you are down, don't be down for long. Love you all. Thanks a lot for watching. Bye for now.